road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him astray, then tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the hit, that crown shit soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking over lit, walking down this road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the hit, that crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Shaking on relay, walking down this road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
From beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can't you hear them? Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't wanna see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Light.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free.
Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash
welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. For the LEC, we're still in week 3 here. This is the last day and we're closing out the first half of the regular season. I'm still Law. This is Finn and Dracos. That's a cute bear you have.
It's such a cute little bear.
Yeah.
It's little tibbers.
That was so wholesome. I wasn't
It was
ready.
really wholesome. Yeah.
I wasn't ready for
We'll
that.
get to the negativity soon, Dracos. You don't have to run
He's
to
usually a demon, but you see him holding bears like this, pretending he's nice. How are you doing, guys?
Good. Honestly, this saved me. I played a lot of very depressing ARAMs against Shakos who had unlimited ability haste. So like everything is looking up from here, for me at least. For our teams, we'll have to see. But I'm doing better. Thank you for your bear support time here, Finn.
It's the bare minimum, really.
Other teams might need a bear support, actually, and sadly, I'm gonna be looking at Movistar Koi here. High risk here of not making their own road trip, guys. They have 3 series left. It's not looking good.
It's really not looking good, and I think the thing that is so sad, that is so frustrating about MKOI is we don't know why. Like, when you look at Team Heretics or whoever, you can kind of understand where the struggle is coming from. You're like, it's reasonable to have lower expectations. It's reasonable to talk about them like every step, just little baby steps on the journey. MKOI, it's just complete and total collapse out of nowhere.
I mean,
out of nowhere?
I'm in agony because I love Koi.
I know you
I love
do.
Koi, and I want them to do well, and they have done well. But sometimes love hurts, and right now I'm definitely in agony because MKOI, they are not delivering up to the standard that they themselves have set. And to me, as you say, Drake, we can only speculate about why this derailing has happened. To me, I think they're eating the consequences of bad practice. Koi, throughout the entire year, have been vocal about their practice being suboptimal. They've talked about wacky scrims, subpar practice habits. And I think that's fine for a split or two, but throughout an entire year, those practice sessions, they add up. And I think right now they're kind of facing the consequences of that practice.
And Louis, their manager, you saw the tweet just now, was saying, we're trying a lot of things, they don't work. We're trying what used to work. It doesn't work anymore. So what is the solution here? What are you looking at when you're in a situation
Honestly,
like
I feel like we're really grasping at straws. So often when a team is this down in the dumps, it's at the end of a split, but at the start of the split, when you've already laid all of your plans, you come in and you immediately drop. What do? Yes, you have a player on the bench who's ready to sub in.
Do you press that button now?
But I don't think that that's the solution, because it's not like top lane has been the problem. Everyone has been underperforming. It's been across the map. There's no... A lot of teams, it's like, oh, they just need a revamp. They need their little honeymoon phase to get their 2 weeks of performance. But I just don't believe for MKOI that swapping a player in is suddenly going to save the scrims, is going to save the end of performance. Like, Supa's dying like 9 times a laning phase right now. Top lane isn't the problem, you know what I mean? It's like there's issues everywhere.
Talking about honeymoon and trying to rebrand, refurbish the vibes of the team. I'm looking at Fnatic. It's not looking great
Jesus
either
Christ.
here. Changing top lane.
No, this is a shotgun
was
wedding.
looking at,
not the Syndra W on the crab.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, Fnatic fans, but like, I don't know what to look at here.
And you would think Fnatic fans would be used to this, but I think right now we're almost seeing
They're reaching new lows.
a new low of Fnatic. Right now they're kind of giving rogue vibes. When I look at Fnatic,
oh wow,
it's a team that, sure, they have good players, but their instincts in-game are just constantly wrong. They have the wrong read on where to be, and they're desynced. They go for individual plays where some other players are definitely not willing to go for that play.
This is such an excellent clip, and we watch it again, and I swear it's not to just, you know, continue the punishment simulator that is being a Fnatic fan. It's just a testament to how broken this team really feels, how lost they really feel, and how reliant they are on just vibing it out. Upset had a great quote about it earlier, but this team feels lost. It feels like they don't know how to win the game. And again, it's hard to imagine that bounce back because we just really haven't seen the tape recently of a consistent kind of clean performance. It's everywhere. Could they win a game? Yeah. Could you predict it? As well as you could predict flipping a coin, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, they're 3 series in right now, so they could still flip things around. We'll see about that next week. One team that managed actually to find themselves again is GX. That gamble is paying off.
I mean,
beating MKOI 2-0, the way they did it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But for me, what matters is the fact that they were betting on new vibes, and you see that boy here, Flackhead, in the bot lane. He's the CEO of vibes. With this
I mean, he's bringing out the Talia, he's bringing out the quirky mages, full Viper style, and I really love that. This is what Gilotto was talking about in all those interviews. This is a clear gamble, and I think this gamble, what it has accomplished, it's raised Giant X's ceiling, maybe lowered the floor, but they're at least a lot more exciting to look at right now.
Okay.
Oscarinian bringing out stuff like the Warwick, bringing out a lot of these quirky counterpicks, showing that he is still able to carry if he gets the good matchup, is a good sign for Giant X believers.
And jungle mid, Jackie's especially in that last series, had a really good series. I'm feeling really optimistic about this team. Now, the bar wasn't as high for them as it was for MKOI, so it's not like they're flawless, but compared to what we expected when they changed kind of 2 players out of nowhere, it is an easy team to get rallied behind, to have a little bit of hype for. Will they make it into the top 3? I think that is the ultimate goal. That is the big goal they're chasing. There's still progress that needs to be made, but right now they're one of the few teams where you're like, yeah, I can actually see it. I believe it could happen.
And Isma said it, they had reached their ceiling, they needed new vibes, fresh starts, and they're actually enjoying playing together, so excited for GX so far. Last team I want to talk about, KC. Oh boy, the boys in blue are good right now. Undefeated, first team to make playoffs here in summer. What are we excited about when it comes to
It's
KC,
just,
actually?
oh my god, it's so nice to not have to put an asterisk next to the success of a team domestically.
Yeah.
Like, they're good, but there's no but. They're good. They're really, really good. It does not matter if they fall behind early game. They always seem to find a way back in. They're so incredibly consistent. They're so incredibly reliable. Is it perfect performance from all 5 members every game? No, but when one player is struggling a little bit or is in a bad matchup, someone else on the team steps up, and the team play is just so fantastic and so consistent. It's nice. I don't have to walk into a game and be like, well, I think they're going to win, but maybe they'll just ooga booga into Baron Pit and die for no reason. KC are the one team, and probably G2, where we can actually reliably say they're favorites in a matchup, here's why, and those things remain true on the Rift.
And you know, I think what's really exciting about KC is the fact they're all at the same page all the time. Every single play, they seem to share the same idea. And especially, I think, around the Barons. And you know, Dracos, I want to ask you, do you know what the #1 rule of the Baron Pit Fight Club is?
Don't talk about Baron Pit Fight Club?
Exactly, you pick blue side. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about KC and the top of our league, because a lot of our teams, if you want to come out on top in the Baron Pit Fight Club, it starts in the right of first selection with picking the blue side. You get a direct entrance into the river and you have a clear path into the beautiful Baron Pit. As you can see here, the LCK has already been a big fan of going blue side already. They know the rules, they know the first rule of the Baron Pit Fight Club. But during our trip overseas for MSI, our teams also picked up on this secret rule. And KC doesn't just choose blue side because it's their favorite color. They also want to win in the Baron Pit Fight Club. That's right, he said it again, baby. Now, the second rule of the Baron Pit Fight Club is to know your Baron. Now, it's alright, chat. You can admit it. You haven't been paying attention in the past 2 years. You didn't know that there are different Barons, but it's time that you learned, and I'm gonna explain it to you straight as it comes. If your Baron is vanilla and just has a standard appendages with a rock in front of it, you've got the Territorial Baron. Now, it's one of the least challenging to kill because you can easily dodge the cone-shaped ability he throws in front of it and keep up max DPS on that big purple worm. Now, not to be disrespected, it's still a scary purple worm, but it's one of the easier ones to take down. But if you take a closer look at your Baron and you see it's got a big, beautiful eyeball up there, it's all the better to see you with, my dear. You're dealing with an all-seeing Baron. He throws down 2 Void Rifts to the 2 furthest champs in the pit. And while they're easy to tank, carries are in danger when you're dealing with an all-seeing Baron. Keep an eye out on your opponent's carries. They may be an easy pick if they've already taken a few of its hits here and there. So once again, all-seeing Baron, big damage onto the carries. But for the last Baron, you see that unicorn horn right there? That's the scary one. That's the one all the Twitter posts are about, all the Reddit posts, all the complaints. It's the hunting Baron. It's by far the most dangerous ones due to the electric field he throws down. It's an unavoidable attack and it does 20% of everyone's HP who gets hit by it. If you can't kill him quickly, you will lose easily a third of your health over the course of the Baron attack, leaving you vulnerable to the opposing team, leaving you vulnerable to a team fight. Either way, it's the scary one. That big horn in the middle, the unicorn horn, that's the scary Baron. You pick blue side. You know your Baron. Now I'm gonna bring you to the third rule of the Baron Pit Fight Club. You need to know your plan. Are you turning and fighting, or are you committing to the bits? Now, I'm gonna show you what happens if you don't have a plan. I'm sadly gonna bring up the boys in GX, because they had a pretty horrendous Baron setup over here. You see, they're starting the Baron, and while Jun gets knocked into the pit here, Isma is the one going in into the backline and just completely sense it. But look at the other players of GX. They were not ready for this fight. They did not have a plan. They weren't sure if they were fighting, if they were turning, or if they were committing to the bit. So it's really important, I think, to make it easy, just look at where the support is. Look at where the enemy support is. If he's standing in the pits, they want to fight, they want to get out of there ASAP. And if he's standing ready to flank, that's when you know the enemy team is looking to use the Baron as a bait to find a fight. But finally, above all else, all the other rules are inconsequential if you cannot land your smite. We've seen it many, many times. We've gotten our dreams broken internationally because we missed a few smites here and there. It is what it is. But you need to make sure you can land your smite. Here in this clip, G2 starts up the Baron and completely neglects the fact that Elyoya can just easily sneak in there, pick up the Baron smite, and get the fight. So keep your eyes out for those junglers. Get those junglers out of the pit and make sure that they don't have access. So, to summarize, that's all you have to do to come out on top of the Baron Pit Fight Club. You gotta pick blue side, you know, for that easy access. You gotta know your Baron, know what you're going up against, and know your plan. And Dracus, here, I have a gift for you. Land your smite, buddy. Take care of it.
Lucky you.
Dang.
Now, I don't know if our teams are gonna put like as much attention to their Baron setups, but I know they're gonna be here to fight.
Me to smite? Or are you smiting me? Is this a...
That's smite is bin places, Dracos. You keep on to it, okay?
Bin places? What?
Our teams...
Finn, where did you find that... Never mind, I don't want to know. That's not a family-friendly topic, I'm getting a feeling.
Baron Pit Fight Club, baby!
The Fight Club, I know we're gonna have on the Rift today, maybe not in clean setups, but with SK facing off against Vitality. I'm excited for this matchup. What are we looking at here?
So, these are super cool teams to going up against each other because SK are low-key the new Vitality. They look really cool, and what I love about SK is that they do a lot of things in the downtime of the game. They have a really firm grasp on the map, and I think it's due to his things Mickey said in the interviews. He said that now, with Slowq coming in, they all kind of share the same idea of how to play a mid-game, and they're constantly looking to attack people in the setup, setting up picks on side, and progressing the game forward, even though there's no objectives.
Who wins?
I got SK.
You got SK?
I'll go Vitality to keep it interesting.
We'll keep it interesting. And we've talked about the Fight Club in Summoner's Rift. I want to take you guys outside of Summoner's Rift with some trash talk. We have Yopa and Naknako ready for that.
Nak, remember the time in Vitality? I made you. You were a rookie. I carried you every game. I got you here.
Yopa, I missed it. Where were you when I got MVP in spring? It's hard to hear from you when you didn't make playoffs.
Maybe you were the MVP of the regular season, but if you choke playoffs, it doesn't matter.
Yopa, that's a pretty crazy statement when your team can't even make playoffs.
Nak, I hear you're a dictator of Vitality. Kicking every player you don't like. Who's gonna be next?
At least my team made quick changes. Did you keep the next caps for an extra split just so the fans wouldn't notice you feeding?
Nak, since I made you, I know everything you're gonna do, so playing against you will be easy. We're gonna smash you.
Yopa, since you are so delusional, it's hard to know what you'll do. But since you play for SK Gaming, I know it won't be winning.
Nak, your support is flashy. I got that boy there as well. I know everything he's gonna do. He's gonna win shit for me.
I've seen Mickey Nautilus. I don't think you should accusing anyone of win trading.
Nak, even if Skins doesn't listen, we are still beating you. It's too easy.
Skins can play whatever he wants as long as I don't have to watch you run it down on Corki again.
Nak, if you keep playing like this, I don't think you guys are making playoffs.
Yopa, if you keep playing like this, I know you won't make playoffs as per usual.
What in the South Park did we just get there as we open you up for day number 4, the halfway point of the split, and I have returned from a gracious land to a less forgiving one. Dagda.
Yeah, I didn't know that Yopa and Naknaka were Canadian. Who would have seen it coming?
Neither did I. But that is what I'm talking about as we get into SK versus Vitality. Another best of 3 to rock your world, and especially when Vitality, I'm a bit sus on Dagda. I was watching from Bali, I was sitting there in my villa in the pool, but I felt so dirty watching the first 2 weeks of this B team.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a back and forth. I will say they have had some moments to shine though. Like,
been better.
You look at like Naknako's Akali game. insane. Man, absolutely popped off.
Games have been
and
insane, yeah.
the last couple of times we've seen Naknako versus Wunder, it has been pretty Naknako heavy favor. So I think this is where my eyes are drawn to the top lane to see how a lot of this draft is going to sort itself out, how Wunder can try and bounce back against this, because as you heard from the desk, I think SK have started to figure out how they want to approach the game, how they want to try and play them out in their mid game, how they can enable Yop in so many different situations. So if we don't get cleanliness from Vitality, there is a chance here that SK could end up sneaking some games away.
And maybe that cleanliness isn't a required thing, especially when going up against SK, and your point being that SK as well can fight fire with fire. Their matchup versus G2, especially that game 1, was very impressive when you consider that SK as a team really struggled through their laning phases when Leader was back in the roster. Now with slow queue, there's a lot more caliber of play, and that's what's got me excited about this team as we're about to run into pick and ban for you as well. I can tell you Akali, Poppy already taken off the board here as we're still on 26-15.
Yeah, I also think slow queue definitely brings an identity to the mid lane, right?
Yep.
Like we see a lot of the Silas, the Gallios, the Annie, like kind of those facilitator champions. Like he has brought out other stuff, like there's the Cassiopeia, the Lock, but definitely kind of more of a I'm going to set up for the team and then try and enable them in that way, and kind of enabling Yoppa in a lot of situations, who has definitely been the core carry for the team.
Oh yeah.
It's like 34.2% of the team's damage on average. Like this guy is definitely a heavy hitter for the squad.
And was as well. I think just finally getting his room to shine. Again, less liability in the mid lane from my perspective, and SK have been using that to its fruition. Victor's going to be the first lock in here. Remember that Varus is open, I was surprised. And there are things like the Shen that is still so huge. The Shen pairings as well are endless right now. You might not have the Cassiopeia, but like Olaf has been one of my favorite picks of the meta as well right now.
Yeah, I mean, you've even got kind of like a dive composition you can set up, right? Vi left up and available as well when we traditionally don't see it. We actually see that band away oftentimes alongside that Poppy. So the Vi option is there. The Varus is already taken. And I think you do have the chance here as Vitality, if you want to try and go for something like a Vi and a Rumble if you want to.
Yep.
But that would basically lock that Victor into the mid lane. But at least you know you're not against one of these mages in the bottom lane with that Varus on the opposite side.
See now for those, you're talking a little bit more about that jungle. Jarvan's also up and available. If we're talking more the hot pot traditional combo with Victor, looks nice here for Vitality. If they want to give Naknako a Rumble, he's played a game of it already, but Pantheon, fresh lock in here that we don't normally see in the LEC. That's going to go straight to Linsus.
Yeah, this says to me they really want to all in on early skirmishing, especially if you're going to take the Bard here alongside it. We still kind of expect that Victor is going to the bottom lane. Obviously, the flexibility is there.
Yep.
But certainly, Pantheon, exceptionally strong, level 3 onwards. And you've got that Bard to try and support him. So I think Vitality kind of looking at what SK have been going for in the early game and saying, right, we want the tools to fight back against SK in that 5 to 6 minute range.
And I guess as well, they're also saying that we don't want to give away our cards just yet. With that Victor you talked about, it's probably going to be bottom lane, but again, we could always see it on Fiesta through. For now, Jarvan gets locked in. SK have themselves a good bit of dive. And when that Shen gets involved as well, they are all in. As for now, let's see. 80 carry bans are going to be the next expectation, or towards the mid, whichever one that SK are thinking about. Right now, they're saying that maybe that Victor is towards mid lane, as Caitlyn's first to go.
Yeah, that's kind of what we traditionally see, is that you don't actually know where this Victor's going to end up. So get rid of the Caitlyn, get rid of some of these pains in the bottom side. Ezreal may be the next to go as well. But we have seen that Yoppa is willing to go for that kind of mixed build with the static Shiv, and you get the tier build, and you kind of end up with this little bit of poke, little bit of clear, little bit of AP. It's kind of nice. So I think you still have flexibility with this Varus pick. It is exactly how you want to try and play it out. But it does get way more interesting when you do look towards that top side matchup, because I do think stuff like the Olaf can play very heavily in that top end. And we're kind of saying, look, Naknako likes to go towards things like the Gnar, these kind of picks. So if you're able to get the early pick of the Olaf, there's very little that can kind of answer for him in that top lane.
Oh, that's right. I'm glad you brought it up, because again, in the top lane, it just kind of wreaks havoc. That's why, again, I brought it up, because I think in other regions, it has been the first to go to. In Europe, we've been tiptoeing towards the Norwegian Viking, but let's just see. Is this going to be the game where it comes out in the first rotation of Fearless as Anivia goes? Which, again, might implicate that they're just covering their bases on the side of SK, as Ori is final here.
I think it says a Rise pick is going to be it. Yeah. Anivia gone, Rise, yeah. And there you go. And I think this is where, now, you still get the counter pick for Wunder, but certainly I think you're going to want to try and play into some sort of 1-3-1 composition with having both the Jarvan mobility and that Shen ultimate to support your endeavors there. And I think that's where SK have looked strongest, is having a mid game where they can try and use realm warps and multiple TPs to move around the map and catch people out.
The pace is what I'd put SK as right now, especially against Giant X. We saw that series, they needed it. Rumble's going to get locked in.
Okay.
Also a potential takeaway into the Rumble. Remember, Varus has been an option in the past. That could still technically be a flex. Dagda's shaking his head a bit because I think you're probably, what my internal monologue's telling me, that most likely not.
Yeah, I think at this stage you just try and go for an answer to the top lane. You could end up going... Yeah, you've got a lot of options here for Wunder. It's just kind of what do you think is your most comfortable. But something that does have threat in the side lane, I think, is your best bet. And even if they really want to, the Vayne is up and available, which we traditionally see banned away. But it's just going to be the Nara. Still that range top laner, but I think having options here as SK for that side lane pressure, big team fighting as well, still works for SK.
Get hit by a harpoon, though. It can be quite dangerous. We'll see how top lane plays out for Wunder as he locks that in. Has had some exceptional performances on so far, as his 4th game of it is now locked in, and it has been his most successful as well. So, Dagda, I am seeing a lot of setup for fighting here from SK. Simple enough. That's not a Nah 80 carry, guys. Just chill out for a second. Chill out.
Yeah, I do think for SK, it is clear, hey, we have solid team fighting, good early skirmishing, and basically trying to have the roam to come through as well. On the Vitality side, they'll swap.
Okay, sorry, Dagda,
on the Vitality side, I think you still have like the ability to try and play for these like early game skirmishes as well, with the Pantheon and the Bard starting to roam around, especially if Rumble can start to shift down. But I think that's kind of what SK are banking on with this Nara now, is trying to get control over top side, enabling a lot more control over the mid lane as well with the Rise, and hope that this Shen can then have an impact. But I do think that a large portion of this game will come down towards kind of the early control either side can get, because strong mid games on both sides, good team fighting on both sides as well.
An ability again to pull those skirmishes out. Let's see. SK and Vitality, 2 teams that right now are trying to get into that upper echelon. And you could say that about any team in the LEC, like especially since G2 and KC broke away from the large, meaty bulk that is the summer standings. But Vitality on 2 and 2, SK on 1 and 2. A win here means the most as we crest upon the halfway point of the LEC regular season. Feels like yesterday we just came back, and already we're talking about getting halfway through.
It's mad. Very quickly coming up onto it. And with playoffs only just around the corner, the talking point is whether SK can get themselves there, right? Like, I think a lot of people were doubting them coming into the regular season. But at this stage, they are starting to put themselves forward as a contender, but would like the wins in that column to back up that statement. And it could start here. But already we're seeing Shen very active in the LEC at level 1. And Mickey, I thought might have been trying to make some action happen, but may just be answering into this bottom lane.
He'll be mid lane in a couple of minutes, Dagda, don't worry. They will be mid. I can tell you that for certain, as Yoppa's taking the TP here. So is Kazi. Notice triple TP on the side of Vitality here in this game, while only 2 are going to be there for SK. And D-Shield taken up in the top lane for those that matter. Little Shadow Dash onto Fleshy. Cosmic Binding not going to connect in return. The damage buff is amplified here for SK's bottom lane first.
Yeah, the Shadow Dash range of being at 600 is kind of insane. It means there's only 3 champions in the game that have a longer attack range than them, so it means you can try and manage, especially against a Bard who has such a long wind-up timer.
Yeah.
You can try and catch him out as he starts that auto attack to go for the Shadow Dash, and oftentimes lock him up. But we'll have to see if Mickey's going to be able to find that as we coming through. But there you go. See, right? You just get that quick taunt as Fleshy goes for the auto attack, and it means that you can try and trade effectively against the Bard.
Okay, pathing for jungle, quick mention, is going to be towards that bottom lane. Wonder doing okay here, going to go into Mega Gnar. We focus on top lane a little bit because it feels like early levels before Nuko. Play around with Scrap Shield and Harpoon in and out of the fight, or rather the trading. Is going to be an advantage for Wunder for now. Launches in, cues the wave, pushes it out. Wants to get a little cheater recall here. He's going to go into the bush, get himself a long sword and boots. Just about.
Yeah, Fiesta, I was going to say, he's kind of going to freeze the wave though, so slow Q has to cancel his reset to make sure that you can actually try and crash this wave. So at least at the moment, Fiesta been a little annoying in the mid lane, but not too much, as both junglers going to finish their clear on this bottom side. So you start to see Mickey roaming up towards this mid lane as well, but will be spotted on the ward.
It's a bit ambitious, by the way, on top. It's only a coal. I don't know why I thought 18 CS was 650 gold, but you know, when in Rome is Mickey. Yeah, get it pushed in. Shadow Dash, nice. By the way, Shen base damage, enough to threaten Fiesta off, so he'll get 3 tap there with the Twilight Assault and get walked back in as the wave is Actually slowly going to start pushing out towards SK.
Yeah, it's not as threatening without the Aftershock, because obviously the Aftershock damage is nice, and we've even seen some Shens going for the Hail of Blades. Going for the Guardian, much more protective, less of a threat when you go for some of these plays. So I think it will be just a case of taking a bit easy, and at least getting that push in. Means that Fiesta only coming back to lane now with the TP, and Slow Q actually gets a chance to reset.
There's a small CS lead in mid as well, by the way. And there's a decent wave for Slow Q here, as Gravity Field's going to be put down. Slow Q walks it out. Mickey now threatening. Cosmic Biting from Fleshy as the movement here from Lince is hovering in Fog of War, but pings are going down. I think Skeens is using this time to see what he can find in enemy topside jungle or get an angle. Oh, Nucko deep in the wave. Look at this, the bounce back. Wonder's waiting to lure the prey in.
He's only got a certain amount of time, though, because you've got Lince who's back out of the map soon.
The stun comes through at the tip as well. The range, Nucko caught out. He's already burned his flash. The scrap shield won't get him out. The flag and drag dodge away, but the damage is going to be way too much. He unleashes the flame spitter, but he dies, and first blood is granted to SK.
Great job by Skeens there. So doesn't actually go for the reset, manages to get the play in topside, and Wonder clipping Nucko with that slam means that he's able to set up, but it's actually going to be the turnaround play in top. 1 for 1.
TP, Hop though, gets a minion wave. The stun out from Linces, gets the flash out immediately. Wonder will survive, and the wave pushing in. If Nucko can neutralize this a little bit as well, it'll be in a very nice spot.
Yeah, Wonder going to be kicking himself a little bit there that he had to burn the flash to get away, but really wanted to get that wave crash so Nucko couldn't freeze it in this position. But now he's flashless, knows that Linces is on this top side, so he has to be extra careful about these trades that he takes, because this wave is in a terrible spot for him.
Oh yeah, so Wonder's going to walk on up. Dag just pointing out to me that Fleshy and Linces are still hovering in this area. The support movement is going to be crazy. Nucko going to thin out this wave a little bit so it doesn't overpush and bounce onto the turret, but for now, right where he wants him, no flash, remember, as well, might have to hop away, but he's burnt down to a crisp, and Nucko half the way to level 6, so if Wonder still has to deal with this annoying wave, there might be kill threat there with a summonerless Snar.
This feels so bad for Wonder. He can't step up. Like, he doesn't know where Bard is at the moment. Fleshy's still sticking around to that top side. And if you ever go up like this, well, you can even get the Magical Journey in behind you. I think Wonder might die here.
He might indeed. Fleshy, Magical Journey, you called it. Now against the wall, no, but slowed down all the same. Look at the wave. It's still only pushing one melee minion. The next into the cannon. I think things are going to be okay for now. As the next wave is pushing in, Cannon going to be denied, and Wonder going to try and get it with a Boomerang Blade, but yeah, things still going pear-shaped here for Wonder in top.
Yeah, you can see Slow Q started to roam up, maybe thinking that he had to help out his top laner, but now Wonder has to go for the reset. It's not looking pretty after what was a good gank to get them started, but couldn't get the wave crashed, and now it comes back to bite them.
Arcane Storm came out, Slow Q going to walk back in, look for the push. All things considered, again, the only reason that Wonder has a gold lead in top is because of that earlier kill, but we've been talking a lot about it. If you didn't see the freeze at home, it was bounce back, so Nucko gets a crash in, gets a reset, gets Faded Ashes, has boots and refillable mount, so a very good position here for the Rumble that's also crested 6.
Linces is still threatening on mid-wave, though. Was wondering if maybe Mickey might take a dangerous path out. Fleshing the area as well.
I can drag on the slow Magical Journey. Oh, there it is from Mickey into the Thunderdome as well. He pulls the trigger and he lands exceptionally well.
Just one last swipe as Fleshy tried to escape away from that, and Skeens able to pick up the kill. Nicely done. Didn't think they'd have enough in the tank, but just barely getting that Cataclysm damage was enough.
Clean at the extended range of the Shadow Dash. And it's Mickey who makes it happen. Skeens now on the board, 600 gold for Jarvan that seemed like he was already a camp ahead. And yeah, for SK, now 1,000 gold. The 7-minute mark here in this first game of the night. Mickey now comes back towards bot. I mean, speaking of waves, right now, Yelpa having a bit of a field day as a Varus. Cannon is secured by Mickey. And Kazi looking to push his wave in real quick. What's the top wave again? Wonder's going to ulti. Nicely done. He says crash, please crash. But you know what the problem is? Wonder's going to go out of Mega. Nucko's overheating. He's got a Flame Spitter out. And Wonder's just going to die here. Electro Harpoon when? The next one, the Hop. But
yeah,
there's the Pantheon ult. Flies through for the execution. Linces on the board.
Yeah, Wonder knew he was playing with fire there. That's why he was ulting the wave. Knew he had to get that wave crashed again. Linces was going to be on top side and hitting level 6. But if he didn't, he was only going to fall further behind. Like, he'd already lost so much experience to those last couple of waves going down. But again, kind of costs him. As you can see now, he's still a level behind.
Yep.
The gold lead is completely diminished. and Nako starting to bring it back in this lane.
I mean, this is again why I can't remember what the recent interview was, Dagda, but there was talk about top laners, and like in terms of laning phase, it was Nako that was constantly being talked about. As I think we have in the past, Gravity Field going to be walked away from here in the mid lane as we move a side eye here. But I mean, this guy, we've glazed him many times before, and we will continue doing so. 8 solo kills, no big surprise here, as his top lane manipulation has caused SK to make a lane swap, while Nako is now going to match bot.
Yeah, it's going to be for Void Grubs. Nako opening mid, trying to see how much SK really wanted to threaten on towards the objective. But knowing SK, they tend to like an L fight, so I might just try and all in towards this. Still need slow Q to push out mid lane though. And with the push from Wunder in bot lane, he's actually rotating up here, so maybe a numbers advantage for SK.
Mega Knight's going to be up in 5 seconds too. Grub's already started. There's a stun up. Magical Journey going to be taken by Fleshy. He's going to be okay. The poke from Yoppa, I think, a little bit too far away. As Skeens picks up all... Sorry, 2. It was Vitality started off, it looks like, with Linces.
Yeah, Linces managed to get 1 just at the start of it. So Vitality going to be relatively happy. Still need to cover for some plays, especially a slow Q coming up towards this top side. Might be around bot.
How fast can he get to the play? Dagda.
He's not.
He's not. He's going back. He's in fact, that is
what,
slow
-5 to speed to the play? I don't know.
Not quite. Out of the gravity field will be slowed down yet again. Fiesta used the last of his mana to get the push in mid. So mid is kind of, you know, it's just chilling. It's whatever. Again, top, the best lane in League of Legends, by the way. Is continuing paying dividends here for Vitality. As Fiesta's back is stopped for the timing. He has teleport, so how much tempo going to be lost here is... again, I'm just going to bring it back to top. 20 CS lead now for Nako as he gets crashed.
Yeah, Nako's in a very good spot, which is, when he died first, you think wouldn't be the case. But the way that Vitality were able to get that gank, enable the freeze, and then follow up with Fleshy as well, has really set him up for success. And now they're also in a position where they got the quicker crash on top. Despite the TP from Yoppa to the bottom side, you're actually going to have the Corki get on the way first. So maybe an angle here to try and look for the Dragon off the back of this as well.
Yep.
But the lack of control over mid may be their only issue here.
Maybe. It's a push from Slow Q that's now pushing Fiesta into turret. Skeens is moving across through the lane as well. I believe he was spotted with those 2 deep red wards on blue side jungle. So I think full information going over to Vitality that a Jarvan is moving into area, while Linces is going to use this time to back away. Sundered Sky just picked up as well. Skeens already matched that, or rather picked it up first. So both junglers are now equipped to come into this potential dragon fight.
But it actually looks like they're forgoing it. Lince's reset didn't do his wolf camp and is just moving towards topside. I think looking for an ult onto Wunder again, who is just about to go mini Gnar. And once again, look at where the wave is in top lane. It is not in a good spot for this Gnar.
I mean, again, and this is the problem. This is why, again, I was questioning a little bit about the Gnar. Is let's see what happens toward the mid lane first. Slow Q looking for the Rune Prison. Not going to turn it around. Clears the wave instead. Gets a trade. Runs a little bit fast with new phase rush, and trade is actually better for Fiesta. But Dagger, you pointed out, man, top sucks. Almost like Electro Harpoon in danger zone. Does really good damage.
Yeah, it's all right, you know. Like, percentage max HP in your Flame Spitter is pretty
danger
decent.
zone.
They even have slow Q up here for the moment, which is why Nako hovering back a little bit. Mickey in the alcove, Skeens on the wings.
He's spotted out now, but Chains of Corruption flashes before the cooperation from anyone else. Oh my god, Yoppa pulls the trigger, then Mickey, then Skeens.
Really nice job by Yoppa. The Chains of Corruption setting up perfectly for the follow-up, and every time Mickey's burnt this flash, it's actually been a kill in the way, but here we go.
Catches him, but not against the wall. Nako puts down the equalizer. At the tip, Wonder's found out as Slow Q comes on in, but at the max, in a 1v2, the Shen ulti now used. Nako, he will not be surviving this. Slow Q looks for the damage. With one more auto, he'll get the kill. A lot committed for SK as Nako's taken down.
Yeah, SK had to commit members to the top side to try and make that play work, so Lince is reading that, goes, right, I'll take the Dragon. But still, SK going to be happy at least that Wonder's getting some help in that top side.
Wave pushed in. Wonder will be able to deny some CS. As you said, Dragon is the cost of it. There's plating for Kazi as well. Extended cost. Maybe the dive onto Yoppa, who has no ult. He burned before Valkyrie over his head. Burn, baby, burn. Kazi flashes away from the turret shot as Wonder comes in. Only a mini Gnar, but he got a boomerang. And that's all he needs. Mickey, will he find the kill and steal it? No, of course not. Wonder needs the sweet, sweet money.
So it ends up a little bit back and forth at the end of it. So you do end up with the Dragon for Vitality, which is going to be great later on if they can actually try and use the stacks. But nearly Nako turning around that topside play just shows how far behind Wunder is, which is a little bit daunting for SK Gaming. And at least they had Wunder pick up that kill in the back end of that, which should help out a smidge. As you can see, he's now got the gold lead again. But this is turning into a little bit of fisticuffs.
Oh, that's good. What are you saying? The LEC's been clean up to this point, Dagda, while I've been away? Are you telling me while I've been on holiday, it's been like peak League of Legends of Europe?
Yeah, we've been sipping pina coladas like you have.
I know.
Yeah.
Hey, mojito, excuse me.
Oh,
Slow
my
Q.
bad.
Yeah, you know what? He's going to need one after this. He's been electrocuted. He's been harpooned. Nuck is getting revenge. Tempered Fate flashed away from. Out goes the Rise. Meanwhile, Kazi on the defensive play through the mid lane as Mickey looks like he was doing some diving habilitation there for the enemy Corki. As for now, things slow down a little bit. But again, play is constant. We talked about the semi-global pressure coming from both these comps. At least they're using it. I mean, that's what I'd say. This is a great game because it's just no one's kind of sitting on their thumbs, hands, feet, whatever you sit on these days. And they're actually making magic happen, you know?
Yeah, a huge amount of the way SK are moving on the map, though, is to try and make sure that Wunder can get resources. So even there, it's like, okay, well, Slow Q gets attacked on the top side, but they're willing to drop a wave on the bottom side for Slow Q, so Wunder can actually move top to get into position to catch the wave. So obviously they are very nervous about Nako getting a big lead here. I want to see, though, what SK are going to do, because in a minute 15, you're going to have... Sorry, what Vitality are going to do, because in a minute 15, you have this... Rift Herald that's about to spawn, and I think you are in a decent spot, like first item stacks across the board for Vitality, but they are threatening this bot side play.
Yeah, bot side, but look at top. Mickey's going top. There's also a dive there. Ultimate sides of the map as Fletch is going to be found on out. Lock up goes in Linces. There's a return stun. Cosmic Binding's nice, but do they have the damage? On the Slow Q, the Chaos Storm is unleashing. It looks quite arcanist right now as Vitality aren't going to find too much else following Slow Q off the map. Mickey's ulti coming up at 3 seconds. Dive in top didn't actually go through from what I can see. Remember, Nako has no flash. Wonder's getting a little bit low, but Kazi's here to defend.
Yeah, Kazi's going to try and chase them down here. Wunder kind of low as well.
Slow Q. Base checking. Yep, he's dead. He thought, oh, maybe I can stop the backs, but he just decided to die. You got to think faster than that.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out for him in that one. Thought he'd have Skeens in the back pocket that could help him out, but early damage from the Pantheon working out well. Now, as Vitality, you get to reset and start to move into position for this Rift Herald as well. Nako already opening on mid to make sure he can control the wave. He's going to start to move back up towards his top side. And I think this is where SK starting, they still have a gold lead, but starting to lose out on a little bit of these tempo plays. Not getting the top side dive that they wanted to, but actually getting the reverse from Vitality the opposite end.
Wallop into the wall. Meganar waiting for it. At the moment, not up and available. He gets taunted. Nuck still alive, though. He's getting hit by everyone, and Mickey's going to take the kill. Once again, getting bullied here for his success. As SK use that window to open top into Herald.
Really nice job by SK to find that pick. Wunder and Mickey working so well together, because I think Vitality, if they'd managed to get these waves in order, would have been in such a good spot to try and fight for this Rift Herald. But with that pick, now they get the plates on top. They will lose the same amount of plates on the bottom side, I believe, because Fiesta already pushing in that wave. But at least with this Rift Herald, might be able to look towards taking down that mid lane turret.
Bully Nako, what a plan. I have a feeling that it's been used before, and I have a feeling when Nako's not ahead, Vitality don't have as much strength. Call me crazy. Bit of a no-way comment right now. As Fiesta looking to push his wave in. This turret will fall down. It's got a little bit of Genomite on it, with grubs as well, and minions. Fiesta just wants to get localized gold. He will indeed get it, and Mickey can't stop that. Hit the turret. Go on. Yeah, you've earned it. 430 gold, first turret of the game.
Yeah, he had Linces hovering in behind him with that man drop, so it wasn't entirely alone on that bottom side. So we'll end up taking the turret and backing away. But that's a really nice influx of gold to Fiesta. You can see he's the one member of Vitality that actually has a sizable gold lead. So maybe needing Fiesta to step up when we get towards these next couple of objectives. But we're going to see him, like Nako, no TP on this top side. Wunder does, and you've got the Rift Herald for this Dragon in just a couple of seconds. Vitality already setting up well in the river area. No real vision for SK in that river. It's quite defensive at the moment. So Vitality might just look to turn and burn on the Dragon.
Nako has no TP. Wunder has that advantage.
Yeah, they're all moving top. SK are going to trade Dragon for a dive on Nako.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Nako's going to equalizer, the cheat on the wave, but here comes a flag and drag. Cataclysm in, he flashes out. On repeat, Nako's been using that summoner spell, as this top turret will be the trade.
Yeah, this is where for SK you are playing a bit of a risky game. It's drop first 2 Drakes so we can try and get enough gold into our key members, but it's only 1.3k, 1.4k. It's not a huge amount to write home about. I think they will still have tools when they go towards mid, but we'll have to see.
But like at that cost, I'd still be sending a postcard, you know? Tempered Fate. Okay, Slow Q. Tell your parents what's happening with this one, because as he flashes away, Linces with a follow-up as well. Man drop Dagger calls are going to find his way in. He's going to get out. I think he is. Fleshy didn't really get a Cosmic Binding, nor would it be against the wall, but regardless, it doesn't matter. slowQ gets out in the face of adversity.
Had to burn the Realm Warp to get out, but does manage to, realizing that there was no more CC left, so immediately puts down the Realm Warp. And here's that play we were talking about. SK, seeing that Vitality sent so many members top, immediately bum rush this mid lane turret.
Bum rush it. Lovely wording, Dagda. Herald's going to get the charge in here as well. And as mid opens up, Wonder, I mean, this is just like a map masterclass right now. Call it what you want. Vitality commit hard with their semi-global from top to bot that have to swing. But right now, SK, they've taken mid, they've taken a plating in bot. Wonder's now up 1,500 gold. And things are looking really, really nice for SK outside of the Dragon stacking that we mentioned earlier.
And this is where we've been talking about SK doing nice map movements, right?
Yep.
Like they get the mid lane tower, they pretend to shift down towards that bottom side and threaten the tier 1 on the bottom side, but instead they actually reset with both the Jarvan and the Shen, essentially covering if Vitality ever tried to overload that top half of the map and dive onto slowQ. So SK kind of aware of what Vitality want to try and achieve, and Mickey
Michael
threatens
has flash. Not going to use it. Kazi going to Valkyrie away. Just remember, it's that button that Mickey has been pulling out time and time again. That 5 out of 6 kill participation he's picked up in this game so far has been because of the magnificent Shen Shadow Dashes. So Mickey leverages that again, going deep here. Nuko taking the safe path to his inner turret in top. He knows that they are very hungry for him. The Skeens is now showing, moving up to top as well. Yoppa quickly behind him. Wonder opening up on mid. And with top wave push as well and pressure, it's going to neutralize in mid lane. It's Vitality who are getting deep vision in their red side jungle.
Yeah, it's kind of a trade on the map state, right? Vitality have good wards on this bottom side for themselves, so trying to play off the fact they have that push in the bottom lane. Whereas for SK, they're now trying to respond cross map and get some vision for themselves. Vitality at least cleared out some of the deeper ones, but still you can see SK, this 3-man unit constantly moving and shifting. And right now, it's just to get that bottom tier 1 for themselves.
Bit of gold. Everyone at home, are you okay? You got popcorn, you got food, make sure you've all eaten. Dagda, I had, you know, a bit of meat for the catering here.
You did?
Yeah, not bad. But I would love a steak dinner right now, like a proper steak, you know. That's
I
what
don't think we can
Savant
organize it.
No, but you know what?
You know you're back off holidays. You actually have to lock
But that's what I missed about the LEC. Steak dinners like this. Savant plays. slowQ just ulted into 1v2, but he's got a Shen. He's got a magical journey. It's going to be numbers advantage. Linces comes in maybe a little bit too late. Chain's Corruption misses with a tempered fate. slowQ is going to die first of all. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It's Valkyrie over the wall as well. Cataclysm right in the middle as well. In the dome. Kazi will drop first. It's Wonder who's now taken on the boys. It's Linces with a rock in his fate. Not just quite. Fixed up by Schemes. Magical journey by Mickey. Fletcher gets a Cosmic Binding. Over the wall, Yoppa gets the range. It's Equalizer down as well. And Mickey thinks, how do I Shadow Dash over this as well? Wonder going to go into Mini Nut. Nuko, flag and drag. Not going to reach him just quite. He's overheating. Got the damage out with the Flame Spitter as well. Last cone taken. Baron, Finn, which one is that?
I think it's territorial.
Don't know.
I didn't get a full chance to watch
But no one's going to be taking it because the fight is over. And SK, I think they won it, Dagda.
Yeah, still though, like, this is where I like what SK were doing. Try and go for this quick pick play on the top side. I think a little surprised that Fleshy was in the area. But as slowQ sets up, it's a good ult from Fleshy. But I want to see what Karzi was doing, because I suppose he just TP'd a little bit too close, because he full sends it to try and kill Yoppa.
Oh,
but that was insane. Like, I don't think that was ever really going to work out. And especially with SK having so much heal and shields coming through from the Shen, it was very difficult to try and get through them. And now on the bottom end.
It's Flash Shadow Dash onto Fiesta, but there's no follow-up yet. Mickey probably didn't coerce or talk to his team about that one, so he's going to die. Shut down, magical journey. And you know what? This is what I've been watching from afar. It's still happening. It's lovely.
Yoppa.
Kazi can W this time because it's only Yoppa. Stun helps out. Kazi gets the kill. 1,000 gold has been gift wrapped and sent in a nice parcel.
And also that third dragon is coming along as a complimentary gift as well, right? Because 30 seconds now on Yoppa before he's up, and Dragon's going to be up significantly faster than that. So SK are kind of hoping Skeens take some miracle play, I imagine, to steal away the dragon, because there's so little they can actually achieve on the map right now.
There's a kill threat here. Equalizer is going to go down. Wonder already used Hop. There's no flash, or rather, sorry, there is for Wonder. I think Nuko was trying to get it out. It puts the team fighting potential with Mega Knight down. You know, Dagda, I know you're focusing on this dragon. I mean, third dragon.
Well, Skeens was moving top, so I wasn't sure if they were going to try and support the play there on top side for Wonder, but yeah, 3 dragons now over to Vitality off of a mistake on the bottom end where SK overextend. Vitality going to be very happy with that one.
Yes, indeed they are. So 4-minute counter top left until that is going to be a must for SK to stop that ball rolling. For now, I want you all to focus on the fact that Wonder has 2 items. Strongest member of SK in this game 1. Outside of that, Yoppa, yes, still strong. Last Whisper picked up outside of the Manamune that he already has. So there's going to be a lot of poke damage here.
Oh,
Mickey is deep. Not so fine. He's not blowing my mind. Hey, Mickey. Chaos Storm going to be on his head. The poke's there. Kazi gets another kill. And these past couple of deaths have been mysterious to me from SK.
Yeah, Mickey getting caught in River is becoming a little bit too common. And it is, at least, apart from Baron, which I don't think Vitality can really do right now.
Yeah.
Means that they probably won't lose too much. Although Vitality are congregating on this mid wave, hoping they can get the tower. But you can see, yeah, Yoppa, this build, very effective at clearing out waves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that Static Shiv second proc is so nice. Teemos in solo queue, you all know at home, like, the most frustrating thing right now is in solo queue, those little rats autoing the wave, because you poison the whole wave.
Yeah.
It's like built for little Teemo rat people. Most frustrating thing. I mean, range top
How did you
laners.
come back from holidays angrier than when you left?
Because I played 13 solo queue games yesterday. 10-3, by the way. Vi support.
Okay,
Who knew?
okay.
Who knew? I did. Tempered Fate. Yoppa going to run away. Goes in front of it. Good positioning from SK to start the fight. Lince's ulti's in, but he's in no man's land right now. The Storm is down. Yoppa sends the ulti out as well, but Lince is still getting chunked down. Skeen's getting poked as well. Fiesta doing good damage in the fight. Kazi hits from behind as well. SK somehow the first to lose a member. Meanwhile, Lince is still getting the sun out as Wonder shows his head. Only midi now for the time being as Vitality look for the chase out. He flashes over the wall into Raptors. Kazi, he's going to match it. He's a psychopath. He gets knocked up into Cataclysm. He's alive! Who knew? Yoppa finds a hail of arrows over the wall though. Kazi eventually going to die. Okay, Vitality, the flash roll from Nucknucko to get revenge. Wonder's going to die in Meganar, and we have a 2 for 3.
Karzi eventually went down to that hail of arrows coming through from Yoppa, but that fight kickoff, I'm shocked that Vitality were able to survive for so long, in particular Lince's, because when you look at the top side, Mickey actually puts pressure into Karzi and does a good job with the Spirit's Refuge of buying time, but Lince's, with his own Aegis Assault, just buys so much time, and that stun from Fleshy, crucial for keeping his jungler alive. And at this stage then, SK starting to fall back. Wonder tries to come in. Nako's arrived on the top side, and it's so separated thanks to that equalizer that Vitality do a decent job of trying to chase down members. But again, Karzi going that little bit too far forward, ends up dying there to the back end of Yoppa as Wonder gets chased down here despite the Mega Man.
Cheeky fighting as well. Flash from Nucknucko gets the final kill of the fight. It was a 3 for 2 in Vitality's favor. Gold slimmed down again. 1,000 is the difference between these two behemoths. 145 is what you're looking at for the Dragon. It gets ever so closer for Vitality to stamp their mark on this first game and move us to an Elder, which we know is probably going to be good for SK at this point.
Yeah, but Vitality have been doing a good job of catching SK in positions, right? Like, as SK are trying to get on towards their wave states, Vitality are making the play on mid, moving Nakonako into position to try and follow up, and it's SK who are getting caught out. In particular, we've seen Mickey now a couple of times getting caught, so Vitality in a significantly better spot. And with a minute 15 now, you've got third item until that Dragon Soul. Karzi, 3 items. You've got Fiesta, who's in a very comfortable position compared to slow queue. And Nakonako is going to have has just ticked over to the level 16, so he's in a great spot as well.
Fiesta just got it now, by the way. There it is. Third item, Shadow Flame. Okay. And Kazi, as you mentioned, Kazi's been sending it. And even in that last play, some people might be arguing worth. Some people might be saying that's too far, Kazi, but that's what Kazi is. You know, rough around the edges, but when the world needed him most, he still stepped up. He wasn't like the Avatar. He did, you know, stick around and put himself in a shield of ice. He's been around for a while. Yeah. I mean, we all need him for entertainment anyway.
I think the other side of it for SK is just that at least their carries have some key flashes, like Slow Q and Yoppa. With Lince's not having his flash available, it makes it much more difficult for him to actually get access to some of these key carries. And same with Fleshy in the Tempered Phase, when you have that ability to step away. But Vitality already set up on this mid wave, want to try and push SK back, but SK established themselves in the river.
Mickey not found out until now. Edge of vision here. No Meganar. Wonder's trying to get that out with the boomerang. Fiesta does get tagged a little bit. It's all about that Meganar timing. 5 seconds. Soul for Vitality. They're going to take the longest path through the blue side jungle. It will be spotted out, and so will SK in the interim. 3 members in river. Tri-brush secured, but really more so for SK as Mickey hovers the angle, and SK start the Drake.
They're just ticked up to Meganar, so Vitality, once they spot that, will probably try and play it slow, so SK immediately start the Drake.
And it's already gone, pretty much. Nucko's not here, but the engage starts off. Lince is going to put the shield up the wall as well. Tempered Fate gets on the 3 people, Flag and Drag. Cataclysm is a 2-man. Nucko finally going to join on in, but Lince is his first to die. Mickey the trade over the wall, ambitious. Was an AD carry there, by the way, as SK have been Chaos Storm. Ray down as well, it will expire, but Fiesta will help give a double over to their top lane carry. Nucko wasn't even there for the start of the fight, but Vitality still won it anyway.
It looked good for SK, but hang on, Realm Warp onto Fiesta.
Fiesta in trouble, puts a Ray down, Slowq. He's not going to get into position, and he can't anymore. They decided to engage, and Fiesta just paced his way out with a flash. Flashy looking for the stun. Slowq running away, but here comes Nucko again. And that Realm Warp was probably too far. It's like Harry Potter, except the opposite happens in the end. Harry dies. Slowq down in the death. And Fleshy picks up the kill. Dragon's still there. We're going to reset and maybe do it again.
Yeah, Linces is back out of the map. Skeens needs to reset and get back there. But you see as the fight kicks off, it looks decent for SK. Wunder jumping forward with Mickey on towards Linces. But the Aegis Assault again, keeping them safe. Tempered Fate to do it as well. And I thought with Slowq bursting out Carzzy, they'd be good. But Yoppa flashing directly into the hands of Fiesta, the most fed member on Vitality. And he immediately goes down. And with Slowq having position so far forward with Skeens, he just doesn't have the help bar to try and follow up.
Time I can give Soul, I can buy anti-shield.
Didn't quite understand that, but I think that was Na'Ud win. Ulti from Linces, Mountain Dragon, Yoppa's deep. He's hit directly with the spear, the stun up, and a spear from a Comet. Linces gets the kill. Sorry, actually, Nucko does with an equalizer, but Linces, again, great ulti. And now Baron's on the menu with the mid turret going with it.
Yeah, so just producers confirming that it was fine. We can give this the Mountain Soul, I can get through the shield, but I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Really?
Vitality may also get the Baron off the back of this. Wunder in the bottom end of the map does have the teleport to get here, but it's Skeens with a Hail Mary steal. Seems to be the call from SK.
All right, send it. He's got GA. He's found out, though, Carzzy's going to go over the wall with his Valkyrie Flag and Drag used aggressively into the Cataclysm. Skeens trying to buy his time. Baron still hit here by Linces. He's getting quite low. Finn would be calling this a demonic Baron play, but there's no jungler to capitalize on it. Back in, take it down. Mickey just has to Hex Flash away. He knows the play is done. And with it, this game is diminishing in Vitality's favor.
Linces was getting very low, but now it's just a lone support at the top end. Luckily, the Magical Journey was used to get into the jungle, so can't be used to get out of the jungle. But still, Vitality, full control now of this game. And a huge amount of it has come down to just catching SK in rotation, playing around these objectives well. And it's a cleaner game from Vitality than what we've seen in the past.
Oh, it definitely is. It's been getting better with age. They're like a fine wine.
That is true.
Except if you open the cork in week 1, it would smell like rotten egg. Dagda, while being away, you know, I don't think anyone's had the gumption to say, but as we look at this play, I'll explain it to you in a second. I feel like things are getting better with age in the LEC, like this, as Nucko solo queuing, killing Slowq.
Yeah, that wasn't better with age. I didn't need to see that one.
That one we can put the cork back in and just leave it, I think. Yeah, there's been some stinky games in the LEC this split so far, hasn't there? SK had a lead, Dagda, and they kind of threw it away.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of catches, overextending on that bottom side, and that was kind of all you needed. Now, at least they do have like some key items being hit, like the actualizer there for Ryze is very nice for Slowq, but against Mountain Soul and also with this Baron push, they're hoping that Serpent Fang from Yoppa is going to do some work on these shields.
Better start now. Nucko going to dodge away from the piercing arrow. Defense begins onto the base. Baron buff minions doing their job. 2 cannons lining up and shooting down the building. Vitality, got 4 members down here. You can see Linces holding onto his ult, ready to rotate, looking for the dive. Next wave's going to come in. Red Bull Baron power play has a minute 15, and with the poke that comes from Victor, the equalizer, the Corky, SK have to engage or they will die from afar. An Arcane Storm down, hedges the bet, so Vitality don't even have to sweat. They now walk into the base, and SK walk away.
Yeah, SK, oh, the Realm Warp though, they want to fight this.
They do indeed, but who are they going to find? A gravity field waits for them. Chains of Corruption down. Linces puts the shield up, and yes, he's finally taking damage, he flashes back in. He's on to Wunder. Linces will die. It's Yoppa laying out the damage to Slowq, trying to defend the base as well, but Vitality have their mark. Mountain Shield helped out a little bit as well for face taking the Ryze damage, but TP's going to be burned. Yeah, okay. Wunder's coming back in with the shield in tow, but Vitality still strong enough to look for the next wave. Double inhib at the very least. Baron has recall, TP from Nuko. They're going to end.
Yeah, SK thought with 2 ultimates down on Vitality side, they could run more in, but it's only to their
Flash
death.
from Slowq wanted to actualize this, but that's on cooldown. He'll flash away, or at least get on away. He walked it out. Fiesta with the range, burning him to death. Kazi Gatling guns him down. Mega Knives way too late for the game. And the storm erupts, envelops the fountain, and Vitality sting SK to death.
The Dragon stacking reigns supreme here as SK couldn't find a way to use their gold lead. And it's Vitality who happily pick up game number 1.
Well, SK got to be disappointed about how it happened, though. They had that game. They grasped it. Yeah, maybe you could argue that could have been their game, but a couple of loose invades. And away it got thrown. But Vitality, big dub. Finn, what Baron was that?
That was a territorial Baron, the easiest one to kill, because you can see by the appendages and the rock in the middle of the river.
Yeah.
We need you to work on your Australian accent so you can be like that guy's kid, the crocodile guy whose name I forgot. Sorry, Jake.
What?
What's the crocodile's guy name?
Crocodile Dundee.
That crocodile. Other.
Okay.
Steve Irwin?
Steve Irwin, thank you. You're terrible
yeah.
Australian, Jake.
Yeah, I should say
Thank you.
Stingray. Yeah.
Not Crocodile Dundee, not the knife guy, the crocodile guy. Anyway, sorry. We're getting off track. And we're getting off track,
How
I
do
think,
I come
because
back from this? Yeah.
This game is hard to talk about.
No, but it was good for SK, and then they made it weird.
So look,
I don't know.
I mean, everything
they had
was going good on the first day, and then they just got into politics, and suddenly they were saying some weird stuff.
Yeah,
Whoa, some of those takes were crazy.
Yeah, they kind of shot themselves in the foot on the first date. I totally agree. Because SK, sure, they had some really good early plays. They really... They have a textbook 1-3-1 comp. So when you have a 1-3-1 comp, you want to play side lane, you put your Gnar on your side, you want to put your Ryze on the side, and you want to push, and then either rotate or get some towers. And they accumulated quite a nice goal lead. They did some good jobs, but then when the fight started coming, especially that 4th dragon, but like when the fight started coming, they were just not ready for it.
See, but that's the thing. You say, especially that 4th dragon, they let 3 dragons go to Vitality before they tried doing something. And to me, it's kind of a mistake to let those go, because that's an easy activable win condition for every team. Stack dragons and win.
I think if you forget what league we're playing in, there's arguments to go against dragon stacking. I think there are. It's not the only viable strategy. I don't think it's the end of the world, right? I think you can trade gold for dragging. It's a simple one, it's a straightforward one. I think it's mandatory. I'm with you. In the LEC. But I understand why they would go away from it. The problem is the gold lead they built wasn't big enough. The side lane threats that we thought they'd have with the 1-3-1, even though they got some of those early leads, never really materialized. And Laura, you were the one who brought it up, right? The Pantheon looks so OP. And if you look at the gold difference between them, look, J4 was wildly far ahead, but the person who stopped all of these side lane plays from coming to fruition was Pantheon over and over and over again. And it just meant that SK never got that really big gold lead. And unfortunately, both compositionally and executionally, that meant when we got to team fights, as you already highlighted,
it was a bit sloppy.
It's kind of tough when you draft like an entire comp that wants to be 1-3-1, live your 80 carry mid, play on the side lanes, and it gets countered by one champion that was picked 1-2 really early as well. I will say SK kind of walked into this, but in the end, we did get a nice Baron. And I want to kind of break down that fight because it was a Baron fight. And we need to bring back the rules of the Baron Pit Fight Club. Now, what was the rule number 1, Drakers?
Be blue side.
Yes, pick blue side. They were not blue side, so screw that.
Okay.
Rule number 2.
0 points so far.
We don't care about the rules.
Baron. This is the territorial Baron. Territorial.
Did they know that?
Territorial. Probably not, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Territorial Baron is the easiest one to take. Doesn't have a lot of nasty abilities, and it has an open field there. Now, what's the rule number 3? Do you turn or do you commit to the bits? Yes. Okay. Thank you guys for listening. If you can roll out the clip right now.
When in doubt, yes.
Are they turning or are they committing?
They
rushing
are committing.
Or dragging?
Look at where Flesh is. Flesh is currently chasing Jarvan because the rule number 4 of Fight Club is land your smite. They don't want to give skins 50-50, so they completely respect that rule.
Wait, can we pause right there?
Yeah, if we can pause right now.
All right, sorry, what
There's 2 things I want to look at.
Yeah, can we please circle the bottom?
Yeah.
No. The bottom circle.
Yeah,
the bottom circle. The top circle.
We don't talk about that, okay? Ryze walked into Rumble, it happens.
No.
What are you gonna do?
What do you mean it happens?
It happens.
Bro, this is premier European League of Legends. We're not playing. You can't just face shit and die. He didn't even click. He wasn't even moused over his character portrait at them. He didn't even hit spacebar to realign. He just walked past. He was just an NPC in that moment, going from point A to point B, getting picked up for extra XP and gold.
Enemy top is Faker, you know, his team is doing Baron, he's just camping for enemy mid, like, good job, well played to him, but, like, what are you gonna do? Go next.
All right, sorry, you were saying other stuff. That was mind-boggling.
Yeah, so while Rise was getting caught down here, let's shift it up here, because Vitality were super aware of Jarvan's positioning. They gave no chance for 50-50. They were focusing all their attempts on denying Skeen's access to the Baron pit. You see, he died. He didn't even combo into the pit. He died mid-combo. That's how far away from the Baron pit it was. Nice Baron set up by Vitality, and I mean, it is easy. It's a territorial Baron, the simple Baron to take, and 2 people were down on the enemy team, so it makes the plan a lot easier not to allow the steal.
They got 3 out of 4. I feel like that's a passing grade.
Yeah, they're listening to you and your presentation.
Yeah, that's
amazing.
Yeah, they were laughing at stage. That
Yeah.
was sure they were listening to me.
Something else that's good here for Vitality, and I had my share of doubts for mid lane and their replacements, but listening to Pat and the interview he gave me, they were looking for something humanoid adjacent. For better or worse, I feel like Fiesta, the first week he had was a bit rough, but also it's expected when you're a new player coming from another country in a new league thrown into the KC arena. I do feel like the Fiesta bet is paying off so far. We're seeing less ints than I thought we would.
I think Fiesta had a good game. I think they picked the victor early, made sure he had a good laning phase. I do wanted to say that I feel like SK kind of let Fiesta have a good game. They had the Rise Jarvan. They didn't try to burn his flash once in the early game. So he was just farming there, scaling up, and then he did Victor things. He did so much in those teamfights. Every single teamfight you saw, it's winning for Vitality because, look, there's a big Victor. They can try to kill someone, but in the end, that Chaos Storm will grow and just ensue the entire battlefield and just run over them. So good game by Fiesta, and kind of parried all the attempts by SK to attack him.
Yeah, I think when you're on the Victor, kind of quietly scaling into a game and being that relevant team fighting threat, especially when your team has been diligent on stacking dragons, is a good look. But it does kind of beg the question, like, why was everything going top the entire game, right? You highlighted it so well. The Gnar, there's some early struggles in the lane phase, but you don't need to super invest in this laning phase. Gnar will win in isolation at one item, but still, everyone's going top all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. And by the time they finally get to mid lane, as you highlighted, they fumble, they can't even get the flash, and then my man is just sitting there. Not a care in the world, death waving or death ring or hex tech ring, I can't remember what it's been retconned into at this point. He's clearing the wave and he's scaling up, and it feels to me like as good as the idea was for this composition for SK, again, the burden of execution is too high. I wanted to believe they're a team that could play these kind of comps, but like Ooga Booga team fight is the name of the game here in the LEC. So please, let's get some Ooga Booga team fight.
And that's the advice that we gave them last time. Just make it easier for yourself. Draft something easier to execute. On the side of Vitality, though, closing thoughts. Pantheon, easy to execute. The rest of the composition as well. I was told that they chose blue side, so they're listening to you.
Rule number 1, baby!
Can they do it again? Can they replicate that again? With
game 1, fantastic look from Naknako on this Rumble. What a power pick it was for him. Just dominating the enemy phase. Did get attacked a lot, as you highlighted, Dracos, but still ended up being super relevant in the team fights. Get that one shot on the Rise. He was, for me, the MVP of this game. And SK needs to answer Naknako, because he's a problem up there.
All right. SK, easier buttons to press, I guess. And Vitality, listen to Finn. Seems like it's working for now. They lead 1-0 in this best of 3. Let's see what happens next.
I did walk like this, and then he like stuck on finger. Oh, I got confused. Oh my god, your fans are already joking. It was very intimidating by his power walk. GG.
And Wonder's just gonna die here. Let your Harpoon win. The next one, the hop. But there's the Pantheon flies through for the execution.
That's good job, guys. Really good. A bit of a slow start, but Fiesta, very nice call, okay? Very nice call. Insane game. Wow, man. Good Fiesta, wow. GG. Wow, man.
Brother.
Let me try.
Wait.
Brother. Let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna...
It's very hard. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head, that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him astray, then tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, like that, like that. That method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing. Never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head, that the crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together.
It was 100% pure honey for game one as Vitality picked up the win. SK, a little bit questionable, but questions are always good to ask in succession. Let's see if they do that in game number two as Dagda and myself, also known as Bobby Boucher, Waterboy, is going to take us into game two.
Yeah, it was some high quality gameplay. Not quite the H2O, but still. I think there was Vitality definitely came alive in the mid game. I think you could kind of see from the draft they were a little bit nervous about what SK wanted to achieve in the early stages by like going for the Pantheon and these early game picks, but SK still were able to get that early lead. But it was the mistakes, like Mickey getting caught twice in River and also in that bottom side. Like it ended up giving enough tools to Vitality, enough map control, plus the dragon stacking. It really sealed the deal. So I think for SK, like they can easily come back into this. Like this was a very close game. It's just a case of if they can clean up that mid game.
Well, questions be answered again. As I said, Poppy going to be first to be taken off. Remember things like that Olaf still up and available with other top laners like the Renekton here. Both top laners have a plethora of champions to pick and choose from. Cassia's not going to be one of them though, at least for bot/mid. As it's taken away from Kazi and Fiesta. And, you know, so far, both those guys have played it. One of Kazi's most played of the split. I think he's been pretty comfortable on it, and SK want to make sure they don't give it to him with the Jace going with it.
Jace gone, Bygone, which was the one that we were kind of talking about being left open in the last game, but Vitality not too happy to let that one through this time. I think that's fair. Nocturne Orianna still up and available though, so I'm curious if that one part of that equation is the next to go, because you've seen a lot of teams happy to let the Orianna through, having like Galio and Akali as an answer.
That's a really good point, actually. Yeah, Orianna has been a little bit more fluid through these drafts. As Nautilus gone, maybe we're going to get
Syndra. So Nocturne is up and available, or the Orianna if you want to try and take it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. You're right on the Nocturne Orianna. I'm trying to think extensively. What else could we be fishing for here? Maybe some more of those bot lane mages as well.
I mean, if I was Vitality, I'd take the Nocturne, and then like you're still fine to try and play into like a side lane with an Akali if you end up with the answer for it. The Lee Sin feels a little early in the draft for me.
It is
like
early.
especially
It's gonna be
since like you do have options here. I mean, you don't even have to go for the Nocturne if you don't want to here. Skeens could go for the Skarner, which we've seen as the traditional answer into it, but I still think Nocturne Orianna not the end of the world. Only worry is like obviously the Akali and the Galio, so we'll have to see if that's the plan.
So many options here for SK. But I also feel like last draft, SK got a lot of good responses anyway. You know, like their 1, 2, 3 was really nice on, well, left side of the draft, on the blue side, Nocturne Ori. Dagda, how easy is that?
Yeah, they may just try and lock the support though, is the only thing, right? Because there is the argument to leave the Orianna till that third pick, and then you can ban the Galio and the Kali in the next one.
Because you don't think they'll pair it with the Lee Sin, or?
I mean they could, but then you're still happy to take like Nocturne Akali, Nocturne Galio,
said,
right? Is still decent, right? But no, they're just going to take the Orianna. Okay, so I think the response here would be either the Akali or the Galio. Probably the Akali. The only thing is Galio gives you very nice setup in the mid lane, so you can play for multiple ganks around that mid. And even if you wanted to try and go for something like the Camille or something along these lines as well in the support role,
I like that,
that does give you a ton of pressure in the mid lane, which just makes things uncomfortable for the Orianna.
Because normally I look at this draft and think of like, oh, other hard engager, we think of Rel, Rakan maybe for Vitality, but you're right, like Camille is still up and available, suits the dive, and gives you really good pairings for the laning phase, where that Camille can really go with anything. So how does Fleshy feel? He's played the Rel the most so far. He's picked out Elise. That Camille's been there as well.
Yeah, Leona's still an option. The Rel's still an option. Camille, but I think Camille doesn't really fit the Vitality draft right now. So this would be interesting. I was going to say if they end up going for the Galio.
But Renekton's open. If you pick that, Renekton will just get slammed into it easy peasy from Wonder.
Okay.
Aatrox instead makes it a little bit harder.
Yeah, I mean, unless they're maybe flexing the Akali into the bottom lane, which we have seen a little bit of, but
true.
in certain matchups now, I will say. But I don't think it will be in this situation. So the Aatrox taken, I think, is just kind of a call out to Wonder. Even if you go for the Renekton, it's still a skill matchup, and Naknako has been getting the better of Wonder in those regards. Unless you want to try and go for something a little bit funkier like the Vayne, but the Vayne was left open in the last one, and I think this is Vitality kind of saying, hey, look, we really don't think you can play this Vayne.
And apparently not. It's not at least going to be looked at now. SK pick up their bot lane instead. The Kai'Sa. I mean, there's really good setup so far. The angles for Yoppa are going to be really interesting in this game. Now, how do they make the Kai'Sa comfortable? Has to be the question here for SK as they go through draft. Probably to ban out more AD carries.
Yeah, if I'm Vitality, I'm probably looking at like a Leona ban or something along these lines, just to try and be like, hey, look, you don't have this ease of setup from the support role, especially with the Nautilus already taken away.
And especially, again, when those pairings are so important, I do want to reiterate that you mentioned the Akali can be flexed here in this draft, and that's why you're talking a little bit more about support. AD carry first to go with the Lucian there, but again, I really like that idea you posed, Dagda, that the Akali could be there with some of those pairings like the Leona, because pairing up CC with one of those major slash assassins just feels so easy. Just makes their jobs like so much easier.
Yeah, I think SK are probably eyeing up the Leona if I was them, because I think they're the ones that are like, oh, we kind of want this lockdown. We want something that can work in the dive. So Leona fits in there.
Yep.
The Nico I like as well, as she kind of facilitates that dive. Alistair also in that equation, but he's been used more so as a counter pick. So maybe the Rel next to follow as well, like Rel, Leona, that kind of style. It depends on what you're most worried about here for Vitality.
Zaya gone. You know, they're saying that Akali's definitely going mid. I mean, Fiesta has been like a
it's a good matchup,
LeBlanc player, so yeah. You're right. So they're saying that the pairing is so good for the matchup, there's no way you're going to take this bot.
Yeah. I think it should be the Akali mid. Basically what SK are saying is, hey, we don't want things that can actually be easily able to escape away from our dive, which is where I'm kind of surprised, Lucian. I probably would have banned away the Ezreal, but it's still in the same line of, hey, you've got dash and can be a little bit self-sufficient. So I imagine Vitality still going to lean into the Ezreal. Does mean you don't have the best matchup into the Kai'Sa, but we'll do better later on. And then SK going for the TF, so still having that range, not quite the Vayne, was so happy to take that.
Aatrox is already locked in. Now, you mentioned things like the Ezreal. I'll also throw a Ziggs here. Even though there's a lot of dive, I wonder how Kazi would navigate it.
I don't think you have the setup for Ziggs, just because traditionally I like Ziggs with like the Nautilus or something that can lock people in place.
You don't think that Leona pairing would be nice here?
I don't think it's enough. I think you want a little bit more, so...
that's tough.
Yeah, just looking for a bit of peel there for the backline. I think Ezreal still could work here. I'm trying to think if there's a May. I know Cassiopei's got. Yeah, I don't really know.
I saw Samira in the LCP the other night.
Oh.
Let's see. Hey, that would have its own kind of setup, but against a Nocturne Ori, I feel like that's way too hard to play.
Yeah, I was gonna say
this is better. More range, better setup, and
it still leaves you a little vulnerable.
It does.
I think I would have preferred the Ezreal. It's harder to... Obviously, you're not picking into a good matchup with the Kai'Sa. You can still find the 1v1, especially post-level 6. But I think still, you're in a position where you can just... Every time this Jhin tries to contest mid-wave, he can be so susceptible to some of these Nocturne ganks, TF ganks as well. And...
it's going to get
Is it Skarner support?
It's Skarner support!
Okay!
Hell yeah. You know what also has a bit of dive, setup, and likes rocks? Skarner.
Yeah,
out.
I mean, it feels to me like SK are kind of doubling down on what worked for them in the last couple of games, which is heavy map presence, the ability to move around very quickly, overload parts of the map, and try and catch people out in transition, or when they're in the setup. And this to me screams that, right? TF, Nocturne, even the Kai'Sa to try and follow up on that gives you a ton of ability to attack people in the lanes before you get to objectives. Whereas on Vitality side, definitely trying to play through this like, hey, we want to get ahead in the early game, probably through some of these skirmishes, get some gold into this Akali and the Aatrox, and hope they can be very threatening in these fights.
It's a very Vitality comp though, isn't it, in that regard, isn't it? They kind of got to send it in these skirmishes and like hope that the solo lanes come out pretty unscathed. How do they survive the range matchups? Through top, through mid. It's up to SK to show us that they can convert that early game gold lead and make magic happen to stop the skirmishing of Vitality that they want to play. Going into this game number 2, it was SK that held the reins at the start of the series, but Vitality took them away. They fell off the horse, and they weren't able to get back up. But now there's new horses for game number 2. Now it is SK's chance to take us a distance. I came into today, Dagda, and I said, this is a 3-gamer, surely. Let's see if I'm going to be proved right or not.
I mean, easily could be. Again, SK, they had a strong early game. They got a nice gold lead. It was in lieu of giving up some of those dragons. And the dragons came back to bite them. So we'll have to see what the game plan is for SK here, because level 6, this map gets very funky for Vitality with all of the globals that are on SK's side.
Notice the electrocute top and Aatrox. Nothing like Conqueror. He's going to go for those short trades, get the hell out before he gets gold card and lethal tempo down. Everything else pretty standard as well. Halo Blades on the Skarner. So he will get that Ishtal's love into the wall, and then he'll wallop you for a bit.
Yeah, I haven't seen the interaction, but I'm imagining basically that Skarner can use that Ixtal charge, the E, to basically interrupt Fleshy if he ever tries to go for this headbutt, which may make things a little bit more difficult for Fleshy on the Alistair. We'll have to see if that's how this one ends up panning out.
Yeah, level 1, not really a champion, is he? As we look towards mid, Slowq using that range advantage. Fiesta got some cute 5-point strikes, as you see there, but as he tries to get out of range, get that auto down, command attack, and then dissonance will quickly make short short work of Fiesta's health bar. As looking for the level 2 down in the bottom lane, it will be Kazi and Fleshy who find it first.
I was keeping my eyes on the Lee Sin because Linz is going for this 3 camp in the bot side. An option to just look for the reset, which we sometimes see Lee Sins do, particularly into this matchup, where they just want to try and go for the early longsword before they enter their top side. But still, yeah, especially with the push on bot side, yeah, I think that's what Linz will do.
Spacing there from Wonder. Well, the Darkened Blade comes out from Nuko. This is that last minion as well. And the wave right now is going to overload. Gold card goes down, lethal tempo up, and Wonder gets an auto down to follow out as well. Linz is going to have to come up top and help bail him out, as well as doing his own camp. So let's see if he'll be alive by then, Nuko.
Skeen's going for the invade on the top side, though. There was a ward at his Raptors that just died as he came across. So not sure if Vitality are fully aware that this might be happening, but Linz will spot it out momentarily.
This is going to take down Wolves. Now moves into position. Sees blue buff being taken. Okay, he's probably going to be calling Nuko, get here. He's got a low health bar, though. Looking for the chains. No fear. Sonic Wave stolen. Linces gets his own buff. Steals it back, rather. The Skeens puts the thumbs up, but Linces is the winner.
Yeah, very hard to try and steal away that camp from a Lee Sin, especially with the execute damage. So Linces going to be happy enough. It means that Skeens has to go back into his own jungle, now move to his bottom side. He's going to be very slow in the clear, whereas Linces has a little bit of time to get this top camp and maybe exert some pressure on the top end just to make sure that Wonder can't be too comfortable in this match.
It's a nice win. Skeens moving down. He's going to go for bottom scuttle. Going to be traded off. Linces, though, with a mighty lead here. When we talk about the lanes being, you know, for SK, quite favorable here, Dagda, in the portion. Linces with a lead and the ability to get pressure down and probably deep vision on his base here means that these solo lanes might not be as cozy as they wish. Sonic Wave, it's going to hit the minions, and Slowq doesn't budge.
Happy to hide behind them. Just going to be Linces sticking around to see if he can get the Raptor respawn here, because he knows the Skeens is going to be so slow clearing out his bot side jungle. So nice start here for Linces, basically off this, stealing his own camp away, and now this quick invade.
He puts thumbs up. He wants everyone at home to know that he's okay. And is probably the least egregious emote spammer we have in the league. Especially when we got Isma, yesterday or the day before. And that guy needs to take off the keyboard. Red card slow. Nuko flashes. Gets it out of Wonder. He ghosts as well. Now that is some balls.
Yeah, I think he put the fear into Wonder there.
I think
Wonder
so too.
popping both spells immediately, but now the collapse on Skeens.
On the Skeens in trouble. Linz is looking for the first kill of the game, but Fiesta will take it instead. The blood over to the mid lane of Vitality.
Massive wins for Vitality in the early stage. An early kill for this Akali is perfect. Pre-level 6, going to be able to get such a big advantage, especially with the threat on towards Slowq. And it was only Linces who burnt his flash in that engage.
It's great, a big win. Vitality coming off the board, real nice here. And Fiesta gets a kill right before he hits level 6 as well. That happens now as we look at the replay here. And Skeens went in deep, while Linces, oh my god. The timing there on the Q.
Yeah, basically seeing Skeens on the ward and then timing it in the darkness to pick it up. Fiesta roams over, and Vitality playing very well around Skeens, not being able to steal away that camp.
My boy.
My boy. Linces, you're right. It was a control ward near mid-wave on the side brush that would have seen him going in, and it must have either been the tip of his tail that was still in vision, or he then went dark. Nocturne joke, good one. And Skeens found out by the Sonic Wave. I mean, that timing regardless from Linces. Fantastic. Puts him in pursuit of a 14 CS lead in that jungle and a 500 gold lead.
Yeah, Linces has done a really good job of reading what Skeens wanted to do. Stole away the Raptor respawn on Skeens' side, and then immediately moved back over to cover his own Raptors, knowing that Skeens is basically going to try and go for this invade, thinking will have reset, because Linces had only gone for that singular reset for the longsword. So playing really well, and now Mickey in no man's land.
Fleshy looking for the engage. Istal's impact instead. Mickey's just going to get on out. I think Fleshy wanted to pulverize him, headbutt him over the wall to his jungler, but won't be successful. Meanwhile, we go back towards top lane. Wonder going to trade Nuko on the return path, but the health bar is not what you'd expect in this range versus Aatrox matchup.
You can see the interaction, though, between the supports. I think this is why Skarner very strong. It's very difficult for Fleshy to actually try and get any of these headbutts off, because the immediate E from the Skarner, you're able to completely disengage. And then as the game starts to go on, you'll also have that Scorpion Sting to really lock people down. Skeens spotting a Fiesta.
Fiesta knows he's so sus on this. He sees it now. Wait for the shuriken flip. Unspeakable horror, not there. Fiesta gets out of the range. Here comes Mickey to run into a wall, but not going to find that either. Jumps on in, into the shroud. The shockwave finds him. Destiny used as well. Fiesta ulti's out, flashes out. Will Destiny find its mark? No. The range too far for Wonder. He's just ultied onto a TP, which is Fleshy. Mickey dives to get the kill and lives, but Slowq's now deep. Mickey ends up burning down. SK went so far for one man, and they will lose this game 2 off of it.
That was so deep for SK. There was zero reason to try and go all out. But they end up losing 3 people off the back of that play. A wave in the top lane, plates to Nako.
Done.
It's a disaster.
Now, obviously, games can change. Nothing's safe in our region or really any others, but that was hilarious.
Because at the start here, I was like, oh, okay, Fiesta trying to step out, still has flash, but then ends up going in, which I was kind of surprised at. And they get the shockwave, but I think at this stage, you're happy that you got the flash. You just back away, but Slowq flashing. Mickey then wanting to commit to this to try and get the kill, but he always was going to go down to Fiesta off the back of this with the amount of ramp-up damage. But now it's Mickey who's dead, Slowq's dead. Carzy, though, being a nice guy, gives something back to SK.
He says, Yoppa, here you go. I mean, there's this whole bag of money given the charity there as Yoppa finally gets one on the board. But yeah, that play, a little bit too deep. I'm proud of Mickey, though.
It's a big old number right here.
Yeah, starting to build the Olympics there.
Yeah.
1.3K for Linces. It's a bigger number, isn't it? And it really did start with that invade. That Linces 50-50 won the smite. I mean, with Lee Sin, it's never 50-50, is it? Sonic Wave is an execute, or rather resonating strike portion is. And for winning the back of that, it's really been all Linces all the time on this Lee Sin as he moves up towards Grubs.
So Carzy going to stick down. Actually, Carzy's shifted up as well. So I think SK, although they've got the movement to shift their bot lane up to the top side, they're not really in a position to try and contest this.
Shockwave, Paranoia going to be used onto the mid wave. Fiesta ulti's out, but Shuriken flip once again onto Slowq, wants to run back in, but he won't. Instead, he presses the R button once again, and Skeens is looking to press that Q to give him movement speed, but he will not. Grubs go down, information gathered, and now Duskbringer to see if Raptors are there, which they too are not.
They haven't been able to find any success off the back of this ultimate, though, which is going to make the map significantly safer for Vitality, especially for Carzy if he's trying to contest on this mid wave. So for Vitality, they're very pleased. Pick up the early Grubs, and now keep yourself safe on the map.
Meanwhile, we look towards mid. Slowq, he's going to be Doven, and he's dead. Yes to Linces. Fleshy tanks it up for 3 shots, and it's as easy as that. Vitality are ahead, and they are starting to steamroll the map. Skeens puts his thumbs in the air. He's got Wonder nearby, but Lince is going to jump on in with a 2-level lead between junglers. Lince just darts out. No horror for him. It doesn't matter. He'll always dodge the tether.
I mean, you already got the kill. Fleshy and Linces, they are playing so well as a duo in this game. Finding picks, finding plays, getting vision, making sure they're tracking Skeens, and you can see a 1.6k gold lead for Linces off the back of 1 fumble from Skeens. He's been putting on a masterclass as to how to abuse this matchup and in particular play around your camps to continue finding these leads.
You say that about a couple of people in Vitality right now. It's funny, Carzy's just a passenger, but he's enjoying the ride. And his Fleshy's moving around as supports always do. 1.7k gold lead. Dragon not up for a little bit, but it is Vitality who are first on the board in that objective once again. And it's been a series, Dagger. I don't think SK have gotten a Dragon, have they? So,
no.
See if that changes here. With 6 coming up next. Wonder, gold card. Doesn't mean too much. It's Merc treads here for Nako early.
It's his beeline on top here, though. I think he just wants to cover for a play.
Maybe kill. He smells blood. He's a shark right now. There goes. Kick against the wall. Bully him. And with an ascension of demonic embrace, Nako dives him down. Skeens looking for the damage now, but Infernal Chains comes out. Skeens going to get pulled back in. The spell shield was not in time. Not a way to find his way out. Double kill over to Nako. And Top now joins the party.
That was confidence from Linces, flashing under the tower. The immediate Dragon's Rage. Vitality, they are bodying SK in this early game.
God, it's just can't step a foot right here for SK, but the positive story is going to be about Vitality. Now getting all three members top side of this map doing well. Onto Fiesta. Can they do it? Third time's the charm. He tries to shuriken flip out. He gets exhausted, running away. There it is again. Perfect execution out. Mickey wants to soar over the wall, but Fiesta is the grand illusionist. He keeps getting away, Dagda.
And his flash is already going to be up in a second as well. Lince is now moving across. Might actually spot Mickey here.
Hello, Mickey. Yeah, you go through a wall. Go embrace the rock. He's out. Lince is going to Q again. Wait. Blind Q. Ready? I get it, Lisa. I'm 2 for 2 today on jokes.
Yeah, I think Lince is going to be more happy to start moving back up towards this top side, start to clear out his camps, because like 30 seconds now until Dragon. Lince's is huge. I think they can just go towards it. But watch this, like Lince's flashes immediately. Wonder goes thinking he might have a bit of time, but the kick into the wall sets up for everything. Lince's not bothering to follow up, just knowing he needs to tank the tower for his teammate. And Skeens here, you called it in the fight, way too late on the spell shield, but Fleshy?
Yeah, he's been dragged back by Mickey. Nice impale. And Wonder gets a kill. Very much needed for this Twisted Fate if he wants to start moving around the map. We didn't get the context there, but I think Fleshy wanted a kill.
I mean, Mickey's flash is down, so I wonder if they... And you've also got the Unbreakable Will down on Fleshy, so I imagine it was they tried to go for a dive. Mickey flashed in to position to keep Fleshy underneath the tower, right as the Unbreakable Will faded, but I'm sure we'll figure it out.
We do have technology, and technology can help us find out. Let us see if it will let us today. Hold. In the meantime, Dragon's up. That's probably why we're not going to replay.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is the big control point here for Vitality, because again, we're seeing where they are way more active on the map this time around, and they're in position to continue stacking these dragons. Fiesta's ultimate just about to come up. He's got push, he's now got flash, he's got first items, and you're looking at bits and bobs for the solo laners of SK, so there is not much of a contest that can really come through from SK.
And no Destiny there from Wonder, so as he backs away, it's not like he can use the paranoia to get into position. Thank you again, W Observers. As Fleshy ghosted, they wanted to dive Wonder.
Yeah, and here it is. Fleshy tries to go under, stun card. Mickey flashes. Exile Impact then to get the lock up. It's nicely done by SK. But yeah, a little bit over-aggressive from Fleshy. Nice, just wanted to push the advantages of Nako, but as you can see, he's more than comfortable doing it himself. 1.2k, 2 kills, a turret for himself. He's a happy lad.
Yoppa is going to experience it now as well. Smite down, Deadly Flourish catches him down, and here comes Linces looking for the kick, finds on a Nocturne instead. Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike, Skeens under the turret, that saves his life. Bakazi flashes fourth shot. He can only count to 4. As Yoppa runs for his life, he will survive, but burns everything to do so, while Vitality are on a steamroll. Wonder found out what is he doing here. He thinks a gold card will save him, but not against 3. Dumped down. Nako takes 3, and Wonder is asleep.
Slow Q nearly died on the bottom side as well. Fiesta using that perfect execution to look for plays. Yoppa found, sidestep, all of it going to be okay. But still, Vitality putting the pressure everywhere on the map.
Mickey now moves into position. W again. Fleshy gets the knockout with the pulverized trample, going to follow suit as well. Linces comes in, Sonic Wave looking for it, going to get the resonating strike. Impale dodged, and Unbreakable Will to stop the channel. So Impale's down, but so is Fleshy's Unbreakable Will.
Vitality still get to keep the pressure up though. They got the turret place. Nerdy stopped Mickey. Well, they do stop him, but Nerdy getting a little bit more damage onto him. And Vitality looking for the resets now. 30 seconds until Rift Herald. That's going to be the next point of contact. But you can see here, like Yoppa trying to run away. Skeens tries to protect him, but it's the kick away into the immediate pulverize that actually sets up for the kill here with the 4th shot coming through from Karzi. And then it's the chase down afterwards. Like, the collapse from Vitality is so well orchestrated. They already know they got the push in top, so Nako happy to come down.
And it's comps like this for Vitality that I think they're the best on. When the comps that can snowball and just play psychotic League of Legends. You want to kill, you want to play, you want to fight, yes, to all of that. That's what Vitality want to do, and with a 4,000 gold lead, we're seeing it. Lince's Sonic Wave in. Dragon's not even up, by the way. They're just covering their bases so that Nako and Karzi can push in mid-wave. Bot is going to be free for Fiesta. And meanwhile, this jungler is like, you know what? I'm going to go and spend some time in the jungle, like dip my feet in the pool and just see what's up.
He's going to be taking a little trip to Rift Herald, seems like. He's still got pressure on the bottom side. So Fleshy basically covering Fiesta so that he could get the push on bot lane, try and set up on the turret. And now you've got Karzi who's just able to help out. So SK basically using this time to try and get some deep vision in behind the Akali. But there is, it's been shown time and again that ganking Fiesta is incredibly difficult to do.
He's died once, been ganked 4 times. Paranoia, Shockwave, finally the combo. Missed from Yoppa, but he still gets a Q down. Skeens will take the kill, unfortunately. Yoppa really wanted that, probably deserved it as well, as Skeens getting himself on the board. And the invade begins with SK holding prior and bot.
And that's the easier target. If the Jhin is mid, much simpler, especially when he doesn't have that flash open available. So SK pulled the trigger there and try and get something back, but Linces...
Smite down onto Yopper, waiting for the Sonic Wave. Tempest crippled, the slow down, the Q going to come through eventually. The kick, he flies over the wall, but he's presented himself with the wall. He is fleeing because he's in fear. Meanwhile, Wonder died, by the way. Flash over the wall. Linces with the dodge. Sonic Wave again, looking for the safeguard onto a ward. Does he have it? Onto a minion wave, that would be nice. Mickey, this hasn't ended well before, but this time he finds a wall and he makes his way out. A shutdown over to the Scorpion as Fleshy has found Schemes. Okay, Trample, Exhaust, guess who's coming in? Jhin. Carter Jhin. Okay, Schemes, third shot, third. Pulverize, how easy is that? Fourth shot, instant. Kazi hit 3 out of 4, and that is a good number.
The Zeke's making it easier with that slow off of the Unbreakable Will to set up for those 4 shots. And now Vitality collapse once again. Linces getting the kill and nearly escaping. That was so close. If he didn't have to use the safeguard here at the end to dodge the boulder, it would have been something. But here's the play that we didn't get to see as it's Wonder caught by Fiesta. Interrupted by Fleshy. And he gets sent back to base. But yeah, we see it here. Like, Sonic Wave in, so basically you have to wait for Linces for that to come back up, uses the smite to get the slowdown, and I thought, like, traditionally, it's easier to go for the kick into the Q, so that then, like, your target's in a straight line, but Linces actually immediately goes for the Q, then the kick, so that then there's no one who can dodge it, uses the safeguard here to dodge the boulder, but it means that there's no safeguard away. Could have maybe tried for the Rift Tower to escape, but you're giving a kill to the support. I don't think it's the end of the world.
It's definitely not. Mickey's picked up 2 of them. His Protoplasm Harness is the only real benefit of the gold lead he's had so far. Granted, it is something, but in the state of this game, when it's almost 5,000 gold lead and Vitality's carries are just kind of playing with you right now, just goes to show you, I don't think they really care about a Scorpion who's tanky as 15 seconds till the Dragon. You know what? This is SK's line in the sand, I feel like, before this game gets even more out of control.
Yeah, but everyone apart from Fiesta has just finished 2 items on Vitality. And again, SK, they're just not quite there. So the leverage as they start to just boss their way into River, and SK kind of just have to cower back. There's very little that they can do here.
Ward on it to spot out, but that's not going to do much either. And this Dragon will make number 3. SK Dragonless in the series. That will continue.
Yeah, and the silverest of linings for SK is that it is an Ocean Dragon. I think against their comp, which is very burst heavy, you're not really going to get a huge amount of value from SK. But I think that is the thinnest of margins.
Oh, yes.
Everything else in this game is like Vitality are popping the hell off, and they are looking like they might just close this series out 2-0.
Maybe all into slow Q. Shuriken Flip not going to land. Flash Shockwave is nice, but the execution comes through nevertheless. Fear going to come. That's a shutdown. Schemes gets the trade. Nicely done for Schemes to be in the right place at the right time, but the kick going to come through. It is spell shielded, but not the deadly flourish. One after the other. It's hard to dodge all the abilities.
Knackle's laughing at them in top lane.
Is he?
He was just spamming it there in front of them as the SK trying to make a play there, but can't do anything. And Vitality are opening up plates here.
That was a good trade. I mean, Fiesta does do a lot of damage, and Slow Q did a nice flash shockwave, but there's so much to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, we get this dive from Fiesta, and I think nice job from Slowq at least to get the flash shockwave here, so then you can have the follow-up return from Schemes. But it's just so much damage from Linces right now, especially when he's got Karzi to support him here as well. They managed to get the kill. The top gank ends up becoming absolutely nothing. And yeah, he just ends up standing in front of him.
Schemes wrong position, mate.
Yeah, thank you, Karzi. I mean, his Deadly Flourish connected, and that was enough, even though the kick was spell shielded. Wonder, he's used Destiny, wants to get out. He's interrupted. Yeah, doing that in front of an Aatrox, you know what? It's going to end badly. He dumps it, and you know what? Wonder is used to Aatroxes being very mean to him. He's going to get knocked around a couple more times. 1 and 5 about to be there. Flash, mid gold card. Meanwhile, dive mid, and Fiesta on the Akali. Looking to skill things up yet again. Vitality don't really care. Someone is going to die in a second as Mickey is pretty tanky.
Might be Mickey who's meant to die though.
But here comes Jhin and Sonic Wave. Oh, it's an execution. Here it comes. There it goes. SK are in the ground, all but Slow Q. And I have to say, this game is one of the biggest stomps that we've seen this split.
This is confident from Vitality. Like, their early game into mid game has been absurd. constant pressure. Linces has been everywhere, working with Fleshy to constantly keep pressure up. And SK just haven't had a breather. There has been not a moment for them to catch their breath. They just killed bot lane in a 1v1. And Fleshy's like, Yoppa, you stepped up for half a second. Great. Fiesta kills you. Skeen spell shields a little bit. But once that spell shield's down, great. Linces is happy to go underneath the turret to get the kick. And Mickey now, sure, Skarner tanky. Vitality don't really care.
No, they don't. Just look at the poking away. it's a firing gallery. The exhaust's not enough. Fiesta looks like he's having a great time. I mean, to be fair, coming into this team, you know, with a name like Humanoid out of the roster, a lot of people are like, oh my god, I can't believe like we're going to Fiesta now. But he's been getting better with age too. He is the fine wine. He even started the start of the split. I think, you know, his lock performance is decent enough, considering the whole world looks crap on that champion.
Unless you're Jackies.
Unless you're Jackies, apparently. But Dagda, there have been some games where I've been really, really impressed with him. This is another one here on the Akali. Shout out to production. They said the win rate wasn't too good historically. Is the dive into the Jhin. It hasn't worked out for Skeen. He's going to flash away. Fleshy is angry that the Shadow Monster is escaping. Sonic Wave was close to landing. Skeen's going to get out of there thanks to the Dustbringer. But Baron is up, and now the problem is you don't have that ulti there. Fiesta getting chased. Mickey doesn't find the target. Going to slow him down looking for the Impale. He's going to be second skinned in a second. No, Impale will not reach. Nice proto belt there as Fleshy gets in the way, and Baron now starts.
Yeah, I like Fleshy coming along for moral support at the end. Just, I got it, don't worry, as SK already backed away. He's like, I'm here, bouncer. But Vitality are there on Baron, and SK, you do not have a member that can really face check this.
Seekers for Fiesta. He wants to go in. Baron at 6k. This is the way that SK come back into the game. Yes, 8,000 gold, but anything's possible. Nucko looking for an angle, but Baron's going to go down. Wonder, where is he going to Destiny to? Maybe out. Baron's dead. Mickey knocked up, and Yoppa alongside him. That's a Sonic Wave and a dead Scorpion jumping in. Fiesta again. No way Yoppa gets a flash on out. He's dead before his feet land on the ground. A double kill and Wonder to boot will make 3 as Vitality look to charge in and set the fastest game of summer 2026.
Lenses is just chasing slow Q back to the base. Wonder is trying desperately to run away, but one gold card for 2 people.
God.
The math doesn't math. Vitality cleaning up SK.
You know, the fastest game before this was 26:09, but Vitality decided to come in, play a very Vitality-style comp, and beat it by 2.5 minutes. If that ain't Vitality, I don't know what is. Nexus is about to fall, and they are styling on SK. The respawn there, they're going to look for more kills and try and get themselves battered up. Fiesta jumps back in, takes Mickey down with him as well. Yoppa does no damage at this point, even with 2 items, as Vitality have 4. The Nexus will drop, and there's enough members to try and pad the stats, honestly. Vitality, big win, 3-2, and the fastest game of summer.
The honeymoon might be over for SK, but honestly, it might only just be getting started for Vitality. Took a little while to get the training wheels on, but this was a very clean game from Vitality. Start to finish, pressure continuously, not letting up. And how do you get to breathe as SK?
You don't. Game 1 looked like there was an angle in the series. Game 2 did not at any point. The solo lane picks didn't ever get off the ground. Even level 1, Fiesta was actually trading pretty even, you know, with slow Q.
Once he got the kill, it was done for.
But I mean, I think this whole series, Fiesta actually bodied slow Q overall. You can also vote for your key player of the series, by the way. Lenses, Fiesta, or Fleshy. Oh, Karzy doesn't.
Yeah, Karzy, you gotta go to the desk. Get over there.
It's not that hard, mate.
Imagine having to talk to us.
I know. Yeah. A lot of work for him. I mean, he did spend the last 50 minutes in League of Legends.
Linces. Mugging us, eh?
Yeah, Linces has got the looks, and Karzy has the hair. I hope it's clean.
Yay, we're here with Karzy. He won. How are you doing?
Hello, doing good, doing good.
Doing good?
Yeah. I mean, second game was quite nice to play. I just didn't have to do much playing Jhin. The classic AD carry experience playing Jhin.
Yeah, just sit back and relax.
Is this the first time you played against Skarner support?
In competitive for sure. I played against Skarner support maybe like 3 times.
Yeah. Were you aware of what it was trying to do? Were you aware of what it was trying to do, like pick you up and like?
Yeah, I mean,
he knows the champion, I guess.
Yeah, I was scared that like whenever I go for auto under turret, that he's gonna just flash E, you know, grab me and bring me under turret. But on bot lane when they caught me 2v1, I miscalculated the Skarner E.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a champion that we often see. Did you expect them to pick this champion?
No, I think it's kinda useless champ. So
Yeah?
I mean,
Not even situational, just useless.
I mean, I think you can match the fast supports, but I don't think it's as good as what Camel does, for example. I think you can match Camel with it probably because it's strong early and can, like, with Hail of Blades you can match it, but with Alistar it's just really good into Skarner later on.
Fair enough.
It's really hard for him to play.
Finn, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think the
cooking
logic
here?
was that you can like Skarner E when Alistar combos and like picking him up like a baseball or something, and then he's driving into the corner.
Like a
but
baseball?
doesn't make a lot of sense. I guess it's like a peeling champion. I didn't really see the angle. We'll see if he brings it back. I want to talk about something with you, Karzi.
Yes.
I want to talk about Barons.
We want to quiz you.
I'm gonna quiz you because
We
I
wanna
made some
see if you're-
drawings here.
Yeah, because you're good at the game, but are you good at knowing the game?
So you know there are 3 different
no
dragons,
knowledge.
right?
No knowledge,
There
okay.
are 3 different Barons, right?
Yeah.
You know this.
Hunter Baron.
And
Okay, no, wait. Name all of them.
Hunter, and that's all I know because that one is the most OP one.
Okay,
the
fair
next one is like NPC, you know?
Okay.
do you wanna-
Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys.
Okay.
I've made these drawings, so give me a little break here. Do you know what this Baron does?
Yeah, show it to the camera as well.
This is it.
Yeah. That one. There you go.
Bro, this drawing looks a bit sus.
I gotta say, the drawing looks sus.
It's a perfect drawing.
It looks a bit weird.
Yeah, but do you know what brand this is?
It looks like Omega, you know?
Omega? What do you mean Omega?
Like the symbol
ladder.
Omega.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, this is this is the territorial Baron. It's the easiest Baron to kill because it has the least abilities and it has a very open field. So now you know if you ever see this Baron, you can just call Baron whenever you want to. The territorial Baron.
Okay.
Now let's go to the next one. Do you know what this one does?
This one is bigger than the previous one. But I feel like all
Look at the rift. Look at the hints.
Yeah.
Like, what does it look like?
You gotta look at the layout.
Yeah.
Like.
It's pretty open, but not on all.
I mean,
on the
once you
sides,
go
so
in, it's
like-
harder to get out.
Okay. So how do you play around this?
So like it locks it in, you know? It's the hunter one, no?
This is the Hunter Baron!
There
He
you
knows his
go.
barons! Karzi has done his studies.
How do you play around the Hunter Baron?
Usually, it's very difficult because it requires you to dodge some of the skill shots, even though I'm not even
And
sure
you're
if
not
it's
good at
possible.
that.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
he's
yeah.
already wrong, because Hunter Baron has a pulsating AoE damage. It's actually not a skill
Yeah?
shot. Yeah, the Hunter Baron ability
Ooh.
just does 20% of your max HP magic damage
Nice.
over time as an
Balanced.
AoE. Now,
Balanced.
let's look at the third one here, Karzi. What do you think about this Baron? What does
This
it say
one-
to you?
I don't know. This one is like pulling, no? This one pulls you.
All the Barons can pull you.
Really?
Yeah, but this is the all-seeing Baron. This one is very important for you because he has a long-range Void Rift that he throws. So if you're ever doing a Baron, you get hit by like something from really long range, like a
Yeah.
purple thing, it's because you're doing this one. It has this really nice choke point you can turn on right to the right of it. So,
I
well,
love this
I would
one.
say 1 out of 3 is still better than most LEC players, I think.
I have a question. How would you rate Finn's coaching? Do you feel like you've learned a lot from?
Like this was the
Was this coaching?
I guess.
I mean, he made it very interactive with the pictures.
Okay.
So that helps, like like I don't have to visualize it, but I see it with my own vision.
So next time you're on the rift, you're gonna think about this.
Yes.
You're
Yeah.
gonna think about those drawings.
Territorial, hunter, and all-seeing.
Yes, baby! Now we're talking. Now did Pad ever draw you a picture?
That's how you do it.
Pad is not drawing. He's really bad at drawing pictures.
Did you ever, like, Pad just rolled up with like a blackboard and he's just drawing a bot matchup showing you when to all in?
No.
No.
He
No?
doesn't do that.
Okay. I want to see your drawings next time, though.
Okay.
Okay. We'll do that.
Yes.
Talking about the game and the series, Fiesta was the key player of the series.
Finally.
Yeah.
Finally?
I mean, he played really well. Finally, I'm happy
And
for
he
him.
didn't play good before that?
No, he was really bad before.
Okay. What made him better today?
Confidence.
Confidence.
He is confident in himself. I think he needed to acclimatize himself
Okay.
in the LEC studio. Although, like, there are no fans today, so
Yeah.
it's a bit easier probably because no noise.
I mean, he went from 8,000 people in week 1 into like an empty studio
Yeah.
today, so maybe that helps. Are you helping him feeling better, feeling confident?
I mean, we are preparing him for like the harder times with how we behave towards him. So now, like, this makes.
Are
it
you
really
soft
easy.
launching
What do
verbal
you
abuse?
mean? Yeah.
I mean, we have to like. We can't go easy on him. You know.
Okay.
We have to go with our hard hand first,
So
and then be soft after he like learns the good ways.
How are the communication now when Marek is out? Because he was quite vocal. Is Fiesta kind of stepping up or is someone else taking that role in the game to kind of lead the game forward?
I mean, I think Fiesta's actually stepping up quite well when it comes to communication.
Okay.
Linzas has to do like a little bit more than before. But still, I think nothing drastic. And I'm really surprised because he's so confident when he spoke today in the game. He was so confident, like giving calls with new things that he learned in English. So I'm really happy.
What about you, Karzi? Have you changed?
No, I'm still the same person I was 6 years ago.
All right. How would you define yourself? One word. Who is Karzi? What is Karzi?
I'm a mysterious.
You're mysterious. Okay, well, we'll leave it on that note. Thank you so much for joining
Thank you.
us once again. Yeah, and next time we'll talk about Vitality and what they do with Fiesta and how they treat him. No player was abused during that training and that segment. That's all for us here. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Navi G2 up next. Stay tuned.
Epic carry Malcolm. Yasuo. Yasuo.
Smells blood. He's a shark right now. There goes kick against the wall, bully him. And with an ascension of demonic embrace, Nako dives him down. Infernal Chains comes out, Skin getting a pull back in. The spell shield was not in time. Not a way to find his way out. Double kill over to Nako.
Anyone is good, anyone is good. Scanner no. Look, Kaiser. I look Kaiser. Kaiser is...
No flash, Nocturne, no flash. Combo in front. Combo now.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
Welcome back to LEC for our last series of the week. We've seen SK, we've seen Vitality. Thank you, casters. We've seen some very questionable Barons from Finn, and we're about to see G2 take on Navi.
What's a perfect and normal Baron?
They were
Perfectly average Baron.
Yeah.
Nothing to look at there. Anyway, I'm really excited for jungle. This jungle matchup has got me feeling like the all-seeing Baron, pulsating or whatever it was that Finn said. Relech, Skewmond, banger jungle matchup. Both these guys super thrilling to watch. Now, full disclosure, lore, Finn, I think we all agree, like, G2 are probably going to smash. But this matchup feels like it'll be entertaining regardless of the result.
Listen, there might be a mismatch, although Navi is still an exciting team to watch, but looking at those junglers, I want to focus on the first 15 minutes of the game, because even if G2 manages to find ways to come back later on, what can Relech do to make Skewmond's life miserable in the jungle?
I mean, what I like about Relech is that he, and I think all of Navi together, is setting him up from drafts. He's really good at playing around his winning lanes, whether that is Poby having push, going for these re-invades on Raptors, and then forcing a fight. He's basically walking into Raptors saying, either I get your camp, or you come in here and I'm getting a fight that I like. So he's kind of forcing people to respond to him. And I'm not sure if you can do that against Skewmond, because I think Skewmond is also a very clever jungle. Yeah. But I really want to see a high emphasis on early game, because early game is something really important for both these teams, and I think that starts in draft. I don't want to see no Victor comes here. I want to see
Ben, you're spitting. You didn't answer the question. So in summary, get a pushing lane, let him invade, and then Skewmond's life will be difficult no matter what, right? That's the key. So a lot of the things as we get later in the game, I think, become hard to replicate because G2 are such a proficient team. But pushing lanes should still be pushing lanes. And if you got a good jungle matchup and some pushing lanes, you can still make Skewmond have a really miserable, miserable time. But you're right that after 15 minutes, it kind of, you know, you kind of faith in G2 that the map play is just going to be better.
Looking at some of those lanes, we actually talked to Mainzer a couple days ago, and he was comparing himself to BB in some aspects. Can you talk us through what happened there?
Yeah, so we talked to Mainzer, and he said pretty much like Mainzer at his best is a very similar player archetype as BB.
Do you agree?
I would say so. I definitely thought Mainzer was more the player that was like, I want to win lane, I want to push my lead, and I want to dominate the enemy laner. And hearing him talk about it, he seems to be more of the kind of guy, he watches a lot of Keen VODs, you know, and we know Keen. You can give Keen a losing matchup, he'll come out even. You can give Keen a winning matchup, he's gonna win it. That kind of consistency in the top lane is what he wants to be, and I think that fits Navi perfectly. They don't need more stars, they need a rock, and I think for Mainzer, he needs to be that rock.
He needs to be that rock, and he needs to empower his jungler, because usually that's what it revolves around for Navi. We'll see if they can make G2's life difficult here in this matchup. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Law. Hi, you're down there, we're up here. It's amazing to be here. I'm Mysterix, this is Dag Daddy, and he loves ice cream.
It is. It's a great shirt. It's amazing. I don't know what you mean.
I always worry, you know, on broadcast, you don't always want to wear like big brands, but that is a lovely brand.
Yeah.
Like, I think
do get some smiles from people walking in the road. I'm actually employed by Big Ice Cream, because when it's 28 degrees out, I'm like, just reminding you could have an ice cream.
I'm not allowed to do that. It is funny though, you know, people in the studio were like, ice cream. They don't say anything else. Someone walks by, they're like, ice cream.
That was you. You did that.
Other people did that. They didn't learn from me. Finn said Na'Vi need the rock. They've got the rock, bro. Chill out. I think Na'Vi really needs some star power, me personally. Where does that come from? Well, I think Poby has been a little bit invisible. I know you guys aren't going to like me saying that, and I know I'm coming out with big facts on day one for me, but I would love to see Poby step up to the plate, especially when he's going up against the creme de la creme of Europe. Caps is here. And you know what? G2 are too. With them slightly behind KC. That was the only loss they've taken so far. G2 have 2-1 Demcoy, 2-0 Vitality, 2-0 SK, 2-0 Heretics, and Na'Vi might be up next. Playoffs are getting closer and closer, and G2 are going to be the next to lock in at this rate.
Yeah, I will say though, kind of on your finding the star power for Na'Vi, I've been incredibly impressed with Paris this split, especially the way he was playing on the Shen the other day. Like, this guy has been very good at getting out on the map, finding plays, linking up with LEC, and has, like, the early game for Na'Vi has consistently looked well. It's just a case of trying to find that success in the mid game. So they were able to find it the last day up against SK, but I want to see a little bit of a cleaner time than, say, the Shifters experience.
Yeah, I agree with that. Na'Vi have a tendency not to be able to see the game to its end. Yes, some teams in our league, you could say the same thing about, but I think Na'Vi, the mid games haven't always been that great. Vi going to be first to go off the board. Orianna, once again, this time respected by Na'Vi, as Caps will not get his hands on that, but honestly, G2 have been playing anything and everything so far. If you look at their pedigree, people like Broken Blade and Caps just pull out whatever the hell's up.
The person that has been playing a little bit more standard, though, has been Hansana. Has had like a couple of games on the Syndra and the Ziggs, even the Victor as well, but certainly we're kind of seeing him pop off in the Lucian, trying to see if he can carry from that AD caster perspective, and I think he's been doing a fantastic job of this. We'll have to see if that's where G2 want to put their eggs in the basket this time around, because I do think giving some of these like roaming supports over to Paris may be a mistake, or at least put a little bit more on pressure LeBron to make sure he can match those early plays for Paris.
As Olaf, the last ban by G2, they pay respect. Maybe going to be an eye angle this game for Broken Blade, but I digress, because for now it is the flex of the Victor. Summer has also played that down bot, as you were just talking about his champion pool. Caps less so, with only one game so far. Let's see where Na'Vi go, because the Shen is up and available, which is kind of a must-take, especially with Paris roaming so much. Oh my god, there's no way the Rock put glasses on.
Has the
Perk's got his on?
Of course he does.
They both have it on.
Yeah.
You know, wait, hang on.
Syndra, though, going to be the over here, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Kind of the premium bot lane mage at the moment. It feels like very, very strong, able to get some good push, set up for some decent team fights. Cassiopeia gone away, and Orianna means that I imagine we're just going to look towards like the Jarvan here in the matchup, or maybe look towards something like the Nocturne. But I think the Jarvan you'd be happy with, especially with the setup already from the Syndra.
Yes, indeed. Adding a bit of that range in as well means we could get an angle of Jhin here from Sam D for this game too. But for now, it's the Shen, a must-take. As you said, Jarvan up and available. Options into it not as good. Rumble also there if Broken Blade wants to blind that in. But it does feel like jungle here is a super easy take for G2.
Yeah, although we've seen Broken Blade bring out the Rumble more regularly, he kind of leaves it until that second rotation and doesn't put that super high priority. So we'll have to see if it is going to be more of that jungle support. But Jace was left open, so immediately going to take that. Interesting. So I imagine that's going towards Broken Blade in the top side. Does leave him a little bit vulnerable if Paris ends up like going for some of these big roams and they try and play for lots of dives. But G2 getting the Alistair for Lebrov, he's going to be in a good spot now to try and cover for some of these plays.
Do you take Silas spot here? No, of course you don't. But I'm just going to throw that out there with an Alistair locked in.
Silas mid isn't the end of the world here, to be honest.
It could be Syndra bot, true.
Like, you've got the Unbreakable. We've seen people happy to bring it out into the Victor. I think it's a little bit of a difficult matchup to try and navigate, and it hasn't really been in Poby's wheelhouse as far as I can remember. It hasn't played at this split, so yeah, I don't think we'll get it, but it is going to be the Nocturne for LEC, so something that can be present on the map. And this Shen Nocturne combo, incredibly potent as well, so I'd be very careful for this G2 laner.
It's a submarine that Gam invented, isn't it? Yeah. What can go with it? Well, not the Orianna, but maybe something else that can follow up the dive. For now, Skarner going to be taken away, as they're all worried about what Skumon is going to run into this. We talked about a couple of the matchups before in last game. But honestly, if you look at Skumon's champion pool, that guy plays everything as well as Yorick goes. For the top lane, running against Jace. I think that might confirm that Broken Blade wants to take that top.
Yeah, I mean, I assumed the Jace was going top, but I think we will see Skumon taking the Neferi potentially here. We've seen it a couple of times and across the different regions where you take the Neferi as an answer to the Nocturne. You can match a lot of that side lane pressure, even if you're a little bit late to the party. Can be slightly difficult if the Nocturne ults first, but at least you can match some of this long range play and even look for cross maps as well if you so choose.
Trundle. Okay. Thinking Trundle jungle here. Also annoying for the Syndra. Do you care about the Gnar? Probably not as a Jace, no. Do you care about the Vayne?
Vayne could be one. I mean, Finn has been touting the expertise of Main to run the Vayne after meeting him in solo queue. Did not end well for Finn. Spoiler alert. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the answer. Still, though, I think this is where there aren't a huge amount of answers. Okay, I was going to say left available to the Jace if you do ban it away, but is this where Na'Vi want to try and bring it out? You do have a very squishy composition is the only thing, but yeah, unless you want to try and play like an Abessa and all in onto the top side, I think the Vayne may be your best chance.
Does Main to want to do it? I mean, he has been like, he pulled out the Olaf, the only thing different with the Zahen, I guess, but it has been pretty standard for this top laner. As now options are there. It's going to be K'Sante, as I said, standard. Second game of the K'Sante going to be locked in here. And so they do have a front line now. They do have a bit of beef that can follow up with the Shen and I guess some of the engage. They are going to leave counterpick here to the AD carry and at least the flexibility of this Syndra as well.
Yeah, I'm only so-so on the K'Sante though, because traditionally when I see the Shen and you want to, and I imagine this Syndra is going to the bottom lane, you want a lane that you can try and play around. K'Sante into that top side is not exactly going to be thrilled. If he, like, it's handy if he gets some early kills, but it's not something that's going to take over the game if he gets some of these early kills. Maybe you can try and shut down the Jace. I would have rathered to see something you could actually have as a carry in that top end to try and play towards, because now you're in a position where your Syndra has some setup but isn't great. Your K'Sante you don't really want to fully play for either, so you're only really playing for mid lane, which makes it a little bit easier for G2 to try and set up vision and cover for some of the plays.
I think my problem when I see Jace and K'Sante is I see a lot of like lower tier Jaces can't really punish the matchup, but this is Broken Blade, and Broken Blade as of yesterday, or the day before rather, my days are completely mixed up, I'm very jet lagged, I have to apologize, but the Jace can punish lane. A good Jace can really steamroll the K'Sante, so let's see how it goes here. I mean, Zig's going to be locked in, final lock in. G2.
It's also now the K'Sante doesn't really have any way to play into this matchup because Jace Zig's incredible poke, and this is the combo that we've seen very consistently together. You got good disengage with the Alistar and also the Xin Zhao plus zone control from the Victor. You kind of needed a tool to really start these fights off, and that is going to be the Nocturne. But when you can kind of peel away the rest of this composition from Na'Vi, I think G2 have options to deal with this Nocturne if he ever tries to dive the backline alone.
It's a good point. For Na'Vi, though, they're going to aim at a little bit more poke. So while Nocturne dives in, a little bit more flexibility with an AD carry Ezreal getting locked in. So Poby is going to be dropping in the Syndra. But my biggest question, Dagda, is how do Na'Vi approach the fights? They're going to full dive. They're going to send in the Shen, the Nocturne, and try and get some setup here with the help of Syndra. But is it going to be enough in your eyes?
I think for Na'Vi, you have to try and attack G2 in the setup, so try and find them in picks on a side lane. Like, use the Shen and the Nocturne to overload a side and hope that with this Syndra also now moving to mid, which will then move to side lane later on, you can try and play through her as this setup for those plays and follow up on the burst damage. If you ever end up in a position where you're not able to do that, and I think you try and 5v5 and G2 have a lead and can set up on the objective first, it's going to be very difficult to break G2. So Na'Vi, I think a lot of pressure on them to get an early lead, and my eyes are on Paris and Relech to make that happen.
All right, as usual, Paris and Relech for Na'Vi. If they move to 3 wins, it would break them away from the pack. That's kind of what today's been about so far. Vitality managed to do it earlier with the 2-0 against SK. But G2 versus Na'Vi is going to be a different story. G2, heavy favorites as per usual. Pretty good team. Pretty well known. Pretty good at League of Legends.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes, yeah. Lebrov's going top, by the way. You guys aren't seeing it yet, but I see Porterhouse, top lane, 995. Lebrov and Paris, yeah. You know what? League of Legends is changing constantly, and this is just the way we are right now.
I mean, this is to get the vision for Jace, right? Because K'Sante really wants to try and hide in the bush. That's why Paris has started with the sweeper. So if Lebrov puts down a ward, Paris can sweep it out, which then gives a lot of control. But
that Nocturne
they'll
went
stick around for a bit.
Deep. I don't know if full vision was given over. It might be now. Blue buff's going to be started. Skewmond is going to find him shortly. Still trying to do the wolves and drag it out, but Relech, how quick's he going to be? Ain't no way he spams. He's going to spot it out. The ward's over the wall. Level 2 now acquired. Relech is not quick enough. There's an audacious charge, you better believe, available here for a Xin Zhao. Skewmon has 5 seconds off the wind, becomes lightning as well. Lebrov looking to come in, zones off Paris, and Relech is just going to be stalked all the way back to his own side of the jungle. Get lost, says Skumon with a level lead.
Caps is taking a bit of a heavy trade in the mid lane as Poby wants to try and come across to help, but both mid laners hitting level 2. Poby moves first.
I mean, it might be the turn on to Paris, but instead the wind becomes lightning. Skumon finds Relech. Audacious charge when Paris comes in. Shadow Dash started out, and he's got the aftershock as well. The damage is going to be enough. Skumon flashes over the wall. The blast is going to be taken, sent backwards. Skumon now looking to re-engage. He's got a pot ticking, but it won't be enough HP as Relech going to send out the Q. Doesn't hit. Skumon looking for the execute here. Doesn't want to give the kill over. One turret shot. And yes, it will be 2. Skumon will execute, and Relech will go back to farming.
So Relech should be able to just pick up his jungle. Skumon sent packing. Poby will take a little bit of damage from LeBron, but you can see there it was a bit of an awkward one for both sides. So Poby did the right thing of taking a very heavy trade against Caps in the mid lane, which stopped Caps from really being able to shift over, especially as he hit over to the level 2. So then you had Poby and Paris able to try and play for it. Paris has the aftershock very strong early stages into the pick.
Meanwhile, flashing Natofos, but Mainton might be in a bit of trouble here. Broken Blade needs to get the autos down. Natofo hits, gets in with the shield. Broken Blade is going to get queued and dies. Flash to match. Mainton with a solo kill on first blood. Meanwhile, Sam D dies. Hans Otherwise, they both die. What the hell is my kind of League of Legends in Europe doing right now?
What the hell is happening in this game? So 2 for 1 for Na'Vi, a slight gold lead, and Mater getting a solo kill. Like, this is insane.
Both supports are still level 1. We're 3 minutes in the game.
So this is the bot lane where Sam D was looking for the reset. Hans Samo interrupts him to stop him. Oh, good arcane shift actually from Sam D to prevent it, but takes the tower shot as he goes under. Oh, that's heartbreaking. But yeah, so Broken Blade, he gets hit by the Q3, tries to get some pressure down on Mainter underneath the tower, but even when he changes into melee form, doesn't have time to get the knockback. So Mainter, with the help of those minions, dashes forward, gets the kill. Big mistake from BB underneath the tower.
Yeah. I was expecting the Jace kind of to turn around there, but I guess for the early damage profile, Mainter's going to find a little bit more thanks to the inclusion of Doran's Helm in this game. Solo kill. And a 1-for-1 down bot.
I think BB might actually just be out of it now, though. Chain Vest already picked up for Mainter. Means it's really difficult for Broken Blade to try and get through that health bar, especially when all he's gotten is a tier. So I think this clears up our top side significantly for Na'Vi. And if Relech can get into this bottom lane, he will spot LeBron. LeBron doesn't see him.
And he sees him now, level 2. Spell Shield going to be there, bopped away, but Hunsummer can only watch as he sends out a bouncing bomb. LeBron has to take the long way back as he is still level 2. He's going to say, you know what, it's okay. I want to go mid anyway, but he's spotted out by a deep ward. Thanks to the fact that Relech has had tempo in this game, due to Skumon not getting anything from the Raptor invade.
Yeah, and again, I think that was good play from Poby. Great reactions from Paris to come and help, and the early game damage from a Shen is absurd compared to the Alistar. So you end up with Skumon isolated. Skumon, though, kind of has to be the one now to put pressure back on the map, especially in this top side, because Mainter, as you can see, is going to be happy to just sit here and continue to farm up the minions. Broken Blade won't get a lead. He won't be able to push in the tower, start to get plates, really do anything, I feel like, at this stage in the matchup. So you kind of need some attention there. There's LeBron finds Sam D, but there's the arcane shift away.
It's annoying to deal with, but Sam D still forced off while the wave is going to be pushing out up against him. So time for Sam D to back teleport straight back in. He's already got tier. Should be comfortable enough. As this game is slowed down from whatever the hell was happening before. LeBron just hit level 3, by the way. As, I mean, look, we've seen supports roam. It is just the hilarity of starting top, walking down to the jungle invade, and then sitting mid. But it was all about, like, denying the potential trading.
Yeah, it kind of got a bit funky, because it's funky. Level 1 is, I want a ward for my Jace, so that then Mainter can stay in second bush and just absorb XP from the bush, right, and try and play outside it. So, already parts start sweeper, they try to fight, nobody really gets any vision down, they don't bother to invest it, so everyone then is in a stalemate topside. Then they shift into the mid lane to go for the invade, because Relech at least got the blue, or got the start on the blue buff, but that takes significantly longer to clear, so he ends up cleared out. So it's all been a bit of a back and forth and weird, I want to say chess, but I don't know what chess boxing moves, I suppose, in this one.
Yeah.
And it's left us in the position now where it's fairly even, but the big loser has been the Jace in the top side, not having an advantage.
Maybe now Paris as well. Shadow Dash should get out of this, but Afshock not going to save his life for you now. Poby standing on top of the Chaos Field. LeBron in a bit of trouble. The Gravity Field down as well. Poby still getting shocked out. Skumon, Wind becomes lightning, looking for the audacious charge. He's tagged out only Paris here as Poby runs behind his Shen.
Paris used the Spirit's Refuge to deny Skumon the follow-up, so he wouldn't be able to get the knock-up and try and finish off the Syndra. But big mistake from Poby on that one. Doesn't connect with the Scatter the Weak, which doesn't lead up to the kill on Lebrov. Lebrov very lucky to escape away from that one.
You know, sorry, I'm still thinking about chess with boxing in it. You know, like, I take your queen, right hook. You know? It would make things interesting. It's like a Zoomer's way of playing chess to get them interested.
Have you never seen chess boxing?
No, it's actually.
Oh, it's an actual sport. You basically play chess for one round, and then you box for the second round, and then you chess for the third round.
I thought
and
it was literally like you take someone's piece and you get to punch them in the face.
No, you either win through chess or boxing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So wait, you can get a knockout in chess boxing.
Yeah.
Okay, Broken Blade up against the wall, might be in trouble, goes to the hammer form as well. All Out won't be able to be pushed by Mainter to get the new mana bar. And Wave will be received by Broken Blade.
Yeah, it was just more so Paris was up here to help Mainter get that push so he can get a reset. Again, very good timing for Mainter, so he's in a fantastic spot.
So you can also get checkmated.
Yes, you could either win through either, yeah. But obviously you've just been hit in the head several times in the previous round, which makes chess a little bit harder.
You're not making the smartest moves. Is this actually a thing?
This is a real sport.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not messing with you. This is genuine.
I mean, this is not as stupid as I saw, like, the roof football or whatever it was in America. That's so
BB.
dumb. Yeah, look, BB in trouble. He did teleport to this. Main to the flip back is flashed away from. And yeah, things are still going pretty decently here for the Cassante. Got help of Rillich as well. Paranoia up and available. There it is. Under the turret. Won't be able to be saved. Flash already burned. He's dead. Flip back. An easy kill, and it goes to Rillich as Broken Blade is getting broken in this first game.
He's doing it himself, though. He's kind of put his foot in the door and then closed it and said, why did you do that to me? And you're like, well, you overextended on the initial turret trade and now TPing into the middle of the wave. Navi happy to pick it up as
Shadow
Paris.
Dash misses, yeah. Skumon has a Crescent Guard already up and available. Chaos Storm is now going to come out on top of Paris' head. The flip back is nice as well. Remember, the ult's still there for Mainter. Pulls it onto Caps as the Unleashed Power does the rest. Skumon in trouble. The flash from Rillich to match out. Saved by Lebrov, but G2 are down 4 kills in the hole. Krub's now there. And Navi looking red hot through their top lane in these big skirmishes.
Navi are doing a great job to punish G2. Play on top side, and then even the positioning from Caps as well. Poby with the Scatter of the Weak to catch him in the brush. Lebrov just kind of poking his head in, but there is very little you can do to carry on here.
There's really little that in comparison to the Shen has been able to be done by this Alistar anyway. And Paris once again showing up big with Rillich, and we talked a lot about it coming into today. This jungle support duo is how things are done on the side of Na'Vi as Sam D's in a bit of trouble. Mega Inferno Bomb is available. Hunt, I'm not going to throw it. Look at these stats on the left side of your screen. No, don't. I don't want you to look at it anymore. You're not allowed because we've got a replay.
Yeah, you can see here. So Paris tries to go for the taunt on Skumon. Everyone on G2 goes for the follow-up. Cap steps up, but ends up getting hit by Poby after the knockback comes through, thanks to Mainter as well. They finish him off. Skumon forced the flash away. At least Lebrov can stop that fear from tethering. But still, Void Grubs, fight, kills. This gold lead is only growing for Navi. And Paris, as you say, has been such a key component of that, but Broken Blade.
No all-out available, but he might not even need it at this point. Mainter. These Natofo strikes keep on connecting. Looking for the flip back on Broken Blade as we look towards this blue buff and the Dragon. Skumon trying to get vision. Scatter the Weak not connecting. Poby exposed. Flash engage from Lebrov. He's going to find it in the gravity field. Going nowhere is the Ghosters. All out. Send in. That's the bomb. Skumon needs wind to become lightning, but unfortunately, it's a clear day.
I think he misclicked on towards Paris. Paris was basically standing over Poby's model, so the audacious charge, sure, it's a little bit of an AoE, but couldn't quite get the auto attack onto the Syndra, who was so low. I'll have to check that again, but that, I think, could have been a kill there.
Will we get a replay? I do not know. But I have been very demanding today. At the very least, Poby lives on. No summoner, though, for the Syndra is a good way to expose. And for Caps, I think he's been pretty decent so far in this game on the Victor. His setup has been nice. G2, again, still a little bit behind in this game. Dragon still up, controlled by G2's vision on the bottom side of the map, and you can see that Na'Vi don't really care. They're focusing more on defending that top side, defending their solo laners, who right now are sitting very pretty here in this opening game of G2.
A very happy spot as Na'Vi continue to keep the pressure up. And this is what you want to see from Na'Vi. I've been very impressed with the early game, but here we go, Paris.
Good Shadow Dash as well. Caps puts down the gravity field, pokes out Paris. Heal going to be used as well. Lebrov now shown. But they couldn't get Caps flash. He held on to that for a nice little while.
But I do still appreciate that we're seeing Paris continue to move around the map. Relech now in the wings. Dragon's still yet to be taken this game, which is the most surprising. Ooh, okay,
It's a flash, good reaction as well. Paranoia comes out. Cap's in a bit of trouble, but now the lights go back on. I think you'll find Relech is going to flip back and die himself. Skumon Crescent guards. Caps gets the kill. And again, this time the flash was saved, used well, and Caps gets on the board for it as Mainta with a flip back. The all-out going to be used away from the turret. Now looking for the true damage. It's found. Broken Blade goes into hammer form as Flash is almost up and available for Mainta, but will he even need it? Flip back, maybe he did. Second turret shot, the shield to save his life. Mainta runs for the hills while Broken Blade gets his time in to back quickly.
Maybe going to be happy to survive that one, but as Jace, oh, hang on, yeah. You want to be thriving in this matchup, not just surviving. As Mainter still here, should be fine at this stage. You have to be careful of the third shot here.
Broken Blade is looking for a bit of combat with the minions to get that grasp up so he can auto, but the Cassante's not going to get anywhere near him. So Broken Blade just clears the wave and both will back.
Still though, Caps massively outperforming on that mid wave. Manages to get the flash away from the engage, and with that overextension then you've got Skumon waiting in the wing, so really well orchestrated by Caps, because G2 need every bit of help that they can get, and it might be that magic man in the mid lane to provide it.
LeBron again, looking for a target, but Mainta is just going to walk out safely. I got taught the concept of gazelling up in the top lane today, and so he's going to gazelle to the inner turret in top, and just prance off out of range. Caps gets free access to turret plating in that time as well, where he is doing quite nicely now, up against Poby, matching the gold. That was a discrepancy before. Well, Sam D, we look towards bot. He's actually picking up some gold for himself to match on.
Yeah, they tried to swap Broken Blade out of the matchup because, as you can see, Mainter opting in towards a lot of armor. So they're like, okay, we'll send Caps up there and maybe Broken Blade can try and survive a little bit. But now he's been forced away from the bot lane tower because there's 3 members of Na'Vi here. So Broken Blade falling further and further behind in this game. This Jace is going to be completely irrelevant. Now with Relech showing up, we'll see that Lebrov is there. But I don't think Broken Blade is obviously going to be dove, but not going to really do too well underneath this structure.
Pope is coming down as well, though. He's still walking, marching as well, but so is the Ziggs. Under turret, the wave's gone. Paris a little bit deep. Paranoia to save him, but as the lights once again come back on, I don't know. Relech under turret, unleashing power, never mind. Mainta teleported down to say g'day, and Na'Vi have 5 here. They've left Caps alone, but Mainta needs to find the turret to get an even trade.
I was going to say, they need to push this fast. I wasn't sure if you'd actually get Sam D sticking around to try and clear out that wave. TPing out to the mid lane means that Caps might have time to take this top lane turret. But it will be a race here. Mainter trying to force it.
He's trying. Broken Blade using the W to get rid of the minion wave a little bit faster as well. All out's going to be burnt here, surely. But Broken Blade, he's come in with a Black Cleaver, and he is now shredding through the Cassante. Bit of a different story. Iceborne, yes, but Black Cleaver first, and that's the news story for Broken Blade.
Bobby managed to TP up in time to protect that top tower as well. So both structures going to stand for the moment. But Na'Vi with a nice turret dive on towards the bottom side of the map as well. I didn't think they'd be able to make it work with the Lebrov there as well. But the fact that Paris got stunned just outside of turret range sets them up very well. So G2, again, on the back foot. At least now, Broken Blade with that Black Cleaver, as you said, can put a bit more pressure on towards Mainter. But I don't know if he's really in a position now to, as we get towards like Rift Herald in a couple of seconds, to really try and help out.
Well, there is no TP from either of those top laners, and they are sitting in the bottom lane for now, which means that Herald might just end up being a 4v4. Poby's walking up to top, and he'll simply have to just clear out this wave. But turret should be dropping down here. Over to Caps, first turret of the game. Localized gold as well, so Caps in a very good spot as we go back towards bottom lane. Grass is just going to be utilized. Broken Blade still shredding. He's kiting away nicely. Paris is sitting on a ward, and Skumon is waiting for Paris to think that he can come on in. As soon as he walks down, there will be a bit of wind coming through from the spear of Skumon. He doesn't pull the trigger yet. Still trying to hog her out of fog of war, excuse me. And Paris just walks it out. He's okay.
This does buy the time, though, that G2 needed for Caps to reset and pick up that Hextech Protobelt. So first items across the board there on your left-hand side of your screen is going to be nice as you're looking at Rift Herald in a few moments. And if Paris is on the bottom side and trying to help out Mainter, should mean that Broken Blade can clear out this wave and then look for a reset in kind as well. So still a lot of movement on the map for both sides as to who wants to try and commit to this Rift Herald, but it feels like this game is stalled a little bit with neither team fully certain they can take that objective.
Yeah, it's just been like, look, let's just wait and see. Next Dragon probably is the wait and see moment. As you said, the Herald is now being pinged down. It's been being moved, rather. Relech is on the top side of this map with Experimental Hexblade. Paranoid going to be popped. Caps on his head is going to press that W. Spell Shield is there, but the stun up still working out. Paris with a Shadow Dash, but here comes Skewmon to save the day. Flash away from Relech, but he's knocked up. And in the middle of an Arcane Storm, electrocuted. Paris flashes over, but matched, found, bombs away from Hans Sama. It's 2 kills for the play, and G2 read them like a book.
G2 cover it perfectly. Relech trying to attack on that setup, and now Hansama finds Sam D with the knockback. You got Labrov there.
Waiting for the arcane shift. It comes through, but Labrov's going to have him with the trample exhaust down as well. Hansama landing everything, and all he needs to do is press Q one more time. Flash from Sam D. You got to respect it. He gets Hansama's flash, but down he will drop. Hansama with 3 kills, and G2 electrify this game 1.
Caps even chasing Poby out of that topside jungle as well, trying to put his stamp on the mid lane. Even Broken Blade getting alone time with his bottom side. Such a massive swing of gold for G2 in the last couple of plays.
I'm sure some of you have got the extension on Twitch have been already seeing, but that flip of gold that's now on your screen is huge.
Yeah, and we talked about how for Na'Vi, they want to try and attack G2 in the setup. That was what Relech was looking for, trying to catch Caps before that Rift Herald play was set up. But Skewmon reading it well, there to cover his mid laner and making sure that this play came to nothing. The blue ward just to spot out the Victor. Good cover. Here's Skewmon, and because he turns onto Relech, there's just no real follow-up. And even holding on to the audacious charge until Paris flashes away, good blue ward into the pixel brush as well to make sure they can spot out Paris so they can follow over. And Hansama picks up 1, picks up the 2nd kill on Sam D as well.
Old Comet wouldn't have gotten the kill there. Travel distance mega. You know, that changes the Comet where the more damage that comes through, the further it travels. I guarantee you is how it took that last 60 health or whatever it ended up being. So Hansama, gigantic here on the Ziggs, and he was already doing fine. That 1-for-1 down bottom lane. It evened things out, like for what Hansama had, what, a 5 CS lead? But now things are really big. As Paranoid going to be used on Broken Blade, this is going to be a 1v2. The flip back is good as well. A wall presents itself, but Mainty's not going to take it. Doesn't need it. 3rd kill here for the Cassante, and the hopes riding on the Ukrainian top laner.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake from Broken Blade. You could see the Dragon was being taken by G2, no contest, a ton of vision on the bottom side for G2 as well. So the only place that Relech could be is on that top side. He tries to clear the ward against the Nocturne and gets punished because he has no flash.
Well, it's something at the very least. We're wondering what the Cassante will end up doing in this game. I mean, a lot. And remember, Dagda, as Finn says, he's not a tank, and that is true. Yep. He's just a pain in the ass. He is. Because in every team fight, he isolates you, he separates you. He gets damage off of armor MR. I mean, what is that? Why don't Atofo strikes do that? You can't answer it, can you? No, you just hear
the designer made it that way.
Yeah. Oh, you made it that way.
The designer? I didn't design it.
You said you did. I was going to say, you're on the balance team. You know what?
I'm not going to do it.
I would trust you on the balance team, Dagda. All that damage from Hansama. Arcane shift forward with a Mystic shot. Herald's still going to get the charge. No way to deny it. Hansama trying to zone. Satchel would kill this, I believe, if Ziggs goes near it. But Hansama's just going to lay back anyway and eventually push this wave. While Sam D backs off with TP and Broken Blade. We talked about it before. He's just getting some alone time every time that Mainta thinks he has to move and wrap towards the play.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of Broken Blade is benefiting from the fact that multiple members of Na'Vi have to now deal with the rest of the squad. Yeah. Like 1.4k gold lead for Hansama. You got Caps, who's got a massive gold lead as well. It is not fun for the rest of Na'Vi to try and deal with this. So for Mainter, he kind of has to come and join in with the rest of the team. But when he does so, he's heavily indexed in towards the armor. Sure, you've got a little bit more with the protein there that you have the MR, but still up against a Victor and a Ziggs, he is going to struggle. We already talked about trying to close that gap as well. Sure. So G2, with the presence elsewhere, are able to buy time for Broken Blade. And this is where for Na'Vi, I think the lack of engage is really going to start to hurt them, because G2 can just continue to set up and siege without much threat of really being engaged on, apart from Relech and Paris. But how do you try and follow that as the rest of Na'Vi?
And you know, a new problem as well is that, like, also for Na'Vi getting these deep wards in, or rather G2 being able to do it, poke comps love deep vision, love to scout out. Like, the ability to approach is just that much harder. Mainter is going to get a top turret, but G2 still hovering around in case he sticks around. well, at least some gold does go down to Na'Vi to slim it down to 1,000, the difference.
And I think Na'Vi would be having some flashbacks to that third game against SK, where we actually heard Paris in the comm saying, hey, you know, we kind of need your flash to engage. We are struggling to find those engage routes, and they kind of drafted themselves into a similar struggle at the moment as Lebrov stepping up. There's 3 members of Na'Vi here, though.
He's going to use the Unbreakable Will this game, I don't think, and he's trying to use an opportunity to do so. But as Alistar's favourite song is, I like to move it, move it. He's making sure that Na'Vi are getting out of his way. It's true, Dagda. Paris, Data Dash. 2-level lead, by the way. Lebrov kiting around. He gets put against the wall. Unbreakable Will now comes out. He's a little bit low for it. His little tempo almost takes him down. Lebrov running out as there's no dragon here yet. Ulti, close to getting tagged. But remember, Broken Blade's happy. He's alone up top. Yes, bot turret did go down. Broken Blade also getting some more plating, though. And the Jace getting himself well and truly back in the game.
Yeah, it was 1,000 gold lead for Mainter, now kind of drifting down to the 700 region. So slowly but surely, G2 are starting to get some gold into their top laner. Still, though, you are getting decent pressure on the map from Na'Vi, right? Lebrov having to burn the Unbreakable Will, give some time towards the Syndra in the bottom lane. You're getting some position on the map as well. And I think ideally what Na'Vi want is for Paris to start cheating some of this tempo. If he can get some deep wards into the G2 side of the jungle, maybe there's windows for Mainter to find creative flank angles, look for a big ultimate as Lebrov.
He's found out no Unbreakable Will, and this is the great timing for Na'Vi. It's a minute towards the dragon, but this will enable deeper vision and a bit more extra gold.
Great pick play from Na'Vi. This is exactly what they want to try and do. And it already burning that ultimate on Lebrov made him a bit more of a sitting duck than a cow. As Paris, here we go, we were talking about the vision that he wanted.
That's good damage. Denied a little bit of it, but Paris, he's so squishy in comparison. Easy kill. Bit of a mistake here from the support, who's always looking to go a little bit further.
Yeah, really wanted to try and get some of that vision in, but played into the opposite side of the map where they had the strength, right? You already had Syndra pushing in on the bottom side, was trying to cheat some of that tempo that we were talking about, but gets called out as Skewmod was waiting for him there.
All right, Dagda. Big problem. Ziggs is going to have Rabadons very soon. He's backing now. True Shot Barrage actually stopped him on the minimap. Thank you, observers. But that's already double Rabadons. He's got it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he definitely does. And it's for a second dragon as well, which is in a couple seconds. So I feel like if I'm Na'Vi, this is where I would like to have the ability to try and make some sort of side lane play. But you can look at where the waves are. Nothing's threatening the tower. G2 already in position. Dragon is up, and they will burn through it.
Na'Vi like, let's just forget it. Maybe open up top a little bit, get some more gold in. For the Cassante, will it matter? But G2, second dragon of the game. Mountain stats denied away from said Cassante as well. As Na'Vi use this opportunity to get something mid. And we'll find at least a plate, maybe close to getting the turret. Meanwhile, in top lane, is the dive. Is it over ambitious? Mainter's going to go squishy. I don't think I would choose to do that normally, but Paris flew in and proves us all wrong. He'll survive the third turret shot, and Na'Vi go in and out of what looks so sketchy with Lebrov next to die. Flawless dive on the inner turret for Na'Vi.
Great play from Na'Vi. I didn't think they'd be able to find that counter play on the cross map, but they managed to get it. The dive is great. Mainter using all that tankiness he's built up in the early stages, and it looks perfect. Mainter underneath the tower, he's got Relech to follow. As long as Mainter is able to keep this tower aggro, they're going to be perfectly happy. And even with Paris here, the spell shield, nice as well coming through from Relech. But with the TP, thanks to that Shen, the shield, enough, the taunt, great. And Na'Vi collapse well onto the top side as G2 just don't have a response.
Well put. As soon as I saw Lebrov, I thought, oh no, this dive's going to get so botched. But Mainter, as you can see, takes no turret damage. Relech held the flash, took the last turret shot in stride before exiting, and then it just transferred to Paris. Easy as that. Na'Vi back in a gold swing. And that dive opened up the inner turret. 2,000 for Mainter now all of a sudden. Yeah. 3 items picked up. Sante looking maybe not unkillable, but harder to poke down. We're talking about Paris in a bit of trouble. Skewmon jumps in, but the rest of Na'Vi are on their way down. G2 a little bit far off. The poke squad are looking for an angle here while Na'Vi hold the fort, hold the line in the tri-brush.
Yeah, there's not really a huge amount here for either squad to get, though. I think both of them just kind of contesting position. It does mean, though, for Na'Vi, with so much gold now on their top laner, that if Mainter isn't in position to try and take these fights, they're significantly weaker, which is why he's now been called down to group up with the rest of the team. They want to try and, again, just keep some sort of vision control here, maybe catch stragglers as they go. but there's no real pressure on the map right now, so G2 kind of happy to match and just continue to clear waves and play for dragons.
Let's see some of the Ziggs damage on Cassante, because I just saw some Jace damage and it was poo-poo. So Broken Blade really not doing that much anymore, outside of the fact that a lot of the shock blasters weren't landing in the lane anyway, but I feel like it was definitely more significant than now what we're getting. Broken Blade's going to go back to that top wave. Dragon up at 2 minutes 30. That's the counter in your top left yet again. As Hansama has just considerably been sitting on mid wave. He's got a blasting one now as well. Probably going to be a Void Staff next. That this Ziggs, who is going to be doing the most, needs to build up before we get towards that Drake. Look at that, he's a silly back. Ha, ha, ha. What is that? Is it a snowman?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Not that outrageous, but you know, he's a goober, isn't he?
He is.
What's his backstory? Why has he got bombs?
He's a mad scientist.
Yeah, who gave that dude bombs? He made it, right?
I assume so, but
okay.
Yeah, he's the mad chemist or something, isn't he? Isn't that the call?
Must be. Are him and Singed, are they like...
No, I think they're different regions.
Right. I know they're different regions, but have they met? How lore focused are you?
It's not in Arcane yet, so I haven't got that far yet.
I've got a great idea for a show. Lore's Lore. Lore, if you're listening. Yeah, we're going to have to do that. Lebrov, in. Okay, Spell Shield's now down. So we're going to be channeled, and that's a big bad boss. Manta flies in with the shield in hand. Level 17 Cassante, though, won't find an angle. And they did draw in a TP for free.
Oh, hang on a second. There's a flank from Manta in behind them as well.
Unbreakable Will now down as well. You talk about a paranoia going to come through. Manta finds a better angle on Hansama, who flashes away, but bopped away. He won't care. He does flash in the end, though. Wind becomes lightning as the chase begins. Broken Blade on his head. Manta's still healthy enough, but a flash down from the Cassante looking for an angle, while Hansama, importantly, had to burn his too.
Yeah, Hansama not having flash could be crucial for the next fight, but also now that Manta doesn't have his, makes it a little bit more difficult for him to really play out these next couple of engages. I like what Na'Vi were thinking of, though. Again, so much of this comp feels like you need to try and get around and encircle and close this G2 roster so you can actually close the gap, since you don't have the best forms of engage apart from this Nocturne. So they were trying to go for it there, but G2 play back well, Lebrov peels well. You can kind of see the difficulties for Na'Vi in actually closing on to G2.
It's difficult, especially with the CC. I mean, Lebrov is a pain, but I also see the trouble in getting the damage through on Manta at this point. Again, I really want to see more of Hansama. I think Void Staff's going to be mega important in this game. As thank you to our production crew. The damage numbers important here to show you that that is the poke that has been landing. Caps has not been super involved in some of these mid-game fights. But obviously right now it's all about Dragon. 10 seconds Dagda. Scatterweek going to start us off, but Na'Vi have priority here with mid-push as well.
Yeah, Na'Vi just kind of want to contest mid-wave. They want to give as little time to G2 to poke them down as possible. So you can see Relech immediately goes over to start it up as Manta, able to prevent the engage from Lebrov.
Pathmaker in, he's comfortable here in front of 4 members of G2. Sam D, if he keeps getting poked out by Hansama, that's where the problem will begin. Scatterweek from Poby not connecting. Shock Blast, a little bit of damage on the toes of the Ghost. Hansama, he has instant wave clear through mid, so that wave is just gone. Baron being threatened while Dragon is already gone. Relech just sat on it by himself. Mountain stats acquired. Baron now the real threat as G2 try and choke out Vision.
I don't think they can really go for this Baron right now. There's not enough poke on towards Na'Vi. They're going to try and contest several of these. Like every line here should be poke and prod, but here we go.
He found out. Lights turned off to save his life. It won't be forward engage. It will be to keep Paris ticking. Relech doesn't press the button. Manta now found out as well. Skewmon gets a smite down. Pathmaker out, invulnerable, unstoppable. Now for the knockout for the 3 Talon Strike. Skewmon finds him yet again, slowly being whittled down. He jumps to Sam D. Manta is out as Poby continues zoning off G2, but they're healthy enough. This time they'll threaten it again, or at least make Na'Vi walk into their hands.
That's all they want. Na'Vi to continue to base check this. Relech with the spell shield on the accelerated shock blast means he won't take much damage. Paris has arrived again, but G2, they're trying to rush this down, but they might actually give an angle for Na'Vi to find that flank.
Manta no flip back yet. G2, Scatterweek not going to connect on them. Poby wants an angle, needs a ball to hit. Baron doing quite a lot of work here. Na'Vi running in, True Shot Barrage only tags Caps. Manta getting trickled down though. Scatterweek connects. Poby finds an angle. Paris jumps in. 3-man. I see 4 stun Manta getting into the back line with the True Damage, but he's knocked up. He's separated too far for the top laner of Na'Vi. Poby gets a stun. It's nice, but G2 got the pick. Baron will halt. Everyone will chill, but it's 1 for G2.
G2 managed to kite it out. Na'Vi just not quite having the follow-up damage that they would have liked to on that engage, because we'll see it here. Relech already kind of in the pit forces G2 back, but they're constantly playing in towards this choke. Even when you get the knockback and the scatter of the week onto Caps. The follow-up, it's onto Broken Blade. Mainter isolated because he popped that ultimate. Is actually easier to burst down. LeBron buying space from the rest of the Na'Vi to follow up. Poby not in a position to ult. Sam D not in a position to do much more.
I think I saw, because I thought it was the Shen at first, I think Paris pressed E but went past 2 people. He actually didn't do anything. It was the Poby scatter of the week that got the stun.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, look, Mainter going too far. And the problem with Cassandra is once you ult, all those tank stats pretty much disintegrate and disappear, and you're so squishy. This comp has so much damage that doing that in the face of the whole of G2 is reckless. Good one. Now, Dagda, 500 gold lead. Baron is up, that's the threat. Dragon away for 2.5. For now, I'm worried because Hans Summer, I think, got the Void stuff in the previous fight, or at least has it now. And those waves are butter. As Mainter's in the bottom wave, he's got TP to join. Shock Blast not going to connect, and it is all about this ARAM for both these teams. They want to land the poke. Syndra Ezreal versus Victor, Ziggs, and Jace begin round 3.
But G2 are just calling Na'Vi saying, hey, engage on us. Like, what are you going to do? You've got nobody to actually set this up, especially now. Paris no flash. Mainter sure has the flash back up and available, but G2 happy to sit here all day long, continue to fish for poke. If it lands, great, Baron. If not, what do we lose? There's no pressure on the map for Na'Vi. They can't do anything.
What we can do is slowly trickle down that bot wave. Relech gets tagged. G2 come back towards mid wave for the next spawn. Hans Summer, remember again, he's the wave clear that they need to deal with on the side of Na'Vi. They have one cannon minion running down mid. They're going to try and use it here. Sam D finds himself on mid turret. Inner drops. Mainter a little bit far behind as well. True Shot Barrage tags Skewmond. Paris with an angle as well, trying to threaten G2. Scatter the way, beautiful. Poby sets it up, flush away from Broken Blade. Here he comes, a Predator missile, but a 2-man pulverize from LeBron sends sky high. Na'Vi try and send the damage out, Broken Blade gets drawn back in. Mainter, a beautiful ult this time to Scatter the Week. Once again lands, but Paris found out slacking in the back line. Hans Summer takes him down, drops him low, and it's top for support the trade, 1-for-1.
There's so much damage from the mages on G2. The Navi's backline ends up having to retreat. Sam D taken so low after the damage that came through from that Mega Inferno bomb. G2, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but their health bars are still topped up.
I think they need to kill Hans Summer. I think that is obvious, but I've got to keep saying it.
But it's easier said than done. I mean, watch this, right? You send everything onto Broken Blade with the Scatter of the Week that ends up setting up. Relech with that paranoia immediately jumps in onto the back line. But how do you try and continue here? Sam D already taking a half health just as the fight starts out. He isn't even poking over the wall. Now Arcane shifts. Relech is low. The Mega Inferno Bomb takes him completely out. And your mage, your Poby, not in a position to really follow up because he'd positioned in that Raptor pit. Whereas G2 continue to roll on through. And it's not like Caps and Hans Summer are ever under any real threat.
Caps also, that's Zonya's. Plus now GA for Skewmon too. There's a lot of buttons to halt that phase of engage from Na'Vi. Needlessly large for Hans Summer, a bit of extra damages. But away from the shock blast. Here we go, ARAM once again. Dragon though, up in 10 seconds.
G2 will continue to play this game of you can threaten Dragon, will threaten Baron. All they want to do is try and keep these waves from hitting on towards their base. This time around though, you are slowly going to lose this war of attrition. Relech already on the Dragon means he should be able to take it. G2, the poke hasn't landed. And while this game can continue for a bit, eventually it will be Na'Vi who are getting to so point. G2 now trying to step up to get some of the poke down, but Na'Vi already got the Dragon. G2 going to back away over towards the Baron and see if they can draw Na'Vi into their damage.
It is a Na'Vi win then. Again, the stats go to the Cassante. Means more damage, means more ability to survive some of this poke. Already, it's not doing that much. It's all about Hans Summer landing on him, but it takes a long time. Na'Vi, that's a win. Again, to reiterate, G2 aren't going to start the Baron. They wouldn't hope of it. They need a pick. They need some of this poke to connect. The game continues to be stalled out. Remember Syndra as well. The scaling element is still there with the splinters.
But it's also second Mountain Dragon for Na'Vi. A third Mountain Dragon plus a potential soul. Like, Na'Vi are going to get very tanky. And sure, you've got poke, but it's going to be harder for that really to stick as Mainter steps in towards Skewmond.
Does he care? Caps is coming in. Mega Inferno Bomb. Bit of bomb on Poby. Pathmaker out. Jumps in with the shield. Mainter has a bit of gap close to get himself out of dodge. Na'Vi been poked out a little bit here as well. Not a bad start here for G2. True Shot Barrage dodged by Caps. Midwave dealt with. The Ray's out, but nice shielding from Mainter yet again. As bot wave needs to be dealt with, maybe.
It's already taken one place. Might take the tower itself as that bot tower. Yeah, there it goes.
You can't leave mid, Dagda. You can't leave mid. That's the rule of this game now. Nobody leaves mid.
But a G2, with that, immediately start up the objective. So, Na'Vi trying to see now if they can face check Paris, stepping forward with that sweeper. But you can see Mainter not really taking much damage. The Brav just being a pain.
It's going to get some vision down. 4K, it's going down there, fully committing Paranoia. Turns the lights off. Relech, an angle with GA. Where will he find it? 3.6K. Baron's held on to. Skewmon trying to find his mark. Running through this Baron. It's no steal. It's secured. G2 finally getting ejected. Mainter's deep yet again. Bob back. He all out. Separates himself onto Caps as well. Now finding the damage down with the Chaos Storm. In with Parrot finding his mark in. He was too squishy. Top laner and RV down. Down with the support as well. And the sickness of G2's fight apparent again. Poby runs out into Mega Inferno Bomb that tags him, but with TP coming in bot, there's only 2 left of Na'Vi to defend.
G2 just want to try and crack open this base immediately. Screw that, they want to go for the end. Triple TP into the base of Na'Vi, and what was slow and methodical and repetitive may have just blown open.
Broken Blade going to deal with the wave. Hansama helps as well. Scatter the Weak from Poby needs to buy some time. The damage on the Broken Blade won't be enough. 5 members of G2 stand strong. What a way to end. He finally pulled the trigger, finally forced a hand of Na'Vi. You can't stick around in mid forever. Their game plan comes up. Trumps as Na'Vi are still in their defense. Relech is going to go. So is Poby. Paris trying to buy time with the wave, but he's only a stat for Hansama to pick up kill number 7. It's G2 in 37 minutes. And what an entertaining mid-A-Ram we just had.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe they've been playing a little bit too much of that classic-ish A-Ram because they stuck around, but it worked for G2. Sure, they end up losing a couple of the Dragons, but they eventually find the poke they need to turn over towards the Baron. And when they face check in, it's a bit too much.
Law, Skewmon, ça va.
A lot of things to talk about here. Skewmon, what the hell was that level 1?
I don't know. I was so shocked of like what happened. Like when I saw like his gun blew up, I think I managed to like invade the step back, but like I managed to get the execute, so like it was nice. But
yeah.
Like I'm shocked about honestly.
It looked like such a hard game to win, though.
I mean, I think it is by the nature of the draft. Honestly, I don't necessarily think we played bad. Obviously, like we had like some moments and like we died a bit on like on top. But I think like with like Nocturne, they actually have the pressure to kill us on side, and we don't necessarily have like the best like side champs. So yeah.
You made it in the end. A win is a win. I'm gonna let you join your team, and actually, I'm gonna work with you. And G2 came in swag. The coaches came in swag as well. And yeah, G2, as always, finding the solution in games when we don't think they can. After a really difficult early game, though. What do you guys think?
Certainly the case, Lore. Certainly the case. A tricky game to unpack, no doubt in my mind. But I think it's safe to say we know Jace is the man of the future. But after that game, for BB, it's going to be a thing of the past.
God damn.
Because it was terrible. It was really bad. Bro got a solo kill. That was bad. And it is one game. It's a rough one, but it was, well, it was closer than it should have been. And top lane was a big part of that.
It's a big part of that. And Finn, that's what we prefaced in the pregame, actually, with what Mainter said, wanting to match BB in his style. He got the best of him here.
Absolutely.
No words need to be spoken here.
Mainter had a fantastic laning phase on the Xante. I love how he navigated early game, finding that solo kill early because it started very volatile. I was surprised that Na'Vi actually committed the Shen up here early because I thought they would just play for their only winning lane, which was the Ezreal Shen in the early game. But they had this wanky ass idea of invading the top side level 1 with the Nocturne. Didn't really work out for them. It became a wild goose chase. And in the end, the winner of this was Mainter, because when Jace was looking around what was happening here, he was able to contest the wave, which usually is really difficult as the Xante versus Jace. But by contesting the wave early, he kind of set himself up for that super good trade, which BG flashed away from. I mean, what are you gonna do? Xante just kills you anyway.
Very true. Finn, the word you were looking for is wacky. Yeah. Wacky level 1. Wanky. There's a theme running today with Finn, and it's unintentional, which makes it all the better. But here we see a pretty wacky top lane 1v1 as well. We called this out. Like, look, really clean catch here. Finn, you said it, I think, best. Once BB burns his flash, bro, run. You've already lost the fight.
Yeah.
Sticking around for what? To dance around the Xante who still has a sum up on you?
And he didn't do it once, didn't do it twice. Did it 5 times. At least during that, he made the whole game difficult. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I want to say, I think G2 bounced back fantastically. They had Hansama on the Ziggs, they had Caps on the Victor. And what they did is they kind of just started grouping mid, and whenever Na'Vi was overgrouping on one side, they were hugging that other side super tightly and didn't give them any access. And they were forcing that Baron for like 2 to 3 attempts. On the third one, it actually worked. They managed to win a fantastic fight. And I kind of want to break it down if I get the chance here.
All right.
As I'm going to go to my little iPad here because I'm an iPad kid. This is the top side fight.
Yeah,
so I can break this down
let's
as well.
start with talking a little bit about Mainter. Because
yeah.
I do want to say, despite this game going awry, this is the kind of continued glow up for Mainter that I do want to keep praising. Because at the start of the year, it really felt like he was a tank one trick. He has expanded, certainly. And while Cassante is technically a tank, right, it's more bruisery. And the consistency here in a matchup that's supposed to be losing, once you get that lead to hold on to it so well, really the only reason that some of these fights even felt salvageable is because of how far ahead he was. Because G2's positioning was often better, their setup was often better, but the Fed Cassante is what made it so tricky for them.
And it's something that we've talked about at the beginning of the week, the fact that Na'Vi, this team, what we expect from them is the solo laner to step it up, because they have it from the jungle, they have it from Paris linking up with LEC. We need to see Poby stepping up and Mainter to put on these big boy shoes, and I feel like so far, we've seen them being really strong in the early game. Usually this is when, mid-game is when things falter. I feel like if Mainter keeps on playing like this, the way they gave a hard time to G2 today, I'm hopeful for Na'Vi, even if they lost. But Finn, you had something to tell us about Baron again.
Absolutely. Because this was the territorial.
You're not even looking at the camera. You're looking off of
This
it.
is the territorial Baron, and G2 was dancing around this for quite some time. So I want to show you guys why they're actually starting this Baron. Because what is rule 1 of the Baron fight?
Be blue side.
Be blue side. Yay, they're blue side. Good job,
got it.
G2. What is the second rule?
Know your Baron?
Know your Baron. This is the territorial Baron, the weakest out of them, so it makes it a lot easier. If this was the Hunter Baron, I would see them taking a lot more damage while they were starting this, because it is a slow Baron. They have 2 mages and a Jace, not the most damage. Now, what is the third rule of the Baron Pit Fight Club?
Know your plan.
Yes. And as we roll out the clip, I will make it very clear to you guys that the plan is simple. They are keeping this Reledge man out of the pit. How did they do that? Then Paranoia goes out, but they are just waiting. They don't hit the Baron at all, and he doesn't want to ult in there when it's 3.6k HP. And now Paranoia is out. The Hero Cow goes in and knocks him away from the pit as all of G2 turn onto the Baron and burst it out. No chance for Skewmon, because what is the 4th rule of the Baron Pit Fight Club?
Win the smite.
Win the smite, and they did it because the enemy jungler was not in the pit. Super nice cohesion from G2. The fact that they were able to all stop hitting and all start hitting the Baron at the same time shows that they've been through this rodeo multiple times.
The first 4 for 4. I gotta say I'm impressed. And I will say this is one of the weakness that I saw from Na'Vi here is I don't feel like, one, their side wave management was really good. We saw them losing hundreds of gold in a lot of these scenarios because G2 already had pushed, had already set up, weren't really diligent with that, even though they had TPs, right? Like they can send someone to get on the side wave. It felt like they were nervous. It felt like they felt the pressure that G2 could rush down a Baron, but we saw they couldn't. It took them a year. They have double mages. It takes a really, really long time for them to kill the Baron. The other thing is they didn't really team fight proficiently with the composition that they had. They were forced constantly into these 5v5s kind of lineup skirmish style fights where Ziggs and Victor get infinite free poke, and we saw a lot of fights where both of their carries, both Paubi and Samdi, were just completely zoned out of a fight by a single gravity field or a single satchel charge from Ziggs. So even though they had these strong members, we never really got to see an honest 5v5 in the late game from this lineup.
And I actually think this was a good display of good League of Legends, because Na'Vi, while they kind of ran into G2, they had their own plan. You can tell how much emphasis they put on being first at the dragon. And G2 always came to the midway and was like, damn, you know your stuff. We're not gonna walk into your dragon pit. And for two times in a row, Na'Vi just picked up the dragons and they were at soul point. But I think at this very moment, G2 really realized that if we do this one more time, they're gonna get soul, and they really just tried to force Navi's hand. And I think Na'Vi wasn't really prepared, because the first 2 times they just got away with it. They got away with murder for free.
Then how do they make sure they're prepped next time? Because early game, they got it. Mid game, solidified. They have a good approach, but they fall short every time. So how do they make sure that they have better 5v5 situations moving forward?
I think just think one step further. Because right now, they were thinking about their own plan, but they didn't really think about what the approach from G2 would be. Usually when you have a good dragon setup, we've seen many times in our league, people walk into your setup, give you a good fight, you get the dragon, you get the good fight, easy money. But when G2 did not give them that plan, they need to be aware. What is G2 gonna do? They're gonna go to Baron this time. They need to be ready for it. They need to walk in as 5, give Relech the space. If people were peeling for Relech in that Baron fight we broke down before, helped him walk up, threw some CC on the Alistar, made sure that they couldn't keep him out of the pit, suddenly it will be a different game.
Look, I think everything you said is right, but I think it's too difficult. I think simplify, draft stronger scaling picks and stronger team fighting picks. I think the Syndra and Ezreal are cute. They did a lot of good things, but it made a lot of the later fights harder to play. Get yourself your own control mage, get yourself your own kind of scaling hyper carry, and just simplify your game plan. Because what Finn said is great, I just think it's way harder to pull off.
Simplify. That's the key here. And that's all for us here. We'll come back in a few moments for game 2. So far, G2 lead. Let's see if Navi can come back.
Your mid laner has died 50% of the time for first bloods thus far in Summer Split, and yesterday he died 0 in both games. So I want you guys to see the improvements that he's making.
Good job. But he's knocked up and in the middle of an arcane storm, electrocuted. Paris flashes over but match found, bombs away from Hans Sama.
Cassette. Yeah.
Alisa,
fine. Looks good, I can stand there. Jinx, I can flash him. I'm going to Cassette. Wait. Kill Cassette, guys. Yeah. I flash. Looks good. UJs, guys, UJs. Nice, thanks for carry, guys. Good job.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling. Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call this.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to check reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance.
Together, this could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lightning flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance. Together, this could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
we've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward.
All right, G2 game 1. That's the story. Oh, light it up. Even the refs are in on it now as well. Holy.
That was impeccable time.
That was, honestly.
I'm very impressed.
We don't always, we don't always acknowledge the refs, but now we get to put them in the limelight a bit as well.
Yeah.
It is too bright for the futures of these two teams, obviously, as Na'Vi move in. And I think after game 1, need a different game plan, because like the game was close to a point. There was a lot of mid-A
they had a good early game.
Yeah, they had a good early game. So now what changes? I mean, Mainter was on the Cassante. Not much could be done or said outside of the fact that he was a pretty bloody good Cassante. But what do you do at that point, Dagda, when you're getting poked down and you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, it's difficult. You don't really have the setup. You don't really have the engage. So I think I'd like to see a little bit more engage tools drafted from Na'Vi here. But we'll have to see as we are already into the draft. With Poppy gone, is Vi going to start to see her way through the draft, especially with things like the Orianna, the Rumble still up and available?
They get it. G2 get it. I mean, I think few teams in the LEC really prioritize this champ, but I mean, I'll tell you right now, like when lanes are so important, it feels like he is just the top lane king with a bit of flexibility that can also go jungle as well. Let's see, next direction for Na'Vi. As you said, Orianna needs to go. Vi needs to go as well. Pairings like maybe Jarvan, Rumble. Well, Jarvan's now taken away by Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think Vi still very, very strong. The Orianna still available, but less powerful when the Nocturne is taken away. So yeah, I'm curious. I think Rumble really does stand out to me, at least for Na'Vi's side. I know Broken Blade obviously has a bunch of picks he's having to play into it and yada, 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 but I do think for a Na'Vi, that Rumble probably high priority, and then more than likely looking towards something like a Rel, a Leona, or maybe the Camille, if you really want to get spicy for Paris, as has 2 games on it and has done relatively well in the early games on it.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen it from Lebrov yet. It's so funny we've seen Tarek first, but that Leona also could be a pairing normally with something like the Zig, something like the Mage bottom lane. A couple of those already out. There's that Vi we're talking about. Orianna is still up. Orianna first pick for G2. It was banned away from them for game 1. Now for game 2, surely it's too good to miss. Also, side note, that Varus is there too.
Yeah, I don't know. I think while she is decent, there's just so many good answers into her, and with the nerfs, she's less lane dominant than she used to be. So I think the Orianna priority has fallen off a smidge. So I'm curious if they end up going for something a little bit different here. Never mind.
No, Dagda.
Excuse me as I coughed. Yes.
How dare you?
I know. But yeah, okay, so Orianna's still going to be taken. You still have like Galio, the Akali, these kind of things. Galio, I think, is Good if you want to go like Galio Camille here. Could be an option, right, for Navi. Otherwise, Cassiopeia left open available as well. So yeah, going to be happy to take that one and still keep that flexibility where you can put the Cassiopeia into the bottom lane as well.
How often is this left open, honestly?
Exactly, yeah.
Like almost 100% fearless pick ban percentage, which means has it been banned, has it been picked? Has it, rather. With that as well, I mean, it's super easy to think Pantheon, to think Zintel's already taken. Skarner's up in this series as well. Like, what else?
I mean, Wukong, still good. If you want to engage Lee Sin, still good. So you definitely have options in the jungle. I'd much rather, I was going to say, take the support here. Camille was an option, but as we talked about, I think you kind of want some pairings that are more aggressive in the jungle to work with her. So they're going to go for the Leona, which is working as an answer into the Camille, basically being able to follow her around the map and still do relatively well. So I don't think we'll get that from Labrov, though. Maybe something like a Bard, or could end up opting in towards the Braum that we saw from the other day. Because Alistair would be a nice pick into this, but you don't really have that option here.
No, you do not indeed. Trundle being considered. I mean, technically a flex, but probably going to be going Skumond in the jungle. And with Pillar as well, how else do you synergize? And by the way, Relech, my biggest question for you now is, do you play Kindred?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, for Relech, I feel like he has some funky answer into Trundle. Even if you don't want to go for something funky, the Lee Sin, I think, is a fine option here. And sure, you can steal away the Leona stats, but it's not the end of the world. So I think for G2, Trundle a little early maybe in the draft here.
But they must have a plan. I mean, pairing with Orianna is nice. Rel as well, I should say. Set up really nice here for the game. But
yeah, I think you just take the Lee Sin here.
I was going to say, I mean, you got really good options here in jungle. Is there a secret pick for Relech?
Yeah, I mean, he has a bunch of champions that you can take into this. Lee Sin has kind of been the staple that we've seen, and yeah, there you go. So less so about the, hey, I can fight you 1v1 early, but the mobility just very annoying against the Trundle.
I can navigate Trundle.
Exactly, yeah. And you've already got, like, very consistent DPS, you've got good CC as well, so if you do end up working with Leona, you can kind of work your way through the Trundle as well. So I think you've got options here for Navi, and now you've got to engage too as well. So if Navi can have that strong early game that we saw in the last game, they're better set up to continue through that strong early game into the mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, snowballing Lee Sins today has been a pretty good success story, as you see some of the bans that are going to take away from the follow-up engage. Siva's one of them. Now, with Siva down as well, does that mean Hunt Summer is going to start flexing towards more things like the Corki?
Corki, Xayah, other options, right? Corki, probably a decent answer here. Good follow-up. Can try and like close the gap if you do end up flexing that Cassiopeia to the bottom lane. But I think at this stage, it's probably just going to be traditional AD carries in that bottom side of the map.
I do like your mention of Xayah. I mean, we don't have Rakan, but I do. With anything that can engage. When you have Leona Lee Sin, Xayah's got a bit of playmaking to nullify that as well. And Bessa taken away, by the way, as we look towards the top lane.
Yeah, very slow draft to come through. I still think you can ban away the Xayah here if you wanted to, but it's actually going to be the Nara. So
they're going to get Navi, maybe Renekton on 4, maybe.
If you go the Renekton though, G2 are going to be happy to go for the Kled. Like Broken Blade has played that like a couple of times.
Yeah.
So you're kind of snookered that way. The Nara ban, I was going to say, like, you are probably set up for Mbessa or maybe Sion. But Vayne is still up and available, so I think you have to leave that counter pick to main turn the top lane.
If you blind a tank here.
Yeah, so I think this is where you just show your hand and say, hey, we're going to take an AD carry into the bottom lane. Maybe you do take the Xayah, maybe you go something along the lines of the Corki yourselves, which I don't think is the end of the world, and then continue on from that point. But it's actually with the Rumble, okay.
Vayne, Varus. Varus top was an option that I think Mirwin kind of created in the LEC last year, where it was just so good at dominating a lane against a champion like Rumble, whose lane matchups were so easy to navigate. Broken Blade has a plethora of different picks. Nibia top.
Yeah, so I think this is where G2 are a little stuck because they're not entirely sure they want to try and progress. You've got a potential Cassio flex the bot lane in the Galio mid, and then the Leon and the Lee Sin basic delivery tools for the Galio to be a bit more front-loaded, you can still play a pretty AP heavy Galio, so you don't have to worry too much about the Trundle stealing the stats. Still is a bit annoying when you're a melee carry, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the game plan. As actually just going to play the Galio into the Rumble. That makes sense, yeah. Deny that as a flex pick here from Na'Vi.
There you go, that too. Yeah. I mean, not going to be the Varus top, but it's still something that can nullify the Rumble. So now this top, or rather this 80 carry counter pick must be, or rather pick, must be worth it. Are you going to run Corki into Varus? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst matchup. You can Valkyrie forward, look for decent trades, like but deny Varus the ability to abuse his upfront, or sorry, his long range. And as well, once you have the early game in your favor, you're kind of matching tier for tier. Triforce spikes very, very hard for some of these fights, and I think that's kind of what Na'Vi are looking for, is like very hard level 1 spikes for the Void Grubs, for the Dragons, these kind of things. Whereas on G2 side, you have some very good skating, like the Orianna going late game. You've got this Galio that's going to be very tanky and difficult enough for 3 of these melee champions on Na'Vi side to navigate these fights.
Okay, well, G2 running in to try and close out our night quick smart. We had the quickest game of summer in our first series from Vitality. Can G2 beat that? But not to downplay the fact that Na'Vi were a very respectful opponent in Game 1. Game 1 was close. Game 1, as Doug was saying, it was a nice early game. It was actually quite dominated by Na'Vi, and then we got towards mid, we got towards a slower pace, where G2 got to slow it down to their speed of game. What I mean by that is the fact that Hansama neutralized mid-wave consistently. Caps just got to pick up resources, catch up in the game, and Broken Blade, who got shut out in the game, essentially was just a poke bot trying to farm damage noise.
Yeah, I do think for Na'Vi, though, at least this time, it's like, hey, playing around Mainter, very valuable this time. The Rumble going to be able to do significantly more with the gold lead. Same when you look towards mid lane. Like, I think Poby, especially if you can burn some of these early flashes in the Orianna, repeat ganks become much more likely. Like, there are a lot of tools for Na'Vi to find skirmishes and lane plays in the early stages with this Leona and this Lee Sin, and I expect that's where we'll see a huge amount of that early pressure from Na'Vi.
And the Lee Sin get off the ground again. Roulette, it's up to you. Paris needs to roam with him. Sync up, support jungle. That's Na'Vi to a T. As we return to Summoner's Rift. There was a small pause getting into game, but it looks like nothing major. And you know what? Galio into Rumble. A classic. What can the Rumble do? Not much. Maybe early levels. If Mainter can find anything, that'll be a big deal. But outside of that, as it goes on, there will be less and less of the Galio suffering.
Yeah, I think the power stat that you tried to bring up earlier, though, is going to be very relevant to this game. Yeah, because this guy has not been bot lane at all. He is 10th when it comes towards bot lane proximity, because he's been roaming absolutely everywhere. And we got to see a very similar story in the last game. But I think if this Leona is able to get out and start to move towards the top lane, like the CC you can bring onto the Galio, the plays you can make around the Orianna, even just helping out Roulette in the 1v1 against Skimont is going to be crazy important. So I think a lot of this early game is going to once more fall back on Roulette and Paris. So I'm excited to see if he can have that impact again that he did in game number 1.
Yeah, I think his Shen was great until it wasn't.
I mean, he didn't have much that he could do, right? You're a Shen that's hoping for a flash taunt to be your main engage tool, which is just a bit miserable against Ziggs and Jace, you know?
Very well said. Caps gets chunked out here. We look towards the Noxious Blast. Poby gets 2 first, and kind of expect before anything like Dissonance is up and available. Poby has the advantage. Skewmont spotted out on the ward. This is now on Raptors. And meanwhile, it's going to be a 3-camp start here from Roulette on the Lee Sin. Going to get a quick back in it as well. Base, go towards blue. And then with a longsword start here. See what he can do. Shattering Strike doesn't land from Lebrov, otherwise would have been a nice test of damage onto Sam D, who's suffering a little bit in this lane with the early levels going to Hansama and Lebrov.
So we're seeing Roulette go for that quick reset for the longsword once again, knowing that if he ends up running to Skewmont, we'll definitely want the extra little bit of AD damage. But I think with the way this early game's going, you got push on both side lanes, so it should be fairly simple for Skewmont to pick up this top side scuttle, not have much pressure, and already like a lot of vision going to be invested, I imagine, from G2 and just trying to keep track of Roulette.
As Lee Sin gets going, that's the question. Now, Dagda. I have some perks quotes here in this slow game. Zenith Blade, the crashdown interrupts. Maybe it's not slow anymore. Lebrov in trouble, wants to remount. Sam D getting the Gatling gun down, shredding through, and Shattering Strike not going to come through just yet. The stun out as well with the Shield of Daybreak. The poke, nice from Hans Summer. He's going to channel this up again. Xenoblade comes through. Cleanse has now been burned. Paris with a nice engage. Hans Summer down on a Summoner versus a heal in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, junglers want to get busy here. Relech safeguards in, now spotted on a ward. This is going to turn into a dive.
Yeah, they want to try and set this up. Relech, level 4. G2 trying to escape.
Labrov trying to block. The crash down connects on the back of him. Relech does force out the bottom lane though, which means no wave for Hans Summer.
Yeah, you could see the Skewman was considering moving down to that bottom side to pick up a second Scuttle Crab for himself, but doesn't really want to run into the rest of Na'Vi as they back away. But little win there for Na'Vi on the bottom side, getting that push, making sure that Hans Summer can't collect the wave. He's zoned off the turret. Skewman in response will get the Raptors though.
You can see the selective pathing from Skewman. I love little things like that where he's like hugging the wall so he doesn't get caught by a potential Fey Light vision. As Pillar down, Relech going to get the rest of these Raptors, but the big one goes over to Skewmond here as back spotted out by Paris.
Yeah, want to try and reset as quick as possible. He wants to defend his own Raptors on that bottom side. Also pick up his Krugs, which are up and available at the moment. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be too much action at this stage. Again, I think a lot of this is going to come down to like, hey, can Paris burn a Summoner spell initially, then to have a follow-up play? Maybe a window here as Caps.
He's trying to be tricky with the Noxious Blast, but everything hits Poby. Great damage down. Distance was used for movement speed there from Caps, so he could get out of the miasma quick smart. Labrov covering for his mid laner as Poby so far in this matchup has been pretty successful. Labrov going to come back in. Wave's looking to crash. Poby wants to use his time.
It's a little awkward for Caps because he did just come back into the lane, so not happy that he had to lose essentially 2/3 of his health bar to that play. Sure. But starting to move across towards this mid lane as well. Look for just a quick cover on this mid lane before he moves to his bot side camps.
Meanwhile, Hans Summer in a bit of trouble. Phosphorus Bomb connects. Hans goes up to auto, but doesn't get it. And for the piercing arrow, there's no blight, so not much damage. Samd doing very well here as you look at the wave. He's going to want to crash it.
Yeah, he'll start to push it out. Waiting for his jungler and support kind of to move down in position, because Labrov would like to hold this wave, but with no real vision. I'm wondering if they will actually spot this out. That Labrov could get caught, but no, actually, you're just going to see Relech start up Dragon instead.
Sees him, Shattering Strike. Wave crashes in all the same, though he can't hold it. And it is a cannon wave, so it looks like not much will be missed here by Hans Summer. Crash down just in case.
Still very early Dragon take for Na'Vi. You can see Relech moving over towards that, essentially reading that Skewmon had to reset and then move up towards his top half of the map and with the push on bot side. Does mean Samdi's a little late on the reset, so Hans Summer should be able to push out this bottom wave and maybe open up a window for Labrov to make some plays on the map, but Mainter resetting to TP back to top side. You got push in mid as well. I don't think there's particularly much that Labrov can do on the map right now.
Yeah, but he'll find his way out to mid all the same. Skewmon traveling back down towards his bot side camp. Looks like red respawn, but for now, Scuttle is spawning in this side of the map, so that seems to be the priority. Skewmon ahead of Relech here in the jungle matchup. So this Scuttle will definitely net 6. Relech a little bit behind as to clear wolves, and then would have the opportunity, but this Scuttle's already going to be gone. Skewmon doesn't care that it's on a ward. Down it goes, level 6 acquired. And advantage for Skewmon. Always nice to see for G2 fans.
Yeah, also a decent amount of vision in the river for G2 too. They just set up on the the pink ward basically at the back of the red. Here, actually, what am I doing?
Show me. What's over there?
Pink ward, which is just giving a ton of vision on this bottom side now.
Hans Summer's just dead. Flashes away. Samd wants to match it. Got his own flash, but he's pierced. And he's dead by Skewmond. Gets away. Fantastic flash. And I thought Hans Summer was kaput.
Yeah, I thought Samd was going to consider following, but decided against it in the end. He ends up holding on to his flash, realizing he's probably not getting away from that one. But that was the vision control play that we were just talking about. They end up with a bunch of pink wards, so there's no vision for Na'Vi to spot exactly what the Trundle's up to and managed to get in and kill off Samd.
And that monstrous wave is being denied. Hans Summer from, almost getting solid just then to losing out a little bit in the wave is now in a fantastic position here on the Varus. Look at a replay because it looks like it was after the wave push that Samd wanted to stop.
Yeah, just wanted to step up and see if he could quickly clear out this wave, maybe get a chunk onto Hans Summer as well, but not realizing that Trundle was in the bush. Samd nearly gets the kill. Honestly, maybe it would have been difficult to keep up with Hans Summer, but still, yeah. It would have been close, but either way, ends up falling in that bottom side, and it's first blood for G2.
As we look towards bottom, supports are going to join in, but I think the wave is bouncing back. Hans Summer, level 6 acquired. He's got Chains of Corruption versus Samd, who's got about 4 bullets with his big one in the mix. Now, Hansama also lethality picked up early here. So, yeah, there's Varus again in a great position. G2 with a 1,000 gold lead as well, because it's not just Skumon, but now Hansama joining in the pack as grabs the focus dagger. Riledge is up on the top side of the map, gets some deep vision down. He's going to start this off.
Just want to see exactly where the trundle is. Has Paris already in position? SamD didn't burn anything on that last play, so obviously still has the cleanse and the flash if Hansama tries to go for something. Hans also not having his own flash does make him a little bit more vulnerable as Mainter. Heavy trading against Broken Blade.
He's also overheating as well with the Flame Spitter up. Broken Blade's in a lot of trouble. Flash might have to be burned. Holds onto it. Justice Punch. Winds of War also gets the cannon. Broken Blade's okay for now. Holds onto that trigger here as Xenoblade going to connect. Cap's in a bit of trouble. Running for his life now. Holding onto the Shockwave. When will he use it? The biggest question is not going to be answered just yet. Na'Vi doing pretty well through this mid lane. Nabrov still having to cover. But Caps is being matched by Poby a lot as we look towards top. There's a flash. Justice Punch dodged. Nice flash timing from Mainter, otherwise he was dead.
Nice flash from Mainter. Riledge just spotted out the Skumon was there, which I think immediately put the Hackles of Mainter up. And now Riledge is mid though.
Look at the Sonic Wave. Crash down, catches the Zenith Blade though by the toe. Miasma's there as well. Poby, he's not going to need to find the kill because Riledge took it with a Sonic Wave. And Paris will survive after a Shockwave.
Nice patience from Riledge. Didn't actually throw out the Sonic Wave initially, even though Labrov was on the Miasma, because he didn't want to get caught in that Shockwave if he ended up following up. So basically holding off, saying Labrov is going to die, or they have to burn the Shockwave early and make sure they're able to pick it up.
And someone wants to steal away Scuttle. Riledge is still threatened by Skumond here, as the almost Trinity Force Trundle walks into position. Slight level lead. Actually, no, it's a full level lead, isn't it? Damn, Skumond is putting on a clinic in the jungle here in this game as he takes the Scuttle away.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten so many of them. And there's been very little answer from Riledge. He's tried his best to keep himself in check, but this is where if you have the Trundle, you are very strong in the 1v1. We are talking about maybe having some help from Paris, but with the mental control that G2 have had in the side lanes, it's made it very difficult for Na'Vi to really play around Riledge.
And Poby's low as well. That's why G2 can do this. Poby's up against his turret for the first time in this game. Xenoblade going to connect. Solarflare down as well over the blue buff that resets. The kick away. Skumon sent to his team. Sonic Wave taken. Chomp down. SamD trying to get the damage down with Phosphorus Bomb. Riledge gets away. Manages to safeguard his way out of dodge, but Paris going to be the next target. Cap's thinking about coming in, but never mind. LeBron with a remount up. The flash away. Xenoblade again. Paris looking for the kill, but SamD dies to Hansama. He finds the 1v1 that you didn't expect. Paris left him alone, and he gets bitten down. G2, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. Riledge goes back in, but it will be to his death. He will take two with him, though. But Hansama has picked up 2 kills of his own.
It ended up a little bit messy, but it's a 2 for 2 in the end on that bottom side. Absolutely insane set of plays, because Paris off the back of that, I thought might have been the hero with that Flash Zenith Blade, as Broken Blade getting hit by the overheat again.
Good Duran, good half HP trade, but Broken Blade a little bit lower end. Needs the Hollow Radiance before he can feel a little bit safer here. And Caps didn't even join in that play, Dagger.
No. But keep your eyes here on the Zenith Blade at the end, because obviously you get a decent engage here from Riledge to start things off. SamD trying to poke over the wall, Riledge gets the kick through, but SamD missing some of these rockets as they come up, particularly here onto Skumond as he's low. Maybe would have been enough to just kind of finish off with that auto attack there. But as we get through here, Paris flashes forward to try and get the help onto Labrov.
Wow.
But actually, because he connects onto Labrov as the flash, it means that Hansama isn't there to get the Shield of Dawn, so there's no stun, so SamD ends up dying. And it's kind of the fact that Labrov tanked the Zenith Blade on the far end, I think, that actually helped G2 salvage some of this play.
Riledge gets a nice bit of shutdown there on Skumond. But then, yeah, Hansama picks up the gold. So I feel like that's a messy trade. Skumond, heads in hand, was really not that bad. I mean, he did give away a little bit of gold to Riledge, who now has the Eclipse. But Yoru's picked up by Hansama. And Dragon did go to Na'Vi.
Yeah.
I guess we should give the caveat that 2 Dragons here for Na'Vi. The stacking has begun. Small gold lead for G2, but Dragon stacking is still king in League of Legends.
And Na'Vi have said that they like to play around this objective. We heard it from Paris as well, but you may need to now be the engage tool as G2 start to posture around River. Not too much happening though. I think it's more just so that then Skumon can get back down to his bot side camps, and you can also hold on towards that position for Hansama where he's able to contest the wave. And I think in this spot, G2 again, play around this. There's Varus who's getting into a good spot. Skumon is going to be nice and big. And it's just let Cap scale, right? This Orianna doesn't have to worry about too much backline threat in these fights, so can go for a bit more of a burst build.
As Caps, he flashes, of course. Sending out the ball, waiting for the shockwave. Mainta has no flash. The ulti going to be burned. He gets knocked up, and the rumble going to be shockwave back. Everything in the kitchen sink used to make sure that Mainta dies, and Caps gets the kill.
Nicely done by Caps. The flash over the wall, knowing Mainter doesn't have a flash in response and can always send him back the opposite direction with the shockwave. Nicely done.
As the back going to be stopped, Hans Samd, sorry, used to saying Hans Samd, but he's dead. Yep, Skumon just chomps him down. So the biggest problem is that Na'Vi don't have much leverage in this game, Dagda. A bit of the gold that was picked up earlier, either by Mainta or by Poby neutralizing, or even Sam D, and trying to find the 1v1 against Hans Summer, has all but disappeared.
Yeah, it's Na'Vi getting caught out by the cross maps. Like we saw Skumont, rather than going for the grubs, moving down towards that bottom side. Oh, no, sorry. Instead of the grubs going down to the bottom side to get the kill on towards Sam D. Now you get the cross map as well, where they saw a lot of people on that bottom side for Na'Vi, so Cap starts to roam top. So it's just been nicely done by G2 to kind of push into one side, check what's happening, and then immediately counterpunch on the opposite side. And Na'Vi just haven't quite been able to keep pace. Again, a core portion of Na'Vi's success for me has been Paris in the early game, but in a matchup where he can't really get control, he hasn't been able to get on the map. Skumot is stealing camps in the face of Na'Vi, and it's all starting to come off the wheels for Na'Vi.
I mean, also the success on Rilech that has been there in the past, even though he has 3 kills in this game, he's just not getting his jungle. Invades like that, previous advantages Skumon found. Now he's got Triforces. Hoping tries to find the mark. Rilech is spotted out. We look towards bottom lane because Mainta and Broken Blade are going to fight it out, but Hollow Radiance is now there. Big differences. Top's still going to be the focus. I think we can leave this for the time being because everyone's up here for the Herald spawns in 20 seconds. Paris found out by a pillar. Shattering Strike down. He presses Eclipse, but that ain't going to save him. Chomp once again. He knows he's done for. And Caps will take the kill, who is slowly getting more and more resources in this game.
Subjugation just stealing all those stats that Leona is famous for, making her absolutely look like wet paper. And it's just nice picks. I was watching on the mini-map, it's Paris in a conga line with Labrov chasing him out of his own jungle as Mainter looking for a trade again, but the Galio may be too tanky.
Oh, Poby's dead. Petrifying Gaze not reaching. Caps turns around anyway. He doesn't need to see his opponent die. As Broken Blade close to dying himself. Mainta, what can he do? He's in the overcharge, overheating zone. Flash for flash. He's still ticking on Broken Blade, but now flash down for both top laners.
And Mainter forcing the flash there, but he kind of knew he had to make a play happen. This game is slipping away from them. Was hoping for the solo bolo, but the Galio saying that's a no-no. Will even move back up to catch up the wave as well. And it means flashless for Mainter may actually be a point of contact here for G2 after this Rift Herald, where Na'Vi are going to be the ones to start it up.
They're going to be the ones to start it, but Skumon's in the vicinity. We'll look at a quick replay before we question it, because Labrov went deep to try and find out where Poby's been staying.
Yeah, I mean, Poby tries to basically get some damage onto Labrov to maybe zone him away, but it's clean from Caps. The sidestep, Poby didn't expect Skumon to be there. Back to live. Na'Vi will get the Rift Herald, but here's the cross map we were talking about, right? Immediately, you're looking at Labrov already in that bottom side, looking to zone away Mainter, so Caps can get access to this bot side turret, and that's going to be a 1.5k gold lead for the Orianna. That's only going to open up more now with these turret plates.
And Caps, I mean, that 1,500 gold is leading to a second item coming shortly, maybe that proto belt on top of the torch. Is Herald going to be spawning? Rilech going to drive it in. Wave has been cleared out.
There's a Trundle pillar.
Okay.
Yeah,
worried about that, I guess. Kick away for Skumon. He can't get back in the Herald. Rilech is dead. So that whole passage of play kind of sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Rilech realized halfway through that this is not going to go so well. I tried to abort. I was like, oh, crap, I got nowhere to go. It's a little unfortunate.
And then he was too far forward, and then the pillar did come out.
Yeah.
And he couldn't get back in.
Yeah.
They locked the doors.
Yeah, and even that one's unfortunate. That was a little bit silly.
Unfortunate is the word for it. Dragon goes down, G2 to stop that stacking. 6,000 gold. And you know, it doesn't matter how hard our scriptwriters try. Like, start of the split, they come back from EWC, come back from MSI, and people are like, oh my god. You know, like, oh, versus MCOY wasn't the greatest series. But then, even after the KC loss...
Oh, Paris.
Everyone else shudders against G2. Na'Vi, they're going to be the same. Paris is dead. Comma comes through. LeBron, take it. Oh! Shattering strike almost. Manta gets in the biz. Now, equalizer down. What can you do? Huntana's run out of mana, but it doesn't matter because here comes LeBron for the engage. Trundle is just womping away. Roulette's just going to jump in, but he knows he's going to die, right? When's the next pillar coming up? Skumond will flash instead. It's just ridiculous at this point. This Trundle is insane, and Skumond, I think he's just toying with his food.
And even the Chains of Corruption from Hans Sama, preventing Relech from following up on the Sonic Wave, maybe putting some threat on towards the back line is just perfect. Buys the time for Skumond to get in. He's a big old Trundle, and that troll is chomping his way through Navi right now.
Risen Blade, meanwhile, the quietest one of the game is still just navigating waves and pushing them himself. This is continuously being ridiculous, this game with the Golden, how it's developing. So, where do we go next, Dagner? What are you...
Sorry, I was trying to figure out...
Your head turned, what happened?
Where the shield on the Trundle came from. The stop to back. Was it just Cap? Did Caps just shield him maybe before? I don't know.
Should be qualified for this. Probably Caps E, no?
Must have something shielded him
I'm
anyway.
trying to think about
list.
I mean, it's got to be Cap. It's got to be Command Protect. Lebrov versus Relech. The matchup no one expected. He's going to go back to red. But Hansama is now going to walk towards mid. Has flash and ulti available. Shield of Durant. Poke's going to come through, try and hit Sam D. Mid turret. Next on the agenda here for G2. With 50 seconds for the Baron. But with the way Hansama is building, it is just full poke. Yay, Skibon. 100 wins. What a smile.
I mean, well deserved, honestly. Like, this guy's come in and been very impressive, right? There was so much controversy around, like, oh, when Yike came in and what they're going to look like and how they're going to do it, but...
My only question is, we didn't just show that because they're going to win this game.
No, he won it last game.
Last game, I was going to say production.
Oh, Relech.
Shockwave flashed away from camp, I believe, stolen by Skumon in the end anyway.
Yeah, he's given Jungle 101, which is going to be his wins in the LEC after this game.
It would be funny if this was 100, the one they're about to win. But, I mean, again, it's just kind of, it's all, it's done deal, isn't it? This mid turret finally going to fall down. Skumon looking to walk up himself. He's level 13. Level 13 in a 20-minute game ain't bad. Actually, sorry, 14, I meant to say. Pretty much the same level as Broken Blade with the quest that gives him extra experience. So yeah, he's doing it very well. Deadman's ability to chase down mid-turret will not fall just yet. But it's only a matter of time, I feel, as 2 minutes till the Dragon dagged up, and G2 are not really pressed. You know, this is nice. It's just we're just chilling. We're on a...
Yeah. I mean, it's back to basics for G2, right?
Back to basics.
I think it's, like, as much as tomfoolery as we've had in the LEC right now, it also means that we've got two very solid teams in KC and G2. Like, I've been incredibly impressed with the way that they've been playing.
They're the world's teams.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah. Like, they're incredibly calculated in the way they play the map.
Yep.
They clearly have a good understanding of how they want to try and approach this meta as well. And I think it's just been very fun to see the growth on both sides, right? Because looking at G2, Hansama and Lebrov, for me, have stepped up to be the best bot lane in the league right now.
Oh, yeah.
Which was not something that I really expected to be saying off of the last year that we saw from him. But Lebrov has been insane in the support role. Like, this man's glow up, I am fascinated
since
by.
first stand, like, I mean, because first stand G2, obviously that was crazy, their run. And people don't give them enough credit because first stand's a newer tournament, and people are like, oh, it's not MSI, it's not Worlds, but like, you know what, guys, go away. Like, just because your region can't win. And then even at MSI, even though we did lose to NA, the T1 series was a great example of how that bot lane can be. I mean, just how good this team can be. So obviously with the G2 Glaze there is Caps getting an imminent gank, or at least they're trying to on the side of Na'Vi.
No wave, though.
Yeah, the wave's gone. Dagda, the concern for the community. I've been out in the community. I've heard the thoughts of the people.
Okay.
Who the hell is our third team? Because people are worried about the quality.
Yeah. There was a very good reason why I said top two.
Yeah,
You know?
The top two, you know, they can do damage. KC, G2. But with the fall of MCOY, and the fact that they're 2 and 4, and like, frankly, if they lose another series, they're probably gone. Maybe, not guaranteed.
I mean, that's not guaranteed. Yeah,
no,
that's
I'm going to say probably gone.
That's a big word.
Because they would then, in playoffs, start without, you know, they could start near the bottom. They've also got to verse Na'Vi, SK, Team Heretics. I think SK unpredictable. Team Heretics have been a little bit better. I mean, Na'Vi have had some pretty good series. Game 1 of this series was pretty good. So, to the Duran, Relech is going to face check. Crash down, chain of corruption. He is dead in an instant. Hunt summons damage, computes. While Skewmon is battering away. And Parthenak's down on the bottom of our screen.
Yeah. A little unfortunate for Relech because that was their cross map.
Yeah, that was...
Yeah, and I can understand where he's at. Like, hey, look, let's send out a Hail Mary play. Maybe hope we can get Paris, but... not Paris, sorry, LeBron, but not able to. And yeah, I think they're fine with that. Something tells me they're okay.
No, I mean, no smite for Na'Vi. They're definitely not fine with that. But you said on G2 are fine with not bursting a smite.
Yeah.
So Baron's gone. And as you at home can tell by us casters being nonchalant, we know this game's pretty much over. Mate is going to TP away. Now, I know it's crazy.
Oh, do you have to ult? Is that what you do?
Yeah, but I don't believe in that. Like,
then say it.
I mean, this is unlosable. G2 can't lose this game. Everyone be like, oh, 7-0 Sturge, what do you say? Guys, shut up. It doesn't matter. Like, it's you know, I don't believe in all that. Like, my wife has a salted lamp. You know those salt lamps? You know the pink ones? The salt lamp?
Oh.
There's salt lamp, right? And it's like something, I don't know.
Like,
I think there's something.
I know there's pink Himalayan salt.
Yeah, but there's a lamp for it. Outside of it, adding humidity.
Is it a genie lamp?
No, it's not a genie lamp. It's a nice lamp. I think there's something to it. I don't believe in that stuff. All right, good for you if you do. I want everyone to be happy, okay? Everyone can be happy. What was I talking about? I was talking about the lamp. Why did I?
And then top 3 teams. And
my body right now thinks it's like 3 a.m.
Yeah, you are.
3 a.m.
Yeah. You are still in Indonesia time.
I'm in Indonesia time. Yo, shout out SEA people. If you're awake right now, you guys are crazy. Like, it's 4 a.m. at least. 4 a.m. or 2 a.m. I don't know what it is. It was hard watching LEC. Like, I'd be up and I'd fall asleep all the time because my baby would wake up and then I'd fall asleep. And so it would just be impossible. It is good to be back.
It's good to have you back.
However quick today was, because the G2 pushed towards top. Na'Vi on their grand defense ain't going to be able to do too much. It's up to Mater. Can he get an equalizer down? For Cap, shockwaves in his face. Fillers up as well. Chains Corruption going to connect only on the Paris' support, but in goes Humon. He gets stunned up. Equalizes beauty actually here, but Broken Blade flies on in. Na'Vi in a bit of trouble. Mater spreads from the pack. In a bit of trouble as the crash down. LeBron James again. He's kicked away. Sent packing. Mater trying to burn them to a crisp as Winds of War again fluctuates with a bit of damage, but it's just the inhibitor for now. Good disengage from Na'Vi. They survive. The inhibitor will drop.
Look, I saw the angle of Brob. If only Broken Blade still had his ultimate available, that could have been it, but instead you just become a missile to shoot back into your own team. Either way, though, it is going to be that top lane inhibitor going down. You're still in a ton of control, but yeah, there is very little that you can do here. Chain of Corruption onto Paris. They kind of end up pushing forward on towards him. The turnaround is there, but that early Galio ult there means that then there's no real follow-up for the rest of it here. At least you still get a little bit. But I thought that could have been it. But it's the flash immediately from Relech to kick the Rel back into the team. Yeah, is the only thing that kind of helps Na'Vi survive there.
Gives them a bit of grace, but still we move back to the unlosable, unthrowable game that G2 have in front of them. 3K gold lead for Caps. I'm not going to talk to you about items. I'm going to talk to you about what this means for G2. 5-1. They will not lock in playoffs here, but they're pretty bloody close. And even though 6 is kind of the magic number, as KC kind of proved with the 6-0 start, where they are the top of the table, G2 aren't far behind, and this win all but gives them a nice little move past the halfway point of the split. Your Monday night's going to end with a 4-0. Here comes G2. Golden is maintained, but not for long. He flashes away. Equalizer down yet again. And once more, it's not too bad. A Solar Flare thrown in as well. But a summoner from main to survive with his flash now being down. Paris looking for an angle while G2 escape.
Relech got G2's blue buff though. So who's the real winner here?
He did the SOFM.
Yeah.
Game is ending,
what are you going to do,
man?
man? Like, what do you do in this position as Na'Vi?
I'll never forget SOFM.
Yeah.
When the game, I can't remember how many Suning games it was. It was like ending in regular season. His team was losing the base, and he was at enemy Krugs. Like,
yeah, but he got to World Finals, so
but he did get to World Finals. And it's so funny, I think it took until that World Finals where people actually started calling him SOFM rather than SOFM in the Chinese broadcast. Because we had him on the English broadcast, he's like, it's called Style of Me. That's what it stands for. And so it's SOFM, like initials. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. Fun facts about SOFM here in the LEC, unrelated. But we're just hovering in our lane, hydrated, lovely.
I do love the way that SFM kind of started that trend for like YSKM, where it's just like, I'm going to give in just an acronym and let you guys work out what you should know me.
Oh, true. Actually, more players should do that. Mid's next, by the way. Soulflare going to come down. Protobelt out of the way. Equalizers have been pretty good, but this time Mainta has no flash away. The poke, it connects. Survives for now. Looks like he has a bit of armor on his side as Hans Summer's not able to finish the job. Next wave on the income as Na'Vi look to defend their final inhibitor turret.
Na'Vi playing a bit of big walk here, just moving back and forth between their fans and the base. As Mainta actually going to take quick TP in, and now...
Petrifying Gaze on there slow, grounded, nice. Shockwave brings him back though, and he will die. Shield won't save his graces. As Hans Summer moves to 6, turret's going to drop down. They've got to deal with the business here on Na'Vi from bot, from top. And the way G2 are ending this game is going to be all 3 lanes at this point. Na'Vi down 1 for another 45 seconds. An Infinity Edge for Sam D to try and hold on at 9,000 gold in the hole. And G2 putting short work to what we thought could be a team up and rising. Only game 1 looked close. Game 2 looked unremarkably easy for G2 as a chomp out of the last Nexus turret going to be there. Power's going to flash away. Piercing arrow after piercing arrow for Hans Summer connects. And that is going to be enough to move to the Nexus.
You're getting a little low though. Caps doesn't have any mana. Na'Vi, this would be your moment.
That Solar Flare almost hit me. Getting closer to the sun as Paris is going to Zenith Blade in there, buying time. Roulette looking for an angle, but Paris is going to quickly die. Poby looking to hit his target, and that's going to be on the Skewmon as Caps jumps on forward. G2 can't end yet. There's a big one. A shutdown. LeBron for the engage. It's just messy in front of the Nexus. It's not even great play from G2, but they're that far ahead. It doesn't matter. Broken Blade flashes backwards. I mean, G2 are laughing because this one's done. Another 2-0, 5-1 for G2 at the halfway point.
It's another win on Skewmon's birthday weekend here at the LEC. G2, very confident game number 2. Game 1, a little bit slower, a little closer. But they definitely put the style on this one.
Here you go, Skewmon Caps Lebrov. Vote now for your key player of the series. I mean, game 1 was so much fun, but game 2, yeah, it was just kind of over at 10-15, or at least it felt like it. Big 80 carry gap, big jungle gap, and G2 definitely looked like our second best, our best team in the region.
I mean, it's KC and G2 battling out, right?
Second best.
I think it'll be a case to see what they can do as we march towards playoffs, but take a bow, lads. That was a beautifully executed game number 2.
Was indeed. Caps looks happy. Caps always looks happy, to be fair, though. But he's chill. Definitely happy with how things went out. I mean, I think he had a great series yet again. It wasn't like, oh my God, he's just absolutely dominating, but he just found these little angles where...
Yeah. I think that was the most impressive one in game 1. But we're going to toss it over to PGL with Lord Dracos and the man himself. It is Caps.
Caps.
Woo! 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 Oh, the man himself. G2, G2. Let's go, G2. The crowd goes wild here for PGL. Wait, I have my sunglasses.
Oh, you saw the sunglasses. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough.
Caps, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
4-0 week.
Pretty good, pretty good. Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
It's actually a solid
Are you happy with the games, though? Yeah? Oh, my God.
You get there. It was pretty good. It's pretty good overall.
You got there in the end.
Yeah.
Not all the games looked easy, though.
Yeah, I mean, some were definitely more difficult than others. We would also have loved to win, especially our week 1 against KC. There was some fun series.
Yeah.
But we were in France, and there were a lot of KC fans.
There were a lot of KC fans.
We need to create some hype. You know,
I will say that was the most important one, because that was the one where BB was like, ah.
No. But yeah, I want to follow up on this, actually, because talking to BB, talking to Romain, BB went like this. He was at the front. You guys were supposed to follow him. You guys were supposed to mock the crowd as well. They all abandoned BB in that walk.
That is not.
What was
that is not what happened. That is not. So actually, it all started the day before, because we actually had a G2 fan meet, and then when we were going to the G2 fan meet, they were basically like a million GKC fans standing in front of the in front of our G2 fan meet, just like doing basically the same thing to us.
Okay.
And then someone was doing like this to me, and then I started doing it as well. And then everyone thought it was funny, because like everyone was just laughing as well with the fans as well. And then I was saying like, oh yeah, we can do it tomorrow. But I was like, I'll do it if someone does it to us. But then we were walking, and everyone was just giving high five. So I was just giving high five as well. And then I realized afterwards that like, look, you can see in the back, I'm just like high fiving everyone.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I didn't even realize that we were doing it. But fair enough.
All right,
Take
this
it.
is we're showing we're trying to like, oh, you didn't follow your top laner drama. Uh-oh.
And it's like, Bibi, he's not gonna notice before watching the replay because he's standing
That's
at
the
the front, so
That's
he
the
doesn't
funniest.
know.
By far, the funniest part of the story is that man probably thinks you're standing behind him, like, and you're just like, "Hey, nice to see you. High five."
But jokes aside, summer is going so well for you guys, and I know some of you have been complaining. I mean, not complaining, but being very vocal about the pace of the of this year, of this season, how everything is tiring. Maybe. How do you reflect on the results you guys had so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely been nice already to just have like a bit more, like we had a bit more like chill schedule, of course, compared to EWC, MSI, Roadshow. Like a lot of travel, especially, I think can be tough when it's like new hotels, new flights, like a lot of flying around, changing everywhere. It can definitely be quite exhausting. I think now that we just had a few weeks to just be at home. Of course, we're still scrimming and practicing, but it's definitely been a good way to just reset a bit. And I think we took many important lessons away from this tournament. So as long as we can apply them well, I think we're going to be a strong team.
Do you feel like anything changed for G2 this summer? Because you started off strong, you guys stayed together. So where do you see the improvements from the lineup from MSI until now?
I think, I mean, there's a lot of like lessons we took away. Of course, like perks coming in as well also changed the dynamic a lot. But I think the most important thing for us is just like whenever we can play together and when we can do plays together, it doesn't have to be, I mean, we're all on the same screen, but everyone is like getting involved in the same play or putting pressure on the map at the same time. We are just having a lot of success, and I think sometimes we tend to go for a bit more like solo plays, and they don't really match. Like maybe someone is recalling when other people want to pressure, and this is when we've been struggling the most the last few years, and it's something that we get punished very hard when we play against the LPLSK team in particular. Even NA, I guess, nowadays.
I wasn't going to bring it up. Yeah, I'm still a little bit sad about that one, yes.
But it's something that we are working hard on, and I think it's getting better.
Okay, amazing to hear. And I know that Perks, when I've talked to him in Paris, he said that he wants to... You cannot channel the G2 2019 vibes, right? But you can bring whatever you can with the experience you have as a player. And he said that he started talking to you guys during scrims recently. Can you tell me more about this?
I mean, he's definitely just... A lot of it comes maybe back to us being like, we were like a very serious team, and we still are a very serious team. And I think he likes to bring a bit more like... how to say it, like more like good jobs, more like celebrating the small wins in the game.
Okay.
Just taking the time to just like make sure the vibes are good and everyone is enjoying themselves. I think just bringing more joy to the games. So he's bringing a bit of that, as well as like maybe like calling out people or like saying if something looks a bit too troll, or like if there's something specific. Like sometimes we can also be a bit. I wouldn't say passive team, but we're a lot less aggressive than like, for example, previous teams that I played on, and also when I play with Perks. So he will also just try and like push us sometimes when we're like 10k ahead to just fight, you know, like sometimes we'll be like, oh, let's just like, you know, set up vision, like let's play waves by waves, like we're not skipping any steps, and sometimes it's okay to just like see a guy, click on a guy, you know.
I like that. I guess the question for me is, do you feel like he's injecting this positivity because you guys are naturally kind of critical? Like, were you a team before you arrived where you go into a scrims and it's like, this was bad, this was bad, this was bad, this is bad, this is bad, and is always just focusing on the negative? Do you feel like that's why he kind of chose this approach?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a fair point. I think also just like in game we tend to maybe get a bit too like caught up on all the plays. I mean, obviously it's very important what we're doing in the game, but I also think just taking that one step to just like celebrate when things go well, like when BB pops off on the vein or like other good things, great things happen, like just make sure we celebrate it, because it just makes it more fun. And I think when we're having more fun, especially for me as well, it makes it easier to improve and it makes it easier to have like strong performances.
Who's the better Vayne player actually, you or BB?
Well, I would definitely say me, but sadly there's not a lot of Galio blind picks recently happening.
We'll get there. Someone will do it eventually. There have been some bad drafts. I feel like there will eventually be an angle. They might flex it away from you, though, and then you might be stuck on Vayne into something else. But then I guess you could just flex it to follow. Maybe a Vayne support to match a Galio support. We'll have to see.
Yeah. You were the Kia player of the series today, Cavs. I want to know, how has Perks been helping you? Because it feels, I mean, you've been playing for so long. you know so much already, but I feel like if someone is able to like challenge you in any way, it has to be Perks.
I mean, definitely. I think he definitely has a lot of strong opinions, right? And he is very direct, I would say, you know. So I think that's definitely like one of his strengths, right? And I think also, like, I mean, a big part is like bringing the vibes up, making it more fun. As I mentioned before, I think I like when it's a bit more like heavy. Like the thing is, it's very hard to find that balance because you don't want it to be like full troll. Everyone, like, no one is taking things serious. There's like, then you don't really learn much from the games. But you also don't want it to be like full professional, where like no one is laughing, no one is smiling, because then it feels very tough. And when you do it like day after day after day after day, week after week after week, it can get very tough to play the games. Like, and then you don't get the most out of the scrims. So finding this balance has always been a very tough thing on different teams I've been on. Like sometimes it feels too troll, sometimes it feels it's too professional. And I think we're finding a good middle ground right now.
It really sounds like you've figured out for yourself that you are a player who kind of needs that joy. Because I've watched you play other games, and you're always trolling, you're always messing around. And I can imagine that when you have this super, super long schedule, and when you play as much as you do one game, and League is great and it's constantly changing, but it can get exhausting if it's all business all the time. Do you feel like this brings back some of that creative spark? Like you just get to be a little bit looser, a little bit more fun in general yourself as well?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I think it helps with with just like taking some time to actually like even make jokes on stage. I think these games as well, like we were in a very good state, so we were not afraid of going for like a bit of a more like in place even. Of course, my Galli was running away even though it was 60% HP. But
that's why we took him off the POG vote because of that. Just that play, because he sold you out, not because of the Jace game. Just that play.
And also just like having a bit more fun. Like we stopped doing even like warm-ups before our games. Like we started doing like Era Mayhem as like our warm-up, because we noticed that it's like it was a bit too like stiff, or we were not really getting what we wanted out of the warm-ups. And it's easier for us to just like experiment with just like a bit of crazy games, just to get people talking and to get people like excited and get people like hyped for the games. I will say like what is happening in those games is a bit sus, so maybe we'll have to figure out a new approach as well.
No, but I like that you're constantly refreshing it, because it just sounds like, look, you've been a part of G2 for so long, and you've been a part of, the lineup has slowly changed around you, but it just sounds like it would be so easy to just get stuck in your ways. And as much as there's a lot of science behind what you guys are doing for pregame rituals, like if you do anything for too long, it's going to lose its spark. It's going to feel kind of like a chore. So I like that you guys are mixing it up, and I hope it's a unique problem for you, because most rosters don't stick together this long, right? Like if people aren't having a good time on a roster, usually they split. But G2 obviously committing to you guys obviously committing to G2, so it's cool to see that we're still getting that level of innovation to kind of push further and further, because you could just rest on your laurels and just be like domestic gods and be content with that. But I like that you're always pushing for more.
Yeah, and challenging yourself as well. And it's interesting because you guys changed your approach. Casey changed their approach as well. Yike was telling us yesterday that they're focusing maybe a bit less on solo queue and more on themselves, maybe a bit more selfishly. And it's interesting because you're the two teams who are actually nailing it so far in Summer Split. What do you think of the standings and how things have played out so far? Of course, not all the teams are on even footing because some have played more games than others. But yeah. What's your take on Summer Split and how it's going?
I mean, I definitely think like there's something a bit weird in the first two. Like probably I would put you two like one above if I had to change it. But
you did that to yourself though, so you know.
You had the opportunity to put G2 one above, my guy, and it didn't work out super well.
Aside from that, I definitely think I would put us and KC like top two. Like it's been both finals, super close matches against them. And I would be surprised if someone else came up there. Of course, people can always like step up, especially when it comes to playoffs. And I think for the rest of the stage, it's just a bit of chaos, right? Like I was expecting Koi to do better. They also had a very tough week one, for sure. And they're still not really finding the results that I would expect from them. But I'm still thinking that they can turn things around the later half of the split. And after that, I think there's been so many roster changes this summer split that it's hard to really have a good read on everyone's level. But I would expect the same kind of teams like as last split, like GX and Vitality to be coming in afterwards.
Okay.
One general trend that I think people have been noticing is that League across the world feels pretty messy right now. Do you kind of share that sentiment? And if so, where do you think that comes from? Because it definitely feels super messy in LEC. We see a lot of teams struggling to close games. Is that people finding their footing? Has the game changed more dramatically than we appreciate from the outside? What's your take?
I think, yeah, I mean, I think a little bit is like, of course, of just like Fearless in general, like I think it makes it just a lot more champions getting played all around. But then I think the big change from like the split is just people playing a lot more like melee supports. And also they're playing melee supports without actually laning bot. So it's like supports can kind of attack top, mid, bot, and jungle. And if the support manages to like catch someone off guard, they're probably gonna get like a lead there. But then the other support might attack a different lane and get a different lead there, and then you get these like super chaotic, very unbalanced game where like top is super fed, but bot is really behind, and it just feels a bit chaotic. And then couple that with the fact that like, as I mentioned before, it's Fearless, so you don't even get to practice like let's say Camille games. It's like the high priority support, right? And so to say for that, it's not like she's there every game. She's maybe there for the first game, but then the next one she will not be, and you need to try with like different melee supports. And I think that is just making the games like very chaotic for sure. It also makes it fun, right? Like I think it kind of gives the thing that you can always come back, but you can also always throw. So we need to be a bit careful at these nexuses. Like it's been a bit close the last 2 days at the nexus.
Do you like it personally? You've been through so many meta changes. Like, what do you think of the state of the game right now?
I mean, I like the meta. I like everything about the meta, except for the fact that supports at like mid. I like a bit too much for sure. I think in general, I swapped away from bot lane because I didn't want to be with my support all the time. But now they're just there anyway. So.
Cannot escape them.
love. What? Okay, but what else is defined? Just so you want Mage's bot, you're down with Mage's bot, you're down with the amount of flex picks. You just need supports to chill a little bit on the roaming. Because when you say like you like the meta, the number one thing in my brain when we talk about this meta is how much supports roam.
Yeah, I mean it's true, right? I think like at the end of the day, like Mage's bot, I think it can be tricky to draft, right? Like, but that also makes it fun. Like, it's a challenge that you have to like solve, and I think that's the fun thing with metas. Like, there will always be like some form for challenge that you need to figure out. How can we get ahead of other teams? Because people will tend to go towards like what is popular, and if you have the answer to it, if you have the counter to it, you can get one step ahead. It's just like it is quite difficult with this like support roaming everywhere because they just have like so many options, and you really need to be sharp in the moment. Because if you leave like one side of the map open, their support could just be there, right? He could just attack top, or he could attack either side of the jungle, or he can attack mid or bot as well, right? So it's very difficult to do it perfectly, but we are doing our best.
That's what makes the game interesting. And yeah, it's been a fun summer split so far. And it continues next week with more Super Week, more action, more League of Legends. Will be back next week, running from Friday until Monday, with games starting at 5 p.m. CEST. So Caps, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You have 2 games next week, so good luck on that. And then you'll have one last one, and then you're done with Summer Split. So good luck for summer. I hope you keep on having fun. Didi, it's been great being on desk with you today. I had a lot of fun. It's been chaotic. Very chaotic.
I am very sad that this is the last time for a decent amount of time that we will get to see you. But I'm glad that, unlike our friend Chronicler, who's hanging out in the Netherlands right now, that you will be back
I will be back
in the near future. And I can't wait to see. I'm going to get too emotional here.
No,
you're an amazing
don't make me
colleague.
cry.
You're an amazing friend. I can't wait to see what you'll be up to as a mother. What an exciting time in your life.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for working with us, Laure.
No, thank you.
It's a bummer to say goodbye here, but it couldn't be for a better reason. So
It's just a goodbye.
it is a goodbye.
And yeah, I'll miss you guys. And I'll miss you guys as well. And yes, oh my god, no. Okay, I'm definitely gonna cry now. Thank you so much, Jess. And yeah, thank you to all of us. It's been great. I'll see you all in 2027. As you know, I'll be taking some maternity leave now and take care of my family and future Katie fan and LEC world champion to come. Until then, take care. Please keep on cheering for our region. I think LEC gave us a lot of reasons to be hopeful this year for the worlds to come. So we'll see you soon, and I will be on Twitch chat. Until then, take care. Thank you all so much for watching. Keep on cheering for LEC. Keep on being nice to each other. And good night. Bye-bye.
Karate did walk like this, and then he like stuck on his finger. Like, I don't know. I got confused. Oh my god, your face already joking. Your face very intimidated by Karata's power walk. Did you?
And Wonder's just gonna die here. Let your harpoon win. The next one, the hop. But there's the Pantheon out. Flies through for the execution.
That was good job, guys. Really good. A bit of a slow start, but Fiesta, very nice call, okay? Very nice call. Insane game, Fiesta.
Wow, man.
Fiesta, wow.
Wow, man.
smells blood. He's a shark right now. There goes kick against the wall, bully him. And with an ascension of demonic embrace, Nako dives him down. Infernal Chains comes out, Skin's going to get pulled back in. The spell shield was not in time. Not a way to find his way out. Double kill over to Nako.
Look, Kaiser. Look, Kaiser. Kaiser is... No flash. Combo is up. Combo now.
Your mid laner has died 50% of the time for first blood thus far in Summer Split, and yesterday he died 0 in both games. So I want you guys to see the improvements he's making.
Good job. But he's knocked up, and in the middle of an arcane storm, electrocuted. Paris flashes over, but matched, found, bombs away from Hans Sama.
Cassette. Yeah. Looks good, Alexander. Wait. Kill Cassette, guys. Yeah. High flash. Looks good. EUJs, guys, EUJs. Thanks for carrying us. Good job.
And he gets bitten down. G2, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. Roulette goes back in, but it will be to his death. He will take 2 with him, though. But Hans Sama has picked up 2 kills of his own.
We go in. Nice. He's watching me. We go in. Oh my god. We go in.